Live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose, this is Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Raph is back at the studio getting ready for the KNBR Draft Show. Give it up for yourselves. They're coming out for Jack's Restaurant and Bar for our KNBR Draft Party in 2025.
Greg Silver's here, everybody.
How about that, Jack Loader? We didn't need any of that.
No,
though.
we did not.
Funny you showed up after everything was set up. Jack's Restaurant and Bar, we're here at 1502 Saratoga Ave in San Jose. If you're around, if you're close, come on by, grab a beer, hang out. We'll be here till 9 o'clock tonight. The draft show gets going at 5 o'clock. We'll throw it over to 4949, over to the Levi Stadium, where our guys Greg Papa, John Dickinson, and Todd Husak are on hand. We're going to walk you through the draft. If you're here hanging out, you're going to enter for a chance to win a Dwight Clark and Roger Craig autographed football, as well as a 49ers grill bucket. Lots of good 49ers swag over there. Giants get a win. They take 3 of 4 after last night and today from the Milwaukee Brewers, and we don't have time really to do anything.
We do not, but I think we're feeling better about Camilo Doval lately, huh?
I guess so, yeah. Not as good. I'm feeling better about Camilo Doval than I'm feeling about Jimmy Butler.
I'm feeling better about Camilo Doval over Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, okay.
What, too soon, Greg Silver? Come on.
Were you surprised Kuminga played last night?
It was kind of out of necessity.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'd like to apologize. I was wrong.
Yeah,
Definitely wrong.
Tim went in on Jonathan Kuminga, saying he's not going to play a second in this series, but he had to last night. We'll get to it later.
He proclaimed, "It's over, everybody. Get over it.
It's over."
And then here comes Kuminga.
The minute he chimed in, I texted everybody. I said, "Yeah, I'm a jackass."
We'll get into a little bit of the Warrior game from last night.
Yep.
And then we'll throw you over to Levi Stadium again. The draft show gets going at 5 o'clock. We'll be here live doing some live look-ins with what's going on at the party. We'll get your guys' thoughts when the 49ers make their
This draft
selection.
is going to be crazy.
At number 11, do you think so?
It sounds like the Browns are going to try to trade down, and I think everybody was anticipating them taking Travis Hunter. We'll see.
Well, your take to me earlier when we got here, we were talking to a couple of the listeners here, and you said that you thought Shedeur Sanders is going to the second round.
That's what the news is lately.
Wouldn't it be great to watch Shedeur Sanders sit there all day today and not get picked in the first round?
We want to see this guy's dreams just fall apart.
It's not going to fall apart. I'm kind of tired of him.
You sick bastard.
I'm kind of worn on Shedeur Sanders.
No. I do think the Steelers will take him at 21, but if they don't take him at 21, then I do think he goes second round.
All right, so we'll see what happens there. Niners pick at number 11. The anticipation is that they're probably going to hold on to that selection. We'll see what happens in the guts of the draft. Matt Mayoko told us yesterday, actually it was Brian Peacock of the Locked On 49er podcast, we asked him whether or not he thought the 49ers would make all 11 selections themselves, and he said usually when you've got that many picks and you have an organization and a front office that's been as aggressive as John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have been in recent drafts, you try to acquire more picks or you move up in a different spot, especially if you've got 11 and they've got so many, 2 in the 5th round, which, as he said, I believe his quote was, the 5th rounders have done the heavy lifting for the draft in the John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan era. Again, we are live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar down here in San Jose. Come on by, hang out, have a beer, we'll talk some football, we'll watch some football.
Tacky's here.
Yeah, we have a tight little window here, so we're going to take a quick break. When we come on back, we'll get a little more into what happened last night with the Warriors. We'll get you the Bay Area sports calendar. I know everybody's dying for that. We're going to let you know what's going on this weekend in the Bay Area. So come on down, Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Again, an opportunity for you to enter to win a 49er grill bucket and an autographed football by Dwight Clark and Roger Craig. That's the football player, not the manager. That's a pretty sweet
I figured.
Pretty sweet football.
Not to mention there's a ton of swag that we're just at liberty to give away however we want.
How about that?
Swag.
Well, you get on that, Tim. We're going to take a quick break. Dirty Work rolls on. It's the greatest show in America. When we come on back to Jack's Restaurant, a little bit more on the Warriors, who even the series, actually Houston even the series last night.
Yeah, you called it.
1-1. I did call it. I didn't think it was going to happen in the way that it happened.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like it's great per Mark Spears.
I'm
on
not
Jimmy
feeling
Butler.
nicey about it.
I'm not feeling like Jimmy. I don't know how severe this is. The pelvic contusion.
Well, you know the Warriors love their contusions.
They do, especially the pelvic contusion.
And
That
Dirty Work
falls-
is the pelvis leader.
Yeah, when he falls on his tailbone. All right, we'll be back to Jack's Restaurant here. Dirty Work rolls on. It's draft day. The draft party is going on now. The draft
Vontae
starts
Mack, no matter what.
at 5 o'clock. It's Dirty Work, the greatest show in America on the pelvic leader.
The KNBR Draft Party kicks off at 5 p.m. live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose by the Westgate Mall. Who will the 49ers select at 11? How many burgers will Adam Copeland put down? Will Derek and Marcus become full-fledged members of the 49er faithful? You don't want to miss it, so get your butts here now.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Making the transition from work life to retirement life, it can be jarring and it can be disorienting, but it doesn't have to be that way. Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works best for you. Sooner than you think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't all have to happen in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline to help you transition into retirement confidently and to do so on your very own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group. I know him, great guy, big Giants fan, Bay Area dude. He's the guy you want to talk to, and they'll help you set up a complimentary review for your financial situation today. The number to call is 866-496-2300. Again, that number is 866-496-2300, or you can visit them online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.
Now back to Dirty Work, live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work rolls on. We are live from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. The draft gets going in, about 21 minutes away.
We are.
From the start of the NFL draft. Niners picking at 11, so it'll be a little bit while longer before they are on the clock. Basically, when they give me an hour or less than an hour of time, all I'm here to do is read commercials at you guys. So
That's right.
Tim is always bitching and moaning about me getting this done. So
Yeah, Tim.
we'll
It's
do
all
this.
I have.
How
We'll do
dare
this
you
right
make
here.
money for the station?
The people asked, and I deliver. So it's time now for your KNBR Bay Area sports calendar.
Oh, hell yeah.
Sponsored by
Yeah.
Surfside.
This is what you're all here for right now, right?
Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka, or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. You guys are wondering what's going on in the Bay Area this weekend because you don't have the internet. That's why you're here. You're listening to us. We tell you what happens on the Bay Area sports calendar. The Giants welcome Bruce Bochy and the Rangers for a 3-game set to Oracle Park. Brandon Crawford's going to be honored Saturday, and actually we'll be out there tomorrow.
We will.
At the patio for Giants baseball. Dirty work at 2 o'clock all the way up until taking you up until first pitch when the Rangers come to town. That's not all this weekend. The Warriors, who lost last night, they return to Oracle for Game 3 on Saturday against Houston at 5:30. Don't want to miss seeing who gets a technical first between Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green. You also got to find out whether or not Jimmy Butler's going to play.
Yeah, that's a big piece of information, which we don't have clarity on yet.
What's your level of confidence?
With a pelvic contusion, it's usually 2 games. That's what happened with Steph Curry. So I'm going to say he may miss on Saturday.
What did Mark Spears say?
Well, Mark Spears was on NBA Today.
I don't know why I asked you. I knew your answer would be negative.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm
You'd
always
say no.
negative.
Yeah.
Well, Mark Spears is saying that he talked to his agent, Bernie Lee. It says that he texted Mark Spears saying, pray for the Bear, but he's this is contradictory. He's optimistic for Butler's injury status.
NBA News is so dumb, dude. You have
Yeah, I
to
know.
cite the agent you spoke to now. Per Bernie Lee, Jimmy Butler's agent.
You mean the guy that was like angry at Shams Charania for making up crap about reports about him being traded? Anyway,
then he was right. That's not all, though. We got more on the Bay Area sports calendar for this weekend. You ready for this? Giants and Warriors night you're seeing? How about the singles pickleball and pool party with the Battery Club Saturday, 1:30 to 4:30 at the Bay Club Gateway in San Francisco? Pickleball and pool. What could be more romantic? Should let everybody know, too. This is maybe the most shocking news of the day. We were talking yesterday to John Dickinson, who informed us that he had asked Greg Papa for a ride from the airport.
Yes.
And we put out a poll yesterday asking whether or not you thought that was likely. Even John Dickinson voted himself. I should probably find backup plans. There's no way Greg Papa's going to pick me up from the airport. That's right, JD. You better be at Terminal 11 as soon as I'm ready to get you.
and I'm not waiting any longer than 5 minutes.
Do we have confirmation?
We have confirmation courtesy of Mike Holler. All are present at Levi's, and yes, Greg Papa picked up John Dickinson.
Give it up for Greg Papa, dude.
Unbelievable.
Extremely noble of him.
He got no applause. Did no applause, dude. It was just me. It's like me and one other dude
Never picked
clapped.
me up for anything in my life.
You'll be picked up by Mott, and I'll get my driver to do it. Dirty Work rolls on. We are live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose, 1502 Saratoga Avenue. We've got an opportunity for you Niner fans to win a 49ers grill bucket and a football autographed by the late Dwight Clark and running back Roger Craig. And because the draft starts in about 18 minutes, I got to take another break. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose, this is Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work rolls on from Jack's Restaurant and Bar here in San Jose. We got a lot of 49er fans out here for the 49er Draft Party, the 2025 KNBR 49er Draft Party. The draft gets going in just under 15 minutes, and we'll throw you down to Levi Stadium, where John Dickinson, Greg Papa, and Todd Husak are getting ready to walk you through the first round, and we'll be doing live look-ins here, getting our reaction, some listener and fan reaction as to what goes on with the 49ers. Would you be surprised if they didn't take a defensive lineman in the first round?
Well, dude, I mean, when it comes to mock drafts, I really don't look at a lot of them, but I do trust Daniel Jeremiah, and his mock draft last night shocked the hell out of me. He thinks the Niners are taking Gray Zamble, the guard from North Dakota State, and
Correct me if I'm wrong, guard's an offensive line position.
Yes, it is, and I think the Niners need defensive linemen in the first round. But the Niners definitely need offensive linemen, but I think a lot of Niner fans would be disappointed if that ends up being the pick at 11.
Well, is any football fan really stoked when their team has a year like the Niners had last year and then takes an offensive lineman in the first?
Yeah.
It's not a sexy pick.
No, I mean, it definitely wouldn't be sexy.
But you need to protect the quarterback, and they obviously didn't do a good job of that.
But everything I've heard is that there's definitely depth as far as offensive line in this draft, so they could have done that maybe later on if they do it. But, yeah, if the Niners go offensive line, I think a lot of people will be disappointed, especially with how many glaring needs they have on the defensive line. All
right, just a quick thought on the Warriors, because we are going to have to take one more break before we get ready to get you out for the draft coverage. On the Warriors last night, I mean, weren't playing well before the injury happened to Jimmy Butler. It wasn't ideal that Brandon Pajemski went through his pregame warm-ups. Remember, he cropped up on the injury report. Was it about maybe an hour before the game, hour and a half before the game? We talked to John Dickinson, who was live from Houston. And by the way, anybody wondering about whether or not Greg Papa did pick him up, go to KNBR's social media account. KNBR's
we got
Twitter
video
account.
Evidence of it.
We have actual video evidence of Greg popping open his trunk at the curb. Throw your junk in my trunk, JD.
Unbelievable.
We'll get you over to the draft show.
That's what he would say.
That sounds like something Pop would say. Anyway, JD was out in Houston, so we talked to him, and he said he saw Pajemski going through his pregame warm-ups, said it was pretty normal, and then he ended up playing in the game and then basically got sick and had to remove himself, right?
No, he did, and maybe it was a puke and rally where he came back later on in the third quarter. But
nice.
No, I mean the game was honestly it was over as soon as Jimmy got hurt. I mean it wasn't like it kind of had the vibes a little bit of the Memphis game a couple years ago.
Didn't feel good before he got hurt.
No, it didn't feel good, but at least they had a chance. Like at least the Rockets weren't totally blowing him out. It was pretty manageable. But yeah, without Jimmy Butler, I mean they definitely need him for this series. So the Rockets have all the momentum now, and if the Warriors don't have Jimmy Butler, I think they're definitely in trouble. But I would even say with Jimmy Butler, without Jimmy Butler, the size advantage for the Rockets right now, I think the Warriors need to make a change with their lineup. I would go bigger. I would start Kevon Looney, something to equal what the Rockets are doing with the rebounds right now.
Yeah, I mean you got Quentin Post out there for 25 minutes yesterday.
Quentin Post has been brutal.
And he has not played well. Jonathan Kuminga 26 minutes yesterday. You anticipate that if Jimmy doesn't,
we'll save that for tomorrow. I mean, Jonathan Kuminga, what can you say at this point? He was rusty, but he did not look good either.
Yeah, 4 of 12 shooting. It's kind of what I expected from him. As Tim said yesterday in his Tim's Wednesday takes and trivia, that's probably it for Jonathan Kuminga. He played yesterday out of necessity. It wasn't ideal, and he wouldn't have played had they had both Brandon Pajemski and Jimmy Butler. I also thought it was kind of funny that when he entered the game, so did Pat Spencer. It kind of felt like Steve Kerr was like, look, don't get too high on yourself, all right, Kuminga? We got Pat Spencer in the game, too. By the way, I thought Spencer might have looked better than
Might have outplayed him.
But that was only out of necessity, too, because of Brandon Pajemski's
well, of course. You need somebody else who could handle the ball, right?
Exactly.
You need somebody out there. So we will take another quick break. When we come back, just a couple more thoughts on the draft. Derek's got all kinds of notes here, man.
I do.
What'd you write down? What kind of good stuff you got in there?
Oh, I scribbled some stuff on my, amazing handwriting.
I tell you guys all the time, looks like he writes with his feet. Look at this. Listeners here can see it, dude.
Well, if I can read it, that's all that matters.
Looks like Sanskrit.
Yeah, sometimes.
Dead language.
Adam Copeland, D-Bob, Tim Webb with you live from Jack's Restaurant.
All right, Tim.
In San Jose. We'll take a quick break. We will get you over to Levi Stadium for the beginning of the draft at 5 o'clock. Marcus Boucher's in the house here now. Is he still over here?
He's right there.
There he is. Greg Silver's here. Jack Loader's here. And then our guy, Mr. KNBR, will be here a little bit later. We got plenty more to come from Jack's Restaurant.
Where the hell's Rusty?
And Levi Stadium. It's Dirty Work. Greatest show in America rolls on the Sports Leader.
The KNBR Draft Party kicks off at 5 p.m. live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose by the Westgate Mall. The beers will be flowing, Roger Goodell will be schmarmy, and the chime will be ringing in your ears for the next 47 hours. We also have it on good authority that KNBR's John Curley will be there, and he will have freshly pressed slacks. So get to Jack's. Do it now!
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, so many people have concerns and questions when it gets to tax season. Things like, what do I do if I can't pay my taxes? What should they do, Steve?
They should call us. This is so frustrating, scary. People get upset. They feel like they're drowning under 1,000 feet of water, and it doesn't have to be. There's so many good solutions. One of them is if we can qualify you to pay just part of what you owe and the government forgives the rest. Or forgive the penalties. Sometimes the penalties and the interest are more than the taxes. Or make monthly payments to the IRS that you can really afford. Not what some IRS agent says you can afford, but what you can really afford. Or shift the blame where it belongs, to your former spouse or former business partner, or a lot of other good solutions. We've been doing this for a long time. I could take your whole show explaining this, but I know you have a few other items that you want to go over. But in our free consultation, we explain everything that applies to the person. All you have to do is call us up. We'll explain everything to you. And then if you want us to, we'll do everything for you. So you don't have to talk to the IRS, deal with them, have anything to do with them. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, what can you do for me?
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call. The number 1-888-TAX-SEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose, this is Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
We are live from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. Make sure, if you're in the area, come on by, hang out. We'll be here till 9 o'clock tonight. The Niners are on the clock at number 11. Draft is under 5 minutes away, and we'll throw you over to Levi Stadium, where Greg Papa, John Dickinson, and Todd Husak will be walking you through the entirety of the first round. And we'll do some live look-ins. We'll get some listener reaction as to what happens with the Niners at number 11. How you feeling about your Raiders today?
It's going to be interesting. I don't know if Ashton Genty.
I don't know. Nobody's really worried about it. We're doing a Niner.
We'll get into it.
I asked you because I didn't really want an answer. I was just.
Well, you're going to get an answer later.
Why do we have to get an answer on
because
your Raiders?
The Raiders picking at 6 will impact what the Niners do at 11.
Will it?
Yes, it will.
You think so?
I think the draft starts at number 5.
Do you want Shedeur Sanders?
No, I don't.
Do you want Ashton Genty?
I could be persuaded on Ashton Genty. I think it's a little too much to draft a running back at number 6. But it sounds like the Chicago Bears really want him at 5. I don't know if the Jaguars, this is all just a smokescreen. So we'll see what happens. But I think we know. I mean, there's rumors about the Browns wanting to trade down. If we take everything for what we know right now, I think that it's obviously Cam Ward 1, Travis Hunter 2, Abdul Carter 3, and Will Campbell 4. Then things start at number 5, what the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to do.
I'm interested in where the Browns would go and who would want to trade up, because it's somebody who would want to trade up to get Travis Hunter, correct?
But the Browns have been talking nonstop about Travis Hunter, and I mean, you showed me the clip the other day of Andrew Berry. He thinks that Travis Hunter, Shohei Ohtani, which I don't know if that's an apt comparison, but it's going to be very interesting. I doubt they trade back. I think they take Travis Hunter at 2.
Do you believe Travis Hunter is going to play both ways? I mean, I anticipate that maybe there'll be packages for him, but I can't imagine that he's a full-time two-way player.
I think the only team that really sees that and values that is the Cleveland Browns. I think every other team would convince him, look, you're a young guy, you think you could do both, but it's best you dedicate your full time to one position. But I think the way that Andrew Berry talks, he actually thinks that he can play both positions.
I mean, skill set wise, he's been a fantastic receiver and was in college, but he's projecting to be like an all-pro Hall of Fame talent type of DB.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, there's not many great defensive backs or corners in the league. There's Patrick Surtain and Derek Stingley.
Just won a Defensive Player of the Year.
Sauce Gardner. But there's so many good wide receivers, and honestly, I don't know what he's better at, but I think that he would be a all-pro. I think
he's a better corner, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's an all-pro. He's definitely an all-pro shutdown corner. He definitely has talent at wide receiver, but I don't think he's going to be a difference maker at wide receiver. I mean, yes and no, but he's not going to be a Hall of Fame talent at wide receiver. I see the comps like him to be like Jarvis Landry. I honestly think he should play full-time corner and then do packages where he's a wide receiver.
So do you anticipate lots of movement in the first round today? I mean, if the Browns move off of 2, that would be, I would say, a pretty big surprise.
I doubt that happens.
I don't think they're going to move off of 2 because usually that kind of stuff happens earlier, like prior to the draft starting. Weeks before, we talked with Matt Mayoko about this the other day, and he said, remember when the 49ers traded up to get that number 3 pick, they wanted time to evaluate everybody at that position, at the quarterback spot, and be able to make their selection after Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson go 1 and 2 before they go out and they draft Trey Lance. It just seems to trade for a pick that high. Sure, you know who you're taking in that spot, but hardly anybody who's picking beyond that is thinking about interviewing or talking to Travis Hunter, I think, in the same capacity.
Right.
Because you're not anticipating when you get to draft day that number 2 pick is going to be moved.
I think it's a lot of talk. I think that John Lynch actually kind of nailed it where everybody wants to trade down because everybody thinks this is kind of a weak draft class. I do believe that we're not going to see a lot of trades. I think that, if anything, guys want to trade down. There won't be a lot of movement. I think you're going to see a very straightforward draft in the first round today.
Well, we will sign off from Dirty Work now. The draft gets going here. They're like playing the Open almost up on ESPN right now. We've got our full first-round draft coverage coming your way from Levi Stadium, and we'll be doing live look-ins here at the draft show. If you're at work right now, you're listening, you're driving by, come on by Jack's Restaurant and Bar here at Westgate Shopping Center in San Jose. We'll be hanging out till 9 o'clock. We'll get some live listener reaction. Plus, you can enter for your chance to win a 49er Grill Bucket and a Dwight Clark and Roger Craig autographed football. Plus, Niners Nightly Draft Show after the first round tonight at 9 o'clock. Larry Krueger going to review the first round, and he'll do his syrup rankings.
Yes, he will.
With Diners Nightly.
Can't wait for that.
So we'll be back. We'll be doing some live check-ins here at Jack's Restaurant and Bar. We'll throw it out now to Greg Papa, Todd Husak, John Dickinson, who are live from Levi Stadium, getting you ready
here
for the first round. Your brother's here. How about that? Of the NFL draft. You know who didn't drop him off?
I know who didn't pick him up either.
It was Greg, because he was picking up JD.
Yep.
You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. The KNBR Draft Show starts right now.
Welcome to the 2025 KNBR NFL Draft Show.
With the 11th pick in the NFL Draft.
Featuring John Dickinson, Todd Husak, and the voice of the 49ers, Greg Papa. Live from 49ers headquarters in Santa Clara.
The San Francisco 49ers select.
Also Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, and Marcus Boucher at the KNBR Draft Party at Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose.
Touchdown! San Francisco! Cisco.
Now, let's go down to 49ers headquarters across the hall from the Team War Room. Here's your host, John Dickinson.
All right, welcome in. It is the 2025 KNBR NFL Draft Show here on KNBR. As it is John Dickinson, Greg Papa, Todd Husak with us here as we're going to be with you for the next 4 hours, and we're going to be going through all the picks as the draft set to begin from Lambeau Field in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Fellas, 49ers, I think it's safe to say this is a pivotal draft for the 49ers. 11 picks, and they are going to be on the clock tonight at number 11. Greg, Todd, great to be with you. We're going to have a lot of fun here for the next 4 hours.
Well, great to be with you. And last year, Todd, you were so fabulous having all the quarterbacks. 6 of the first 12 picks were quarterbacks. Maybe only one early before the Niners pick, and we'll see. But it was an offensive-heavy draft. We didn't have a defensive player taken until pick 15 last year. The first 14 were all offensive players, but there are a lot of good defensive players. I think we'll have one go as early as number 3, Abdul Carter. And to get in the mood of a defensive mindset, I have already had a scoop and a score. I got JD at San Jose Airport and got him here on time. Even though you were fashionably late, I almost got many tickets circling around.
Yes.
Circling. He'll be here in a minute. But good to have you, JD. Welcome.
Yeah, great to be here, and it's going to be quite the evening. And, yeah, just fresh off the flight, scoop and score from Houston right here to 49ers HQ. And what a night. The Tennessee Titans are about to be on the clock here with the number 1 pick in the draft, and things have started to shape out where it looks like that's become an obvious pick here with Cam Ward set to be the number 1 overall pick here. But quarterback's not truly the order of the first round, which is something unusual from drafts previous.
Well, I think there's going to be a fascinating discussion on how teams approach the quarterback position. Number one, if you don't have one, you're in for a rough season. And we saw it last year. The teams that have a quarterback, not just one in place, but one that they can grow upon. We saw it last year with the Commanders. They draft Jaden Daniels. He has a great season. They make the playoffs. I think all teams are looking to draft not just a quarterback, but one that can help take them over the next 4 or 5 seasons, and they can build around him. And by the way, you said offensive heavy. You're not looking at Travis Hunter as a defensive player?
He's a unicorn. Yeah. He's completely different. I don't know where to put him. Yeah, he is a great offensive player.
He is one of the best players I've ever seen. I've watched his tape. He is a A-plus receiver. He is an A-plus corner. I think whatever team drafts him, likely the Cleveland Browns will get a A-plus player on both sides of the ball.
Well, the draft is at Lambeau Field or outside Lambeau, and in training camp, all their players ride bicycles to the practice field for training camp. So Roger Goodell, before he gets booed lustily, even in Green Bay, Wisconsin, Middle America, he's going to get booed, but he came in on the first bicycle. First of all, just a word about Lambeau Field, and to have the draft at 1265 Lombardi Avenue. I mean, we were there this year for
November, yeah.
Late November. Game didn't go real well. It wasn't that cold, but it was the only older sporting venues in our country are Wrigley Field and Fenway Park. This is the cathedral of pro football, and it's so great to bring it to Lambeau Field. But the commissioner just got off the bicycle like they do in training camp, and he's going to put the Tennessee Titans on the clock and then get booed.
Oh, boy.
Okay, welcome to the 2025 NFL Draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin. People said that Green Bay was too small for this, with a population of 107,000. But we have over 125,000 people here and still counting. Obviously, Green Bay may be small, but it's mighty. Thank you all for welcoming us here tonight, and hope you have a great few days. next generation of stars into the NFL and bring hope to every NFL team, and we may have a few surprises for you tonight. But first, let's hear from some of your Packer greats. Please welcome Clay Matthews, Jordy Nelson.
So the Titans are going to be on the clock. They're welcoming a lot of the legends of Packers past here with the draft.
James Jones from San Jose, Gunderson High School.
Yeah, James Jones among them. And then, of course, Roger will come back and say that the Tennessee Titans officially are on the clock and will have 10 minutes to make their pick, which will be the initial setting of the clock for the 49ers, who will come up at that point an hour from when the Titans make their pick, roughly here or there. Obviously, you don't have to use the entire 10 minutes, but Niners right around 6:15-ish to be
Yeah,
on
we
the
got
clock.
about an hour to get there. So this is obviously going to be Cam Ward. He's going to be the number one pick. I went to the NFL Scouting Combine for the first time in my life this year, and it was fascinating. And just talking to all the Tennessee Titan coaches, and Nick Holtz is their offensive coordinator from De La Salle High School. He's been around the league a long time. They pretty much made up their mind. They were taking Cam Ward. You saw him a couple of years at Washington State before he went to Miami and took off. First team All-American. Is he a lock? Success number one pick in your eyes, Todd?
Cam Ward has a lot of the traits that you want to see in a number one quarterback. He's a big, strong athlete with a big arm who can change arm angles. He's got a feel for the pocket. I think one of the things that stood out to me his ability to feel the rush, step up, not necessarily scramble, but move in the pocket and deliver the ball down the field. And he's got all the skills. Again, I mentioned it earlier. If you don't have a quarterback, it's going to be a tough season for you. And the Titans feel like this guy can bring them to some wins, and they've got to build around him. But he is the centerpiece of a team that needs some help.
And the Tennessee Titans, we'll see how it all shakes out. They are a team that is on the 49ers schedule this coming season to play right here where we are at Levi Stadium. So the schedule comes out in a couple of weeks, but the 49ers could see Cam Ward here in 2025.
And Brian Callahan, obviously, is their second-year head coach. We know him well. That's Bill's son. He was a De La Salle quarterback like Nick Holtz. Rand Carthon was there just ever so briefly. He was with the Niners organization. He was their GM. They brought him in when they fired John Robinson, and now Rand got fired, and Mike Borgonzi is the guy, and he comes from Kansas City a little bit. And, Cam Ward is a big, strong, 6'2", 220-pound quarterback. They do have Will Levis on the roster. I don't know what they're going to do with him. He actually was out in California now working with Jordan Palmer, trying to work on his footwork and get better, but his decision-making was just poor. And Cam played a lot of college football. He threw 158 touchdown passes in college football, an NCAA record. So they expect him to come in right away. The comp for him, as far as the Titans organization, is the great Steve Air McNair. Just the body, the ability, especially when he rolls to his right, Todd, the way bigger players just kind of drape all over him. And he does make some wild, like the Cal throw where he threw it back across his body and it got intercepted for a pick six. There's some wildness in his game. He threw 7 picks last year. Wasn't great in the red zone. But he is kind of that Steve McNair. I don't know if he'll run quite like Air McNair, but he has that big body, tough to get on the ground.
Well, he did that another time, too. Rolled all the way to his right, tried to throw it back to the numbers on the left and threw another interception. But I think what they're looking for is a guy, I like the Air McNair comparison, where he is a guy that will come in. Number one, he's played a lot of football. You said the 158 touchdowns, NCAA record. He will come in with some experience. I think it's fascinating the way the college football game has gone the last few years. Guys transfer, learn a new system, get up and running, and have success. He's shown that ability. Jaden Daniels did that both at ASU and at LSU. Came in, learned a new system, had success. I think Cam Ward has that ability to come in and have success early. It's going to be tough because that team is not very good. They don't have a lot of pieces around him, but they can build around him.
Todd Husak, Greg Papa, John Dickinson back here, 49ers HQ. We also, throughout the night, have got our KNBR Draft Party, which is going on at Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. And we've got Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Marcus Boucher out there as well. So let's hand it out to them real quick and figure out just where all the fun they're having down there as the party kind of gets rolling here on this draft night.
Thanks, JD. It's the calm before the storm as we're live here from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose. Come on by. Faithful, get down here. If you're down in the South Bay or you're nearby, you're getting off work, come by, have a beer. Niners not on the clock until number 11. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher here hanging out with me. What's going on, Marcus? How are you, bro?
What's up, boys? Always glad to be back in the 408 down here in San Jose. I used to live right down the street, so I'm glad to be back in my old neighborhood.
Nice.
And usually I'm hosting a morning show with some type of neat freak, so I'm glad to hang out with the Dirty Work boys.
We are
Nice,
definitely not
dude.
neat freaks.
Yeah, nice to get your filth on, dude, on the with the afternoon show. So how you feeling about the draft? Where do you think the Niners go? Derek's pretty convinced the Niners are going to go offensive line after some reports he saw this morning. What do you,
go ahead.
what are you thinking about the Niners' first pick at number 11?
I'm thinking defensive line. Whether you want to talk about an edge rusher or an interior defensive lineman. A week ago, I didn't think a guy like Mason Graham could potentially be on the board, but the rumors I'm hearing, he might fall out of the top 10. So if he's on the board at 11, that's got to be the pick to me to improve that rush defense for the 49ers.
What do you like about Mason Graham?
How he stops the run. Now, I know there are some people who critique him because he doesn't have the highest upside as a pass rusher, but we need to find guys in the trenches for the 49ers who can slow down the run after they allowed nearly 125 yards per game with teams running all over them. I'm looking for a guy like Mason Graham to kind of congest everything up the middle.
Now, Derek, why do you think, or what were you seeing that suggests that it could be an offensive lineman?
Well, anyway, I see a lot of mock drafts, and I trust Daniel Jeremiah, and his mock draft last night was pretty telling where he thinks that's going to be Gray Zabel, the guard from North Dakota State. And while the Niners do need offensive line help, I agree with Marcus 100%. They do need to improve that defensive line. So if Mason Graham is there at 11, I would take him. I know that a lot of people don't like him. He's falling in this draft. They don't like that his body weight in the offseason is not as good as his playing weight. So I would say definitely they need defensive line help. I think if they come away in the first round, they don't get a defensive lineman, then I think it's a wasted opportunity here.
Marcus, you see these reports potentially with Cleveland interested in maybe moving the number 2 pick. That would surprise me on draft day.
It would surprise me too because I think everybody kind of penciled in Travis Hunter for the number 2 pick. So the question is, what do the Cleveland Browns want to do and who's going to move up? I mean, we've seen the 49ers move up before. I know Jordan Schultz from Fox Sports said the 49ers could be a team that potentially trade up. I don't know who they trade up for unless you're talking about a guy like Abdul Carter or maybe even a guy like Travis Hunter falling down outside the top 2 or 3.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Marcus the Waterboy Boucher, again, live from Jack's Restaurant. We'll be here for the draft party until 9 o'clock tonight. How many beers can we drink between now and the 11th pick, and then from there until 9 o'clock? So we'll do that. Pat H is here. Tacky's here. Rockin' New Era's here. We got the Mexican-American Nightmare here. They're all here. Everybody's hanging out. We'll throw it back to our guys at 49-49, John Dickinson, Greg Papa, and Todd Husak.
Yeah, and if you're down in the area, you want to check it out, 1502 Saratoga Avenue in San Jose for the KNBR Draft Party. The Titans on the clock, about to make their pick here. Pick is in, so we'll go back to the Commissioner, Roger Goodell, and then maybe get into a little bit of what the guys were talking about. Could Mason Graham really fall? I think that would be one of the names, at least on my board, that might be worth moving up a little bit to get if he started to fall. But, depending upon, you'd see him anywhere but top 5, top 4, top 5, but it seems like maybe he's slipping a little bit here.
Well, when you look at this pick here, so the first 3 picks in the draft, Tennessee, Cleveland, and the Giants, they all had 3-14 records. And it looked like the Giants were going to have the number 1 pick overall in the draft, and then they won the last game of the year against the Indianapolis Colts, and didn't turn out well for the Colts in that game, and the Giants wound up dropping to number 3. You've heard a lot of reports about Joe Shane being on the phone trying to trade up to get the number 1 pick in the draft, but Borgonzi, the new GM in Tennessee, wanted nothing to do with it. They're going to just pick the quarterback, and they're going to take their guy after missing with Will Levis. Brian Callahan, their new head coach, second-year head coach, is on the phone with, we presume, Cam Ward, Todd. So I think we're going to get this announcement. And then the intrigue will start, and, will somebody trade up? We're hearing a lot about Jacksonville maybe moving up from 5 to 2 to steal Travis Hunter, but the commissioner is approaching the microphone to announce the number 1 pick, the number 1 selection in 2025.
Come on. With the first pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward, quarterback, Miami.
All right, so Cam Ward goes number 1, something that had been anticipated here really for the last couple of weeks, that was the way that Tennessee was going to go. Definitely, as everybody woke up here this morning, Todd, just been already discussing it a little bit, your early impressions of everything that he can do.
Well, he's a guy that will come in and maybe make up for some deficiencies that the rest of the offense has, because they do not have a lot of great players on that Tennessee team. But having a quarterback in place, building around him, he's a guy. I saw a note today, 80% of the number 1 overall picks have started 80 games in their career. So he's a guy that if they feel like he's the guy that can play, he's going to get a chance to establish that franchise as one that might come up in the AFC South and make some noise. Maybe not this year because their team has so many deficiencies, but over the next few years, if they can add some pieces around him, be a guy that they can count on to lead them into the playoffs.
And Pop, real quick, do you think he's somebody that would project to play sooner
without
than later?
They did not take him. Again, he threw 158 touchdown passes in his college career. So he's going to play right away at 39 last year for Miami. We'll see what they do with Will Levis. I would not be surprised if they move him off the roster completely, but they're trying to clean up his mechanics. But they did not take he's going to have to earn it, obviously, and there'll be a competition. Brian Callahan is just not going to give him the job. But they did not take this guy, number 1, to sit on the bench very long. I do anticipate him starting, and we are going to get the NFL schedule, the commissioner said today, in a couple of weeks. And the Tennessee Titans are coming to Levi's this year.
By the way, a guy that started at Incarnate Word.
Yes, I used to get my car washed, by the way, in San Antonio.
A zero-star recruit, goes to Incarnate Word, goes to Washington State, has some success, and then goes to...
Well, we have a trade.
Wow.
The Jacksonville Jaguars, has been rumored, have traded up from 5 to 2. So the Jaguars give up a fourth-round pick this year, number 104, sixth-round pick, number 200. Cleveland will pick up they're going to pick up the coveted second-round pick, number 36 overall. What a move here. The new GM in Jacksonville is James Gladstone, who does come from the L.A. Rams. So we assume that now the draft is off the hook here because they're going to take Travis Hunter, obviously, which leads what's going to happen with Ashton Genty. But Cleveland just dropped down from 2 to 5. We heard this rumor that it was out there that Gladstone would be aggressive. We just didn't think Andrew Berry and Cleveland would necessarily trade back. But they just moved from 2 to 5, and they get the 36th pick early tomorrow in the second round.
And Liam Cohen, the new head coach for the Jacksonville Jaguars, I think wants Travis Hunter, and I don't blame him. I've watched Travis Hunter's tape. He is an exceptional player, not just on offense, but on defense, a guy that you can plug in. He will be a starter day 1 at corner and is easily the number 1 wide receiver prospect in this draft, too. So he's a guy that can come in and have an impact on both sides of the ball. I think it'll be fascinating to see how they handle him. How many reps does he get on offense? How many reps does he get on defense? What does he do to help that team get out of the bottom of the AFC South?
Go ahead, Pop.
This is interesting because James Gladstone was with the L.A. Rams for 9 years. Les Snead made a lot of bold moves going back years ago before they even had Sean McVay there. They traded up to get Jared Goff and gave up a lot. Brad Holmes also has gone to Detroit, so he's from that same family. Tony Baselli has taken over as the executive vice president, general manager. He's a Pro Bowl, a Hall of Fame tackle. We thought they would try to fortify their offensive line. Then we heard yesterday they're going to be bold and get Ashton Genty, number 5 overall, and not go with an offensive lineman. So this is a bold play. You were talking about Travis Hunter. He's the best football player you've seen since. Now, you played with Champ Bailey. You played with Deion Sanders. Yep. I think some of these guys had the ability to play both ways, but no one gave him the opportunity to play both ways. So right away he has said he's playing or he's going to quit. He's going to play offense and defense. So Jacksonville and obviously Liam Cohen, their new head coach, is going to use him, you would think, on offense, and we'll see. But this is a bold play by the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Champ Bailey was the best corner, one of the top 3 corners in the NFL. He could have been a Pro Bowl wide receiver. I mean, he was that talented, and the Redskins at the time, when I was with them, did not use him on the offensive side. I think Travis Hunter, you watch his tape at the wide receiver position, he's exceptional. He's not good. He's great. And he's a great corner. So I think Liam Cohen must have a plan for him on how they're going to use him. Can they get him 60 catches and still play a full season at the corner position.
And I think you could make the case. I mean, Cam Ward goes number 1, but Jacksonville coming up in this trade with Cleveland that they're getting the best player in the draft.
I agree.
In Travis Hunter. Spending to do it, and I know Adam Schefter had a quick little report on Cleveland's MO in this whole thing, potentially looking to use one of the picks they're acquiring either this year or next year on a quarterback a little bit later on.
Well, is Travis Hunter like Shohei Ohtani? I mean, he's that good in 2 positions.
Well, that's what Andrew Barry said, and he just traded him.
Yeah.
So who the hell trades Shohei? In the same vein, I think there could have been baseball players that had the ability to do both. I think if Babe Ruth decided to play, pitch while he was hitting, he could have done it. They didn't have a universal DH back then. It just didn't work out. They allowed Shohei to do it because he set up the parameters coming from Japan to do it. That's what I'm going to do. And everybody acquiesced, and he's great at it. So we'll see. I mean, realistically, the meeting rooms, the volume, coaches, he's going to have to major on
hard.
one side of the ball. It is just really hard. He has special ability. I think as a corner, he's more of an off guy who drives on the ball, but his ball skills are insane. Would you have him be an offensive player? And the head coach is Liam Cohn. So would he be right away in your offensive room, your wide receiver, your go-to guy immediately, and then have him, maybe play nickelback or sub in on defense or the other way around? Or he played 114 snaps a game in college. Who does that? Does he just do both?
Well, he is wide receiver 1, even with Brian Thomas.
Brian Thomas
I think
is good.
He steps right in and becomes a wide receiver. All of a sudden, them and Brian Thomas, that's an offense that you can.
There's the commissioner now
yeah.
with Eric Armstead, by the way, to announce the trade and Jacksonville's pick.
I'm honored to take a moment to recognize a player who's made a profound impact on and off the field. The Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognizes one player each year who best represents greatness and compassion both on and off the field and in the community. Tonight, we are proudly joined by the 2024 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, Eric Armstead.
First off, I want to say thank you to the commissioner. Thank you to the Payton family and the NFL and Nationwide. And also, tonight I want to encourage each player embarking on the NFL journey to identify a passion close to their heart and act upon it. Use your platform to make your community, the league, and this world a better place. As we remember Walter Payton, strive to leave a positive legacy of your own. Thank you. We have a trade. The Cleveland Browns have traded the 2nd pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And with the 2nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter, wide receiver, defensive back from Colorado.
So the Jacksonville steps up. They get Travis Hunter, and that now leaves the Giants, Patriots, and the Browns, who just flip with the Jags to come up as the next 3 picks here as we get ever so close to the 49ers making their pick. I said about 6:15. I'm bad at math. It's actually going to be closer to 6:45 when you get to the 10.
Either way, the draft started with a blockbuster trade.
Major trade.
We love Eric Armstead. He was nominated 3 straight years for the Walter Payton Man of the Year. When he was a Niner, never won, went to Jacksonville and won this year, and then he nailed the microphone there, so that was great for Eric.
All right, Greg Papa, Todd Husak, John Dickinson. We're here at 49ers HQ. It's the KNBR 2025 NFL Draft Show right here on 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
The KNBR Draft Party kicks off at 5 p.m. live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose by the Westgate Mall. The beers will be flowing, Roger Goodell will be schmarmy, and the chime will be ringing in your ears for the next 47 hours. We also have it on good authority that KNBR's John Curley will be there, and he will have freshly pressed slacks. So get to Jack's. Do it now!
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward, quarterback, Miami.
Live from 49ers headquarters in Santa Clara, this is the 2025 NFL Draft Show on the Sports Leader.
What a start to the NFL Draft with Cam Ward going number 1 overall, the Miami quarterback, to the Tennessee Titans, and then the trade. The Jags come up from 5, and they swap with Cleveland to take Travis Hunter, the two-way player from Colorado, and the Giants are on the clock. It's Giants, Pats, and then the Browns in the flop with the Jags, and the pick is in. So we'll go to the commissioner back at Lambeau Field here in just a moment to see what the Giants are going to do. But, Pop, what do you think early on?
Wow,
It's a wild start, and the Giants, Abdul Carter?
So the beauty about this draft, this is the first time since the common draft, which started before the merger, but they already agreed to the merger in 67, started playing each other in 70. First time since the merger of 67 where each team has their own draft pick. Nobody has more than one pick, and nobody, no trades before. They're all going to pick where they were slotted based on their record. Here's the third pick in the draft.
The New York Giants select Abdul Carter, defensive end, Penn State.
Yeah, that was the guy. He was mocked there. He's a force. There's no doubt. Penn State, you saw him right away. A little bit undersized, Todd, but obviously as far as pure speed off the edge, running the hoop, there aren't too many players that have come in the NFL more equipped. We'll see if he's a three-down player and he can handle the run, but there's no doubt he can heat up the quarterback.
No, he's 245 pounds and gets off the edge like a guy shot out of a cannon. I mean, he has bend and strength, and teams love his ability to create havoc. And I think that's what teams want. Giants in particular need some help up front. And with Kayvon Thibodeau and now Abdul Carter,
Brian Burns,
they will cause some problems for team. He played stand-up linebacker. Chop Robinson, who came out last year, got drafted by the Dolphins in the first round. But I think Abdul Carter has that range, long arms, the ability to get to the ball carrier. He is sideline to sideline. He's going to cause some problems for the opposition.
I do wonder if they will trade Kayvon Thibodeau at some point this weekend and what they could get back, and that'd be worthy of a conversation. I wouldn't give him a first-round pick, but you may be able to get him on the cheap because they got Brian Burns in, who's a great edge rusher, and you can move one of these guys inside. I'm not sure how that works, so Thibodeau may be available. But we were just setting it up that first times in the modern era in '67, everybody has their own pick, and then we get this humongous trade.
It lasted
Jacksonville goes from 5 up to 2, and they take Travis Hunter, a transcendent player. But Cleveland now, so New England's on the clock. I think most people think they're going to take Will Campbell, the blindside protector for Drake May, the quarterback out of LSU. But I'm wondering now what Cleveland is going to do at number 5. Keep in mind, Cleveland already had the first pick of day 2 tomorrow at 33. By trading back from 2 to 5, they also have the 36th pick in the draft tomorrow.
So they have the ability to make their pick here and do what they want.
They have 33 and 36 tomorrow. So I don't think they're going to take a quarterback at 5. They could shock us and take Jackson Dart, but that's probably too early. But they could take 33 and 36 and move up into the back end of the first round today. So what a haul. Travis Hunter is that kind of player. Obviously, he's a unicorn. He's a one of one. But Andrew Berry moving back from 2 to 5, and he got other draft picks as well. But the big one was he got the 36th pick in the draft after he already has the 33rd pick.
I'm shocked they gave up on Travis Hunter, who I think you're right. He is transcendent. He is a player on both sides of the ball that will come in not just be a good starter, a great starter. And so to give up on that pick, they've got to have some plans. They have some holes to fill, of course, playing in that AFC North. It's not an easy schedule, but I think the Browns are I'd be surprised if they didn't make another move, not just pick at 5 and then pick later in the first round.
Well, and I think the Browns are signaling to everyone that they've got a bunch of places that they want to improve, and that while Travis Hunter's great, they want to, and I know they were a good team.
They were a playoff team
2
years ago when Joe Flacco was the quarterback. They're not. I know they fell apart last year.
They fell apart last year. They need a quarterback.
They're not that far away.
They're not. And again, another one of these teams. We talked about Tennessee on the Niners schedule. Jacksonville on the Niners schedule. The Giants on the Niners schedule.
Thought we had an easy schedule. What's going on here?
All these teams that are a part of that easy schedule are picking in the top of the draft here. The Browns at 5, another team on the Niners schedule. The Patriots will break up that run here when they select in the coming minutes here at number 4 overall. As you mentioned, Will Campbell, the likely pick here. That's been the guy who's been the most mocked to be going to New England.
Yeah, you would think so. Mike Vrabel is their new head coach. Elliott Wolf will make the call. They got Josh McDaniels now. They brought him back to New England as their offensive coordinator. And Will Campbell obviously is a great player at LSU. He's a 3-year starter, first-team All-American. The one thing on him, and he pushed back big time, is the arm length. It's 32 and 5/8, which is not typical for a guy who's going to play on the edge. Now, he is 6'6", so what he lacks in arm length, he makes up for in pure size. But I don't know where else they would really go. They could go a number of places, honestly, but most people think they would take him at number 4 overall here. They did not have a good offensive line last year. Drake May got hit way too much. That would be the blindside protector. So are we assuming here New England's going to take Will Campbell number 4?
Well, it's not just his measurables. It's the person. And I think Mike Vrabel, bringing him in, they visited with him. They love him as a person. So I'd be very surprised if they – I've already been shocked once. I'd be very surprised if they didn't take Will Campbell at that spot to protect Drake May and set this team up. Vrabel likes toughness. He likes a guy in that locker room who's going to set the tone, and I think Will Campbell is that guy.
And once you believe you have the quarterback, which they do, then the next most important thing is go get somebody to protect him, and I think that's what the Patriots likely will be doing here.
And he's an athlete. I mean, we saw a lot of these offensive linemen run sub-5 40s. And I was at the Combine. Sunday was the day of the offensive lineman. And he's a big guy. He's 6'6", 320 pounds. He ran a 4.98 40 with a 1.76 10-yard split. Tremendous run blocker, just a real thumper in the run game. The thing about him, he's just a technician.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy played 13 starts in 2022, 13 more starts in 23, and last year 12 starts. So he was a 3-year starter for LSU and protected some great quarterbacks. He's just a great technician. He's a guy you just draft and you plug in to play left tackle, and he plays there for 12 years.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And he's, by the way, his arms grew. They had a pro day at LSU.
Was it his nose that grew, or
33 inches? His arms grew.
Oh, he's 33 now?
His arms grew like half an inch.
So he's not exactly T-Rex. Yeah, I can't call him T-Rex anymore.
No, but you're right. They have the position at quarterback. They need some offensive line help. And again, Vrabel coming in, resetting the tone of that organization to get back to the Belichick years where Vrabel grew up. I think he's going to select an offensive lineman who will come in, protect, and set the tone.
And then that sets up what is to come as we get closer here to where the 49ers are going to be picking again in that about an hour from now, maybe a little bit more. And the Browns, we're going to figure out what the heck they're going to do after the Patriots pick becomes official. Again, in the headliner of the first 15 minutes of this draft, Tennessee comes in, they make the pick, Cam Ward, and then the Jags with this deal with the Cleveland Browns. So we'll figure out what the Browns are going to do at number 5 after New England.
The New England pick is in, and we think it will be Will Campbell. But there was a rumor that Sean Payton and George Payton, the GM in Denver, were trying to trade up. And I don't even know. We were talking to Jed York. He poked his head. And the Niners traded up from 12 to 3, obviously, to get Trey Lance the rights to him and draft him. And what would it take to trade from 20 to 4? That is insane. And the word was he wanted to draft Ashton Genty, the running back, which is kind of like what Mike Ditka did years ago with Ricky Williams. You really got to go up from 20 to 4 to take a running back? Who does that? But that's not what happened. Well, I think Will Campbell's going to go. The pick is in. But Jacksonville spot at 5, and we thought Genty was going to go to Jacksonville in 5, now belongs to Cleveland. The Raiders want Genty. So if you want to trade up over the Raiders, no matter who you're talking about, wouldn't it be so Bronco Raider-like for the Paytons to jump them and trade up? Would Andrew Berry make another trade and trade back? Would you want to go all the way back to 20? But what kind of a haul could he get going from 5 back to 20?
Well, and there's so many good players between 5 and 25 or 35.
Let's go back. Here's the 4th pick.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Will Campbell, tackle, LSU.
All right, there you go. As expected, Will Campbell goes to the New England Patriots, so the Browns are going to be on the clock. We'll see what they do. Tennessee, along with Jacksonville and the Giants, have all made their picks. Cam Ward, Travis Hunter ends up going to the Jags as they trade up to get him. And then Abdul Carter and Will Campbell round out the top 4. Browns and then Raiders coming up after that. So we're going to be all over it here. We'll also go back out to Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. We'll check in coming up here with Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Marcus Boucher, and continue here from 49ers HQ. It's John Dickinson, Greg Papa, Todd Husak here on the Sports Leader.
And with the second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter, wide receiver, defensive back from Colorado.
Now back to the 2025 NFL Draft Show on the Sports Leader.
That was the first half of the swap between the Jags and the Browns. Browns pick is in right now at number 5. Pop, quick thought to you before
Yeah,
we
so
go to
obviously
finish.
Denver did not trade up from 20 to 5. And let's keep in mind who their defensive coordinator is. It's Jim Schwartz. They re-signed Myles Garrett. They did not trade him, even though he asked for a trade. They gave him a huge contract. They signed the former 49er Malik Collins after we let him go. They got Shelby Harris on that line. I think the pick here is going to be Mason Graham. The big defensive tackle from Michigan, who was mocked right around this spot. We thought Jacksonville may take him if they would have taken the pick. So I think this is going to be Mason Graham, and that's probably good news in Vegas, where Ashton Genty is still on the board for them to take their running back number 6. But here's the commissioner with the fifth pick from Cleveland.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Mason Graham, defensive tackle, Michigan.
Wow. All right, so Mason Graham goes as expected. Again, there was some thought today that maybe Graham was starting to slip a little bit. I wasn't buying that. I don't know about you guys. I mean, to me, he's too good, and I know he's somebody that he's, again, 6'3", 296, and bolsters that defensive line.
A former wrestler. He's got the attitude that will come in and change a defense, get to the quarterback, stop the run. Big-time disruptor. There was hope, from my perspective, from a Niners fan perspective, that he might slip and Niners get a chance to get him, but you're right. He's a top 5 talent and a guy that will have an immediate impact on that Cleveland defense.
Yeah, honestly, I think he's overrated. I don't see it with this guy. I mean, he does not have a great body, but that doesn't mean anything. He's a great wrestler. He has a great get-off. We had Wink Martindale, the defensive coordinator in Michigan, on the show, and I got the feeling he liked the other big lineman, Grant, even better. This guy is a run player. He will stuff the run. But if you're going to take a guy 5th overall to play D-tackle, he better sack the quarterback as well. He only had 3.5 quarterback sacks. I don't want to run the ball on the Cleveland Browns because they got Myles Garrett on one end. He does everything. They got Malik Collins. They got Shelby Harris. And they got Mason Graham. Now, as far as rushing the quarterback from the middle, I don't think he's great at that. But this is good news for the Raiders, I think. Ashton Genty is still available, and they have the very next pick in the draft.
Well, we got a couple of guys down at Jack's Restaurant in San Jose that are going to weigh in on this with the Raiders now officially on the clock. So let's go back out there. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Marcus Boucher at our KNBR draft party. Jack's Restaurant, 1502 Saratoga in San Jose. Guys, take it away, and what do you think of the first 5 and what the Raiders do at 6?
Boy, it has already been a wild start to the 2025 NFL Draft. Hey, give it up for yourselves. We're coming out to the KNBR 49er Draft Party here at Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. There's a lot more people here that are actually clapping. Maybe they just can't hear me.
Come on, clap. Let's go.
There you go. See, there it is.
Yeah.
They're getting excited. Getting ready for the 49ers pick at number 11. Marcus Boucher and Derek Papa here with me. Tim Webb here. Hold on, KNBR faces here. First, we'll go to Marcus. Reaction to the pick at number 2 being traded. I said I didn't anticipate that was going to happen on draft day. The Cleveland Browns got an absolute haul. They got a first-rounder next year. They dropped down to number 5. They have 3 of the first 36 picks in the first round. Your reaction to the Travis Hunter pick at number 2 in the Cleveland trade?
There was a lot of talk earlier today about Jacksonville wanting to make an explosive move. Well, they made it. They traded up to number 2 and arguably got the best prospect overall in this draft class, a guy that can play on both sides of the ball. This is a huge move for Jacksonville. I don't mind paying that price when you go up and get a proven commodity like a Travis Hunter.
Well, and there's already reports from Adam Schefter saying that they do plan to play him both ways. They're going to start installing him as a wide receiver. He's going to play naturally at his defensive back position, but they do plan to play him both ways. He's got a quarterback and an offensive mind now in Liam Cohen, who's taken over as head coach there. Travis Hunter, the newest weapon for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Your reaction to the trade there, Derek?
I mean, the fact that they told him he's going to play offense and defense, I mean, yeah, why not do it? And they're going to use all those picks to go get him, so they must believe in him. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that the Cleveland Browns did not stay there at 2 and take him. It must mean that they are going to try to load up on talent. I would not be the least bit surprised if they use all these picks in some capacity to go into the season and try to trade for Kirk Cousins, to go with Kirk Cousins, Joe Flacco, and Kenny Pickett as their quarterbacks, and just load up on talent.
Well, I'm sitting in between 2 Raider fans here. Raiders are on the clock now.
Raider fan.
Let them know. Let them know, everybody. This is a 49er draft party. Raiders are on the clock right now.
They're not here anymore, everybody. Calm down.
There are already reports out there that the Raiders are going to select Boise State running back Ashton Genty with the pick. How you feel about that, Derek?
I mean, he is incredible. But I don't know about taking a running back 6th overall. I think that's really high. I think the Raiders have a lot of glaring needs. But this guy is awesome, and Pete Carroll wants to run the football. So I understand. I just don't know how long he's going to be there for you. It's all about longevity when you draft a player in the first round. So how long is Ashton Genty going to be a Las Vegas Raider? That's my question.
I think it's a better pick for the Raiders than it would have been for a team like Jacksonville, who was rumored to maybe take him yesterday. Where do you come down on this pick potentially, Marcus?
I love this pick. We're playing tackle football. Draft the guy that they can't tackle. Ashton Genty, in my opinion, is the 3rd best player in this draft class. This is a great move for the Raiders.
We're going to throw it back to 49-49 to Barlow Way, where our guys JD, Todd Husak, and Greg Papa will have the Raiders pick. The pick is in.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Ashton Genty, running back, Boise State.
All right, so the Raiders end up happy as we come back here to 49ers headquarters. That's a guy they wanted in a big-time way. Pop, just your thoughts on what we kind of expected here with these last 2 picks.
Well, you heard Derek talking about taking a running back that high. Bijan Robinson a couple of years ago went 8th overall. Saquon in 2018 went 2nd. Leonard Fournette back in 17 to Jacksonville went 4th. Ezekiel Elliott went 4th in 2016. Todd Gurley went 10th in 2015. Those are the highest drafted running backs since 2015, including Christian McCaffrey. And CMC went to Carolina, 8th overall pick in 2017, Todd. You have likened Ashton Genty to CMC. The guy's year last year, he ran for over 2,600 yards. He almost broke the all-time leading rushing mark in the history of college football. He missed it by 28 yards. He carried the ball 374 times last year, 31 times a game. Now, if you're going to draft a running back that high, and even Fournette became a good pass catcher later, he had 1,700 yards after contact. He is a great running back, undersized, 5'8.5", very difficult to tackle. But can he be a CMC or a Saquon out of the backfield as far as being a pass-catching option? And can he pick up a blitz? If you're drafted a guy 6th overall, he better play on 3rd down. He better play when we get to 4th down.
He's a little undersized at 5'8", but he is tough. And I think what they're drafting for is that big playability. 50-yard touchdown runs or more in 9 games this season. He did have 23 catches, 6 touchdowns in the passing game. You're right. He's got a lot of miles on him. But I think what makes him special, his ability to make the first guy miss, what I love about him, he's already setting up the next tackler to miss. He expects to make that first guy miss, much like Christian McCaffrey. I will say, Christian McCaffrey, we've seen it with running backs recently. McCaffrey, Saquon Barkley, Jacobs, they didn't have their breakout years until they went to a good team. He is not going to a good team in the Raiders. Now, maybe Pete Carroll has a plan to turn that thing around, but running backs, as talented as they are, unless they're on a good team, it's going to be tough for them to have hugely successful years.
I think it is a statement, though. You know, Pete Carroll does want to run the football, and I think they're going to try to bolster that offensive line and really have that be the baseline for how they look to attack as they continue to try to figure out who the quarterback eventually is going to be.
I will also say the gap between Ashton Genty and the next running back, whoever you like, second best, most likely, Hampton, I think it's a huge gap. So to go up and get that guy and trust that he's going to be a big-time playmaker for your offense, we saw it in college. I think he's a special talent.
All right, so we're getting close to number 11 here. So
yes,
the Raiders
Jets,
just picked at number
Jets,
6.
Panthers, Saints, Bears.
Jets are up next
at
number
Niners.
7, and now we're getting into a real tipping point in the draft. Do the New York Jets draft Armand Membu, the right tackle, and just plug and play him there? He's out of Missouri, really good player. He will be a starting right tackle for them. Or remember last year, they didn't take Brock Bowers. They passed on him. They took Fashiono, the other tackle, at left tackle. So I think the debate here would be between Tyler Warren, the Penn State. He's not even really just a tight end. The guy plays all over the formation. Or do they take Armand Membu? They have a new general manager. They have a new head coach in Aaron Glenn. We had our friend Rich Cimini on during our mock draft during Pop and Silver this week, and they took Armand Membu. They did not take Tyler Warren here. They've got a good offensive line. The one spot would be right tackle. I think Tyler Warren's good enough to play him at right tackle and also play him at H-back and part-time quarterback and tight end, and he can do everything. But the real debate will be philosophically, do you go for a weapon here, or do you take the right tackle, a plug-and-play player like Membu?
Aaron Glenn, I played with him, too, in New York. He's a defensive guy. Does he go defense? Does he go up and take a guy that we've scouted? There's a number of defensive
Jalen
tackles.
Walker, maybe.
Exactly. Those edge rushers that are exceptional athletes. Does he go in and take a defensive guy who can shore up that front seven and make the Jets a little more formidable on the defensive side?
Quick note here, Pop, you were talking about Kayvon Thibodeau. The Giants picking up his option, the fifth year.
Perfect to trade him now.
And so we'll see if that changes things in terms of him being a trade piece or not. But he welcomed Abdul Carter, and then a couple of minutes later.
They got Brian Burns. Honestly, do they move one of those guys inside over a guard? I mean, the New York Giants with Mike Waffle invented the NASCAR package when Spags was there, and they moved their outside guys inside over guards. I mean, which one of those guys could move over a guard? But they picked up the option, but I think the option is there to trade Thibodeau. I think the pick here for the Jets is going to be Membu. Just when you look at their offensive line, and Robert Saleh's in the building now, getting ready to reacquaint with the Niners and make a draft pick. But while he was on the watch there, Elijah Vera Tucker, they got him to play right guard. Joe Tipman is the center. They got John Simpson, a veteran guy. And last year, they passed on Bowers to take Olu Fashiono at left tackle. So the one piece they're lacking right now would be the right tackle, Membu. So I think that's the philosophical call, Membu or Tyler Warren, and I think it's going to be Armand Membu.
Yeah, Membu, 6'4", 332, ran a 4.9. I mean, just an exceptional athlete. He's young, too. He's 21 years old. He's going to get better. So do they stack that offensive line and look to protect their quarterback, Justin Fields, who they acquired in the offseason, or do they go for a luxury piece like a Tyler Warren who can stretch the defense, open up the rest of the offensive package?
And I was there, for the Combine with Greg Silver. We did our show there, and I stayed all weekend. And the Sunday when the lineman came out, this big guy, and he was in the second group of offensive linemen. I mean, he is 6'4", which is a little short for a tackle, like Will Campbell's 6'6", but And his arms are there's a little talk maybe moving him inside over at guard. But anyway, this big guy weighs 332 pounds. You mentioned the 40 time. He ran a 4.91 40 and he had a 1.74 10-yard split. So these linemen are incredible. If they do take Membu, then Tyler Warren is going to start slipping a little bit down the line. You know, a little bit Carolina would go 8, and then you got New Orleans with Taysom Hill's injury, and then the Bears. Would they take the next Mike Ditka, and then it all leads to the 49ers at number 11?
Yeah, the Jets pick is in, so we'll get that from the commissioner. Again, just resetting things. Cam Ward, number 1 overall. Travis Hunter, number 2 to the Jags. Jags in Cleveland with a swap 2-5, and then Cleveland picking up. Now they own 33 and 36 in the second round in that deal. Patriots take Will Campbell, the left tackle from LSU. The Browns ended up with Mason Graham, the defensive tackle from Michigan. Raiders take Ashton Genty, and the Jets pick is in at number 7. And, Pop, you mentioned it, Panthers, Saints, Bears, and 49ers. But let's go to Roger Goodell at Lambeau Field.
With the 7th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Armand Membu, Missouri, tackle.
All right, so they take the tackle. We've been talking a lot about him. We'll get more on that coming up here, but also look ahead at a couple of more teams that are going to be on the Niners schedule. 3 more before the Niners pick. Panthers, Saints, Bears, all here to round out the top 10 before the 49ers are scheduled to come up in about 40-plus minutes, 40, 45 minutes. We're live here at 49ers HQ. It's John Dickinson, Greg Papa, Todd Husak here. The 2025 KNBR NFL Draft Show on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The KNBR Draft Party kicks off at 5 p.m. live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose by the Westgate Mall. The beers will be flowing, Roger Goodell will be schmarmy, and the chime will be ringing in your ears for the next 47 hours. We also have it on good authority that KNBR's John Curley will be there, and he will have freshly pressed slacks. So get to Jack's. Do it now!
The Las Vegas Raiders select Ashton Genty, running back, Boise State.
Live from 49ers headquarters in Santa Clara, this is the 2025 NFL Draft Show on the Sports Leader.
All right, welcome back, 49ers HQ. John Dickinson, Greg Papa, Todd Husak. The Panthers are on the clock here, fellas, and it looks like they're going to go wide receiver.
Tetaroa McMillan.
Yeah, Ted McMillan to get Bryce Young another first-round wide receiver. We'll go back out to Roger Goodell at Lambeau Field here when the pick comes in. We're getting closer here to the 49ers selection at number 11 as you listen to KNBR FM 104.5 and AM 680, a Cumulus Media station, San Francisco, the sports leader. Go ahead, Pop.
Yeah, so they got a new GM there in Dan Morgan, and we kind of thought they may go defense and Jalen Walker, but the word is that they're taking he does not want to be called Tet. He is Tetaroa. You can call him T-Mac McMillan. He's 6'4", 219 pounds. Todd, you saw him, obviously, for a number of years at Arizona. He broke Bobby Wade's all-time record there for receiving yards. It was Arizona's wide receiver coach at over 3,000 yards. So they're going to make the selection official that they're going to take Tetaroa, and hopefully the commissioner gets it right, and then we'll get Todd's thoughts on it.
With the 8th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Tetaroa McMillan. Wide receiver, Arizona.
I think he's big time. I think he's a great wide receiver. Former volleyball player. He's got huge catch radius. He's got exceptional spatial awareness, which I think we talked about Travis Hunter. The ability to catch the ball, understand where the defenders are, and make the first guy miss. His acceleration, his quick first step, his route running, all of that is great. I think the one concern people have about him, does he work as hard as he needs to be great? Hopefully the Carolina Panthers can figure that out because he's a A-plus talent.
The word today, and a lot of times agents for other players start spreading rumors about guys, or maybe they're legit, but the word today is he's not a hard worker. Does he love football? He was a 5-star recruit coming out, and he played a long time at Arizona. He's huge. It's 6'4", the body control. The 40 time I never saw him, I'm not sure what time.
Didn't run one.
He ran one. To me, he's kind of like a Drake London. Some people have comped him to Mike Evans. He's a big-bodied wide receiver, so they got to help this quarterback, Bryce Young, obviously. They got Chuba Hubbard. Hubbard is a good running back. They got Xavier Legette they drafted last year. Adam Thielen, the former Viking, is a great slot wide receiver. They have Tommy Tremble at tight end. We thought maybe they'd go Jalen Walker here, but Tetaroa McMillan is a really good player, and he's the first wide receiver off the board. So we're getting close now, gentlemen, and there are a lot of good defensive players, both edge guys or daddies inside. New Orleans is going to go number 9. They're on the clock right now. And then the Chicago Bears go 10, and then the Niners will be on the clock at 11, assuming they stick and pick at 11. But if someone like Tyler Warren all of a sudden is not taken by New Orleans and Mickey Loomis or Chicago and Ryan Poles, and maybe he'd be a Bear, we'll see. If somebody wants to trade up, can you make a move to go from 11 back a couple of spots if someone wants to come up and get it could be anybody, but say they want to come up and get Tyler Warren from Penn State.
Well, and you look at it now, Saints 9, Bears 10, Niners currently at 11. I'm just looking at the best available, the ESPN best available right now. There's 2 tight ends. The 2 tight ends are right there at the top along with Jalen Walker. He's listed as the top, but then you've got Warren, and then you've got Colston Loveland, the tight end from Michigan as well. So there are 2 picks in. I mean, one of those tight ends is going to be on the board.
Well, that's what's fascinating about the NFL draft. Do you pick over need, or do you pick the best available player? Tyler Warren, if I'm a play caller and I've got George Kittle, Tyler Warren, Juszczyk, C-Mac, good luck stopping me in the run game.
Niners to take him
and the pass game.
Yeah,
it feels like a wild card.
Yeah, it's
obviously,
we'll see. But it's interesting. So we did our mock draft, and we think it's gone crazy after Jacksonville moved up to 5-2. But Mike Hoss, the voice of the New Orleans Saints, came on, and he had New Orleans taking Tetaroa McMillan. So he just got took by the pick before at number 8, and now he's a Carolina Panther. The one thing with New Orleans, when we pushed him on it, and Mickey Loomis has been there he's the longest tenured general manager in football. They got a new head coach, obviously, in Kellen Moore. Brandon Staley, we know well in the building here, is their defensive coordinator. Taysom Hill suffered a terrible injury last year. He tore everything in that knee. And Tyler Warren is Taysom Hill, but even better. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I mean, obviously, the coaching staff is all different. Dennis Allen's no longer coaching there. He's now Chicago's defensive coordinator. Sean Payton is long gone. I don't even know what they're going to do. A quarterback with Derek Carr. I don't think they're going to take a quarterback here at number 9.
Second round.
We've heard a lot about Jackson Dart, but would this make sense for them in New Orleans to take Tyler Warren, number 9 overall? Did they just take Shedeur?
Well, they're showing Shedeur.
The Shedeur party.
All right, they're showing the Shedeur party.
Yeah. The question about them, who's throwing the ball around? I think the Saints have a big problem at quarterback, obviously. I don't think they take a quarterback.
Kaner from
I don't think they take a quarterback at number 9. There's pretty much every defensive player that we thought might be available is available. So do they go for a big-time defensive player in Jalen Walker, or do they go for an offensive piece, or do they trade down? The Saints have a lot of holes to fill. And I think it'll be interesting to see what direction they go.
The Saints pick is in, by the way, so they've not traded back Mickey Loomis. And Mickey Loomis, by the way, has never traded back, and he's the longest tenured general manager in the NFL. He has a theory on why he just stays there. So they're going to pick at number 9. I know the guy that you like a lot is Calvin Banks Jr., the lineman from Texas. I mean, should we stop overthinking it a little bit and just give them Calvin Banks Jr.?
Well, he'd be a great player for whoever drafts him. For the Niners' sake, I'm hoping he falls a couple more spots because I think he'd be a great fit for the Niners to come in and be that guy up front who can not only play immediately but eventually take over for Trent Williams at that left tackle spot.
All right, Todd Husak, Greg Papa, John Dickinson. Let's go back to the commissioner with the number 9 overall pick from the Saints.
With the 9th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Kelvin Banks Jr., tackle, Texas.
All right, Kelvin Banks Jr., you liked him a lot, Todd. We'll get more of your thoughts on him coming up, and we're getting closer to the 49ers now at 11 with the Saints pick complete. The Bears on the clock at number 10, and then it's the 49ers at 11. We're going to go back out to Jax in San Jose as well as the 2025 KNBR NFL Draft Show continues right here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The KNBR Draft Party kicks off at 5 p.m. live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose by the Westgate Mall. Who will the 49ers select at 11? How many burgers will Adam Copeland put down? Will Derek and Marcus become full-fledged members of the 49er faithful? You don't want to miss it, so get your butts here now.
back to the 2025 NFL Draft Show on the Sports Leader.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson, Greg Papa, Todd Husak here at 49ers HQ. Bears on the clock at number 10. Then the Niners at 11. Pick is in for Chicago. Could we see one of the two tight ends come off the board here for the Bears?
But which one, JD? So we did our mock draft, and we ended it today with the voice of the Bears, Jeff Joniak, and he wanted Calvin Banks Jr., but I think the guy they love is Colston Loveland, the tight end from Michigan, and they're not going to take Tyler Warren, apparently. Here's the pick.
Yesterday, the NFL family lost a true legend, Bears Hall of Famer Steve McMichael. My heart is with the McMichael family during this incredibly difficult time. Misty, please know that you are in our thoughts and prayers. Mongo's remarkable contributions to the game and the community will never be forgotten. His legacy will continue to inspire generations to come. 50 years ago, with the 4th pick in the 1975 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears selected one of Steve McMichael's teammates and closest friends, Walter Payton, running back, Jackson State. Walter would go on to rush for nearly 17,000 yards.
No.
And 110 touchdowns.
I didn't hear. No, I didn't.
13
Is that
seasons.
Oh, that's
all with the Chicago Bears. As you heard earlier, the NFL continues to honor Sweetness, not only for his performance and excellence on the field, but also his commitment to give back to his community with the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award. So with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland, tight end, Michigan.
Wow.
all right, so there you go. One of the tight ends off the board. Tyler Warren's on the board, and the Niners are about to be on the clock here momentarily, Pop.
So this is Ben Johnson, offensive coordinator in Detroit, and Colston Loveland has been comped to Sam Laporta. So he is just, to me, he's not really a tight end. He is a big wideout. They don't even line him up inline Y a lot. They got a good tight end there in Cole Kmet as well, and they got, the wide receiver room. They drafted Rome Odunze, and they got DJ Moore as well. They got a lot of guys. Keenan Allen is now gone. The shocker there, and we're talking about, the Midwest, Chicago, the height of Big Ten country. They took Colston Loveland from Michigan, did not take Tyler Warren of Penn State. We could debate who's the better player. Colston Loveland is a better route runner, a guy who can catch and run after. But as far as the Niners now, we'll get into who they may take, but there's also a thought if someone wants to trade up to get Tyler Warren, would the 49ers trade back from 11 to, say, 14? And Chris Ballard and the Indianapolis Colts, I think they want a tight end. They may have wanted Warren. But I think they love Loveland as well. So are you comfortable if you're the Niners? Do you just stick and pick and take your guy at 11? Or do you move back and do business again with Chris Ballard? Just move back from 11 to 14, get an extra pick, and you're confident. Or are you that you can still get the guy you want to take at 11 would be there for you at 14?
Yeah, I got to think that the phones are ringing at this point to decide what ultimately the path that you choose there with the Niners coming up here on the clock. All right, let's go quickly back out to Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. Some final thoughts from Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Marcus Boucher before we get to the 49ers pick at number 11.
We are live here at Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. 49er fans, Niners are on the clock. Niner fans here, very excited. Real quick, guys, final thoughts. Matt Mayoko went through a slew of different players in his mock drafts. Tyler Warren still on the board. Could be a Swiss Army knife player, but the edge rusher, the defensive tackle, certainly something the 49ers need. Marcus, where are you?
Yeah, I'm with Greg Pop on this one. I would love to see Tyler Warren in this offense with Kyle Shanahan, but it feels like a luxury pick. I think they need to go in the trenches here. We saw Mason Graham go off the board at 5. I guess you could maybe go Walter Nolan here with this pick, but I think it has to be in the trenches. Maybe one of the pass rushers out of Georgia.
Derek?
Well, if you take Tyler Warren, is there incentive to maybe trade George Kittle? I'm kidding. Calm down, everybody.
Oh!
Calm down. Calm down.
Boo this man!
Calm down. All right.
What are you doing?
I I think that the Niners are going to go defensive end, and I'll sound like my father here. I got an inkling it's going to be somebody from Georgia.
I got an inkling, too, that it's somebody from Georgia, defensive end. We'll go back out to 49ers headquarters where Greg Papa, Todd Husak, and John Dickinson will have the 49ers pick for you. Niner fans, we'll be back shortly with your reaction of pick number 11.
All right, so we're throwing it around the room here in the final seconds before the pick officially gets announced. Jalen Walker, I think he's out. Tyler Warren, I don't think they go tight end, Todd. Looking at some of the other, James Pierce Jr., Mykel Williams, both available among the edge rushers.
Yeah, offensively, as a quarterback, I'd love to see Tyler Warren in a 49er uniform, but I get it. They want defensive front help, and I think Mykel Williams would be a solid pick there.
So the debate was that we went before we went to Jack's is would they trade back from 11 to 14 if somebody wants to come up and get Tyler Warren like Chris Ballard or the Colts or the Niners have done business with. They're not doing that. The pick is in. They are going to stick and pick at 11. So there's no debate what they were looking to do today. Come away with either an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman. And I think the feeling is that they're going to go defensive line. Do they go War Daddy? Do they go with one of the big guys inside? The guy that I really liked is Walter Nolan, who plays a lot like Jalen Carter, just big and powerful, but like Jalen Carter, he has off-the-field issues that you may red flag and just not take him. We'll see where he goes. I know Daniel Jeremiah didn't have him go in the first round at all. He's a tremendous talent. Derek Harmon is a really good player from Oregon. The guy had 55 quarterback pressures. If you're going to take a War Daddy inside, he better stop the run this high in the draft. He better go get the quarterback. But Derek Harmon was red flagged last night with a shoulder injury. So do you pass on him? Kenneth Grant, who played next to Graham in Michigan. We had Wink Martindale on this week as defensive coordinator, and I got the feeling he liked Grant better than he even liked Mason Graham, but it's probably too early to take him. So that would take the defensive tackles, the top guys, out of it. So if you're going to go pure edge, would you go James Pierce, who ran a 4.47 at the Combine? To me, he is Leonard Floyd. The way he rushes the quarterback as a young guy, he just knows his eyes are on the quarterback. He's not looking at the guy blocking him. So that could be a way to go. Azaraku is also a way to go. Mike Green from Marshall is a way to go. Shamar Stewart is a way to go as well. I mean, the guy traits over stats. I mean, the guy blew you away at the Combine. You were in a 4.59, and he weighs 267 pounds. But the reality is he only sacked the quarterback a year and a half last year at Texas A&M, which would leave you to Mykel Williams from Georgia. Derek likes his Georgia Bulldogs, apparently. And that may be the guy here. 5 quarterback sacks. He's a combination. John Lynch was talking about setting the edge. He is an edge setter. The guy weighs 260 pounds, but he also can go get the quarterback. Last year, I didn't see him at the Combine at all. He had no workouts at all because he had an ankle injury in the opener. I think he played through that injury last year. Very productive going back in 23. Smart guy. He's studying to be a real estate broker. He'll love the Bay Area. He'll get sticker shock when he gets a home here, but he'll make millions selling homes here in Los Gatos and around the area. They are celebrating across the hall in the John McVay draft room. The pick is in, and we'll see what they're going to do, but I think the word is that they are going to take a defensive lineman, and quite possibly Mykel Williams would be the guy.
Yeah, 6'5", 260 from Georgia, powerful pass rusher. He's got length and strength and active hands and all the things that you want in addition to the ability to set the edge and in the run game. So let's go back to Lambeau Field here.
The voice of God. This is the greatest voice. Was it Alan Roach?
Hello from United States.
Yeah, they're doing something on the. Getting back to Mykel Williams, while watching him, and we watched a lot of him, he can rush in a 2-point stance, like Leonard Floyd, a 3-point with one hand is down. Robert Saleh, no gas, no brakes, loves the 4-point stance. The other thing, he's 6'5", 260 pounds, Todd, but his arms are 34 3/8 of an inch, so he is long. One thing you see with this guy, he had 5 sacks last year at Georgia. We're number 13. He had a couple of forced fumbles as well. He gets strips, sacks. He takes the ball away. So we'll see what the Niners do here at number 11.
Yes, sir. chance of USA mixed in with the requisite booze for the Niners here in Packers
Thank
country.
you to our men and women who serve in the United States military for your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom. With the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Mykel Williams, defensive end, Georgia.
All right, there you go. We've been talking about it for the last few minutes here. Mykel Williams, you go edge rusher, somebody that can also help against the run, but the quickest way to improve your defense is to get somebody else opposite of Nick Bosa who can get after the quarterback.
Well, and I also like the fact that Georgia guys the last few years have come into the NFL and been ready to play.
And they all go to the Eagles.
A lot of big games.
The hell with the Eagles. We got one.
Exactly. Finally, time to have one on our side. He is an exceptional athlete. You said it, the long arms. He can play inside, outside. He's going to get better. He did play this season with an ankle injury, so can he come in and be effective early? Can he put on some weight and maybe play that 5 technique? I think Robert Saleh is going to have a lot of fun with him.
Yeah, I think he's an edge to start, but the one thing with him, and you still got Gross Matos, and he can rush the edge, and he also sets the edge. We just did not see the best of Yetur Gross Matos. He got hurt the last preseason game against the Raiders. He had a knee injury, and he just wasn't himself all year. There was a brief time where he played like himself. He had a 3-sack game, but overall, he didn't play as well as he's played before, and he's not a big stat guy. But to me, he's like Cleveland Ferrell, who we missed here at the end of the Super Bowl run to Vegas. Gross Matos can set the edge. You still got Jordan Elliott. You got Evan Anderson, some young guys, Kevin Givens. But the one thing about Mykel Williams, when you look at, they have to be a Niner. They do things differently here. It's a wide 9. It's GTFO. Get the F off. Kasarik preaches it. It's not your 40 time or your 10-yard splits. It's the first 3 steps, how you get off the football. And do you have the ability? They love to take guys that are edge guys and move them inside. I have seen him move inside and rush over guards, and he has speed to power to do that. He has a closing burst. So, maybe some other teams had other defensive ends rated higher, but specifically the Niners have a way. They rush the quarterback with Kasarik and Saleh and no gas, no brakes, Todd. This guy, in a lot of ways, is a Niner defensive lineman.
Well, not just that, but they spend a lot of time with the person. And is this guy a fit for the entire organization? And clearly they feel like he is. To take him 11 overall, we're guessing there was some appetite to trade up and take another player in that draft. So they stuck and pick, and they like Mykel Williams.
All right, the Cowboys are back and making their pick now at 12.
With the 12th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Booker, guard, Alabama.
So it is a dining.
All right, Tyler Booker, many had him as the top guard on the board. He goes to the Dallas Cowboys as they go O-line. We'll continue to react to everything as the 49ers take Mykel Williams, the edge from Georgia. And then more picks to come. Miami coming up here next. Indy, Atlanta, Arizona. But we'll continue to react to Mykel Williams being drafted by the 49ers at number 11. It's all straight ahead right here. The 2025 KNBR NFL Draft Show on 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
With the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Mykel Williams, defensive end, Georgia.
Live from 49ers headquarters in Santa Clara, this is the 2025 NFL Draft Show on the Sports Leader.
We'll get you back to 49ers headquarters momentarily here. Adam Copeland, Marcus the Waterboy Boucher, Derek Papa with you from Jack's Restaurant and Bar here in San Jose following the 11th pick of the 2025 NFL Draft. 49er fans, how we feel about the DN Mykel Williams out of Georgia? Pretty good reaction.
Fairly good.
It's a player we talked about leading up to the draft. Greg Silver today on Greg and Greg made the pick of Mykel Williams. That was his selection for the 49ers at number 11. Marcus, what can you tell us about him?
My instant reaction, to be completely honest with you, I prefer Jalen Walker out of Georgia, the Buckus Award winner, a guy who can play middle linebacker but can also bookend Nick Bosa on the outside. I think he has a little bit of a higher ceiling as a pass rusher, but John Lynch talked about needing an edge setter. And Mykel is a bigger bulldog. He can set the edge, and that's why they went with that pick.
What is your reaction to it, Derek?
Well, I mean, it's going to be interesting to hear from a lot of people because I talked to Larry Krueger a lot about these draft prospects. He was not a fan of Mykel Williams at all. So I'll be interested to hear what he says later tonight. Mykel Williams is really raw. It's going to take time for him to be a great defensive end, and I thought that he kind of fit more in a 3-4 scheme. That's where Georgia ran. But I guess with the Niners, the wide base, they'll be able to he'll transition well. The interesting thing is, I wonder how Greg Papa is going to play this because on Greg and Greg today, Greg Silver did pick Mykel Williams, and he was disgusted by the pick.
Well, he'll be calling his name on Sundays now. Mykel Williams, 14 sacks over 3 years at Georgia, still just 20 years old as he's going to enter his rookie season with the 49ers. Why don't we get that reaction from Greg Papa? We'll throw it back to 49ers HQ with Greg Papa, John Dickinson, and Todd Husak as the 2025 draft rolls on the Sports Leader.
All right, so some reaction there from down at Jack's Restaurant in San Jose, 1502 Saratoga Avenue. The Cowboys took Tyler Booker, and now the Dolphins are going to make the pick now.
2025 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle, Michigan.
All right, so another defensive tackle goes off the board to the Dolphins as they try to bolster that side of the ball. What do you guys think of Kenneth Grant, Todd?
I think a couple things. Number one, as we've seen players come off the board, now teams feel like, all right, there's a big difference between the second, third, and the fifth guy. So they're going to move up. I think the Dolphins probably wanted somebody else, maybe an edge rusher, but they feel like Grant is the guy inside the tackles that'll make a difference for that defense.
Too good to pass up at that point.
Exactly.
Pop?
Disgusted? What is he talking about? I purposely had no reaction on his pick. We were going to wait to the draft, so I had no idea who Greg was going to pick. He nailed the pick. He picked Mykel Williams. We knew he was on a short list. That is completely erroneous BS, but not surprising when you consider the source. I played a tape. That was not the reaction. We'll get into it with Mykel Williams. I mean, on top of anything, it takes a certain guy to come into this building and be a leader. He was a team captain last year for 4 games, and as far as being a 3-4 guy, they'll teach him to get down and play the wide 9. When you're playing 3-4 outside backer, you're essentially out there anyway. You're playing a 5-2 front, so you're way out there at the 9 technique anyway, and that's what they asked him to do. But it beyond, because there were some players that they're really talented players that just get red flagged because of character. Kirby Smart's line about Mykel Williams, he's very versatile for us in terms of on the field, but there is no greater value than what he does in the locker room. He is a great leader for us, and the Niners have lost a lot of great leaders on that defensive line. Eric Armstead's in Jacksonville. DeForest Buckner is in Indianapolis. Beyond just the skill and the ability, they'll teach him how to GTFO, and I think he's got a lot of that inherent skill. You got to love football to come in here and hang with Nick Bosa and Fred Warner and Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle and Brock Purdy. If you don't love football, don't come here. So that's a big part of it. As far as Kenneth Grant, I love this guy. I think Miami got a really good football player here. They've had to shed some salary, losing Christian Wilkins, going to the Raiders a couple of years ago. Todd, I honestly, the guy, he's listed at 331. Wink Martindale told us this week he played it like, I don't know what he played at, 360, 380. He's a monster. And the way he runs, light feet, he's a basketball player. I liked him better than Mason Graham. So that's a really good pick for Mike McDaniel and the Miami Dolphins at 13. Now, do the Indianapolis Colts take Tyler Warren here?
I think they have to. Right? That's a need and the best player on the board.
With the 14th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Tyler Warren, tight end, Penn State.
All right, they get a playmaker in Tyler Warren and somebody who is starting to free fall a little bit off of where a lot of people thought he was going to be going top 6, top 7, ends up 14. I know there's going to be, the first tight end off the board was Colston Loveland, went to the Bears at number 10 right before the 49ers. But I know, Todd, you're a big fan of Tyler Warren. I mean, he can do it all, and he's a weapon.
Well, former high school quarterback, they lined him up in the Wildcat this year. Penn State did a great job getting him the ball in different situations. They ran screens to him. They got him the ball down the edge. He came out of the backfield. He did a lot of different things for that Penn State offense. He had his senior season, or this last season, he had 3 times the amount of catches he had the previous 2 seasons. So super production. He's getting better, and that's a player to a team that fits the need, that fits the mold. He's going to be an exceptional player for the Indianapolis Colts.
And another one of these guys the 49ers are going to see. There have been a lot of them here in the first round of the draft with the Colts on the 49ers schedule that we learned just about an hour ago, going to be announced officially on May the 14th.
By the way, he wears number 44 at Penn State. You know why?
Riggo.
John Riggins. He's a big John Riggins fan, and he plays like it. He's a tough guy.
Yeah, that's the thing with him. He's a bully. He's just so hard. You think George Kittle is tough to tackle. I just don't know about his speed. I mean, the interesting thing is Colston Loveland went ahead of him. He went to the Bears at number 10, and Tyler Warren went to Indianapolis. I do wonder who the Colts like better. They wanted the tight end. They got Warren. He's just, Taysom Hill is Taysom Hill. You could use him a lot like Taysom Hill. You could line him up an inline tight end, and I don't think he blocks like Kittle, but he's a good inline blocker. I think over time they'll teach him to block there. But you can play him at H-back. He could play like Kyle Juszczyk. Yep. You could line him up in the slot. Hell, he's a left-handed quarterback in high school. He did throw the ball a few times at Penn State. You see the play he had against USC where they lined him up at center. Yeah. And I didn't even know this was legal. They had the snapper, the center, play over where the left tackle is. It's like the what was the A11 they had in high school here where they were all light? It was like, what is this offense I'm seeing in college football? Tyler Warren snapped the ball as a center, but he did it in the left tackle spot, so they had – I don't even know if that's an unbalanced line or what the hell. I'd never seen that before. And then they threw it back, and Tyler Warren ran a seam route and caught the touchdown pass. So I guess he's eligible, snapping the ball even over at left tackle. How'd that work?
They didn't call it back, so it was legal.
It was unbelievable, wasn't it?
Well, they found everything they could do to get him the ball. And I credit that Penn State offensive staff for recognizing that talent and making him really the focal point of that offense for Penn State, who went deep in the playoffs last year.
By the way, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are going to be here. We were told 10 or 15 minutes from now, 5 minutes ago. So interesting to have them come in the middle of the draft, which
Take some
means
calls.
They may be done. I may even pretend like I'm going to make a trade with them later in the draft. Hey, it's Howie Roseman, John. You want to make a trade? Hell no! Hang up on that guy. But anyway, we are going to hear from John and Kyle on the Niners selection of Mykel Williams.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and take a quick timeout so we're ready for them. We'll come back here from 49ers HQ. We're talking more about the Niners pick. Mykel Williams from Georgia, number 11 overall. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The KNBR Draft Party kicks off at 5 p.m. live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose by the Westgate Mall. The beers will be flowing, Roger Goodell will be schmarmy, and the chime will be ringing in your ears for the next 47 hours. We also have it on good authority that KNBR's John Curley will be there, and he will have freshly pressed slacks. So get to Jack's. Do it now!
With the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Mykel Williams, defensive end, Georgia.
Now back to the 2025 NFL Draft Show on the Sports Leader.
All right, Mykel Williams, the edge rusher from Georgia, goes to the 49ers at number 11. We're back here at 49ers HQ. It's John Dickinson, Greg Papa, Todd Husak, as it is the 2025 KNBR NFL Draft Show. And the Atlanta Falcons have just selected somebody who had really slipped down the board here, Jalen Walker, the pass rusher linebacker from Georgia. He goes 15, and I think for the last 3 picks or so, every pick since the Niners, we've said he's got to go here. He's got to go here, right, Todd? Well, he finally does go to Atlanta.
Yeah, Atlanta needed a pass rusher, and they got a great one, a great athlete in Jalen Walker, a guy who can operate in space, come off the edge, can play stand-up. Like, he is just from 0 to 60 in 3 steps, and he gets to the quarterback, gets to the ball. He is an outstanding playmaker. They got a good one, and I think that's one of the fascinating parts about this draft. As teams addressed maybe need or want over the best available player, Jalen Walker was a top 7 or 8 talent, I think, on everybody's board, and he slips to middle of the first round.
Well, remember last year, Terry Fontenot, the new GM there, Raheem Morris, their head coach, a defensive guy. Their DC also is Jeff Ulbrich, who we know well in this building. They took Michael Penix Jr., and they didn't take an edge guy. So they signed Leonard Floyd for one. And this guy, he's an interesting player. He won the Butkus Award at Georgia. He's a stacked linebacker. To me, he's a hybrid. If you want to, not like him, you call him a tweener. So what exactly do you do with him? Does he, as a hybrid, and he calls himself an HLB, a hybrid linebacker.
Like the defensive version of a wide back.
Well, but Debo's 101. There are a lot of guys. Dante Hightower did this in New England when they sacked, and Kyle's going to come in the room in a minute, so I better get the story out. When they were up 28-3 and lost the Super Bowl, Dante Hightower had that big sack against Matt Ryan. New England used him that way as a stack off-the-ball linebacker in the early downs, and they brought him over on the outside and rushed him over. So he's a Sam linebacker in the early downs, and then he'd be an edge rusher. He's a smart guy. Can he be like Nolan Smith? I don't know if he has quite that kind of get-off. But we are going to talk to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan about the 49ers selection of Mykel Williams coming up in any moment. Just going back to what Dallas did, and I can hear Larry Krueger right now because he wanted Tyler Booker to be a 49er. He's not a great athlete, but he's a mauler. And the Dallas Cowboys have lost some great interior linemen to retirement, recently. I watched Tyler Booker at the Combine in Indianapolis. He did not test well. He ran a 5.3, 8.40. He's not athletic. But that guy is, and you have to have a certain mentality to play in this building, and John and Kyle will talk about Mykel Williams. That guy loves football. He's a badass. He did every single drill. I saw him go after it was all done. He was the last guy out there snapping the football. He wanted to learn how to be a center and put some tape on that he could play anywhere in the interior line. So maybe not a sexy pick for the Dallas Cowboys. And a lot of people thought they were going to take Tedero McMillan, the wide receiver, Todd, but he wound up going earlier, number 8 overall, to the Carolina Panthers. So they just took a meat and potatoes. And the Dallas Cowboys are good historically, whether it's going back to the 70s or the 90s or more recently. They have a powerful offensive line, and this guy is a powerful left guard, Tyler Booker.
Pop, when's the last time you've seen an offensive lineman run a 40 in a game? Never. I know.
It's
that first punch, and you're right. He's got a great first punch, and you're right. He engages.
I think I've seen Trent Williams do it every once in a while, maybe.
Only if they're chasing down a guy that intercepted the ball.
Or on a tunnel screen, Trent's down, trying to score a touchdown. I know.
But you're right. Booker, in a phone booth, he is a bad man. And you're right. That's a good pick. And Alabama has put out some good offensive linemen, and he's another one in that line.
And coming up here, we are going to speak with 49ers President of Football Operations and General Manager John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan. Any moment here from 49ers HQ, we'll be talking about Mykel Williams, the 49ers pick at 11. But coming up here, just to kind of keep everybody updated, Arizona on the clock, and their pick is now in at number 16. The Bengals are going to pick, and then Seattle is going to pick. So we've got the NFC West getting into the action.
So this is, and up until this point, you had losing records. Atlanta's 8-9, Colts 8-9, Miami 8-9. Dallas had a down year last year and went 7-10. Now you're getting into Arizona is on the rise with Jonathan Gannon, their head coach, and Monty Ossenfort. They've changed the way they play. The Niners were dead last in their division. Let's be honest here. We're picking 11th because they lost 11 games last year. Arizona was a hard team for the Niners to do. They lost to them twice, obviously. And that home loss when it was really warm that day was bad. So to your point, I'm a little surprised John and Kyle are coming in the middle of the draft. We're in the middle of the first round literally now at pitch 16. But you're right. Arizona, Cincinnati's on the clock. They were 9-8. Last year. I mean, they were in the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. Then Seattle and what they've done off season with their, bringing in our guy. Here's the Arizona pick at number 16.
NFL draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Walter Nolan, defensive tackle, Mississippi.
All right, so they go.
All right, so that's a name that was linked to the 49ers a lot in discussions and speculation, and I know there are a lot of people out in the Bay doing their own personal mock drafts that really liked Walter Nolan. Pop, I know you liked Walter Nolan.
I liked him really honestly better than anybody. To me, he is a war daddy inside. He is a monster at Ole Miss. The guy weighs almost 300 pounds. He does collapse the quarterback, the pocket, and gets the quarterback, and he plays the run. He's the most like Jalen Carter, I think, Todd. But again, and we'll talk to John and Kyle here in a moment, you don't come into this building if you don't love football and you're not a high-character guy. You could have Nick Bosa up your butt and Fred Warner, obviously, and McCaffrey and Brock and George and everybody on the offensive side of the ball and the head coach and all the coordinators. There were rumblings about Walter Nolan, inconsistent play, and he takes plays off. If you don't like football, it's tough to come in here. But as far as a pure talent, this guy, I'm not saying, he's as good as the guy that Philadelphia took, and he had a major, Jalen Carter with the off-field incident with the automobile, and he should have been the first pick in the draft a couple of years ago. But Walter Nolan's that kind of player, but you got to make sure he shows up and plays on Sundays for you.
You watch the tape, he doesn't take plays off. He might be off the field, a little bit of a headache, but you watch the tape. He is you said it, a war daddy, and a guy that's going to get to the quarterback and make it tough for the opposing offense. I think it's fascinating. One of the other things I've noticed as I broke down the top 100 players, so many SEC guys. And these guys are week in and week out. They are playing against the top talent in the country. So when they come into the NFL, it's an adjustment for sure. But it's not as big of an adjustment for guys who are not playing against that SEC and Big Ten talent.
Well, I was just running through it as you were saying that, and I'm looking Ole Miss, Georgia, but then you get Penn State and Michigan are in there a lot. Obviously, Ohio State's in there, but it's Bama, it's Missouri, it's LSU with Will Campbell. I mean, it's all over. I mean, just littered with the first 16 picks here.
By the way, the top-rated USC player. When's the last time we've seen this? Top-rated USC player. That one of the things that I saw, 96th.
What?
96th. There's just not the talent on the West Coast that we're used to seeing over the last 5-6 years.
They did have the number one pick in the draft last year. He just got sacked, I think, in the last 5 minutes. We are going to say the Bears, by the way, are coming to Levi's.
Yes.
So who's the one guy that is beginning to drop? Obviously, Shedeur Sanders is probably the major talking point in all the draft shows. Shamar Stewart has not been drafted yet.
By the way, you've been around the game long enough. A guy that's 267 pounds,
4.59. Yeah, you just told me nobody runs 40 yards, so I don't know. I was impressed by that. And he jumped 40 inches.
40 inches.
But he only sacked the quarterback 1.5 times last year.
Yeah, lack of production is a huge question mark on him. But it wasn't that long ago, a guy with that type of athleticism would have been top 3 player, no questions asked. And today, we're seeing it. There's a lot of other players who are just as big, strong, fast, athletic, who had production. So I think it's a fascinating thing. There's going to be a team that's in love with a guy like Shamar Stewart, a defensive coordinator. If you're a defensive line coach, give me that talent, and I can make him great.
How about the next pick? I mean, Cincinnati has Trey Hendrickson, who very quietly has led the NFL in quarterback sacks the last couple of years, and he wants a contract extension. And They paid the wide receivers.
I was going to say, do they have any money left?
Mike Brown, he's Paul Brown's kid, so he's historically cheap. But they paid those 2 wide receivers, and they're the heartbeat of their team. Duke Tobin, obviously, is very sharp. Would they take a defensive lineman here and maybe Shamar Stewart at number 17? But back to your point, JD, this is where the West will be shaped and what Seattle does with John Schneider and Mike McDonald, and Clint Kubiak is their new offensive coordinator. We know him well, and obviously getting Sam Darnold to play quarterback there in Seattle. They're picking 18. These are all playoff teams now. Tampa Bay, Denver, what does Pittsburgh do? The Chargers, and then in the NFC you get to Green Bay, Minnesota, the Rams. I mean, you get a lot of these teams obviously leading to later on Detroit, Washington, and Philadelphia who won the Super Bowl. So now that we hit halftime and we've had 16 of 32 picks, a lot of these teams that the Niners need to beat to get back on top in the NFC West, in the NFC, they're going to get their crack at drafting.
And the Bengals pick is in, so we'll go back to Roger Goodell at Lambeau Field there to get that announcement coming up shortly here. And then it will be Seattle after that. Also, just looking at, we're talking about Shamar Stewart. Could there be a run on corners coming, potentially? Because I'm starting to look at the top of a couple of boards here, and it's Will Johnson, it's Barron from Texas, it's Hairston from Kentucky. Like, these guys are now at the top of multiple boards of just best players available. You think we could start to see a run on corners at some point here toward the back end of with a lot of these playoff teams starting to pick?
I think that's what you start to see. As soon as one player gets picked, then all of a sudden the teams that need a corner badly,
he's gone. Got to get him.
Exactly. Because you mentioned the 3. I think there's a big difference between those 2 or 3 and the 4th and the 5th. So those guys, the teams that want the guy who can come in and start day 1, there's not many of them in this draft.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting, and we get to, again, these are the teams that are trying to – these are the good teams from this past year that are trying to continue to bolster themselves and get even better here moving forward. So the Bengals pick is in again, and then it will be Seattle. John Dickinson, Greg Papa, Todd Husak here at 49ers HQ. Again, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. At any moment, they could pop into the room here, and we'll have a conversation with them on the 49ers pick at number 11, Mykel Williams. Going to be a lot of debate, guys, I know, I think among the fan base, and here comes Roger Goodell, over some of the big names that went right around where the 49ers picked. I think that's something to maybe table and get into a little bit later, but the commissioner is stepping back up to the podium here at Lambeau, and he's kind of dawdling a little bit and playing to the crowd, but
he's waiting to get booed. He's not getting booed as lustily this year in Green Bay.
It is crazy.
He did early.
They're nice people. They're nice people in Green Bay.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Shamar Stewart, defensive end, Texas A&M.
There you go. Another one of those names that this guy's got to go, that guy's got to go. We've had just the last 4 picks now with Shamar Stewart going to the Bengals. You look at Tyler Warren, Jalen Walker, Walter Nolan. I mean, these were names that were all mentioned in the back half of the top 10 just 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, you look at this guy in a suit, he is busting out of that thing. I mean, that guy is you talk about a guy that looks good coming off the bus. That is Shamar Stewart to a T. I mean, he is. But
the question is motivation, right? The question is
traits over stats.
Yes,
I mean, the guy weighs 267 pounds. He ran a 4.59 40 at a 40-inch vertical. He's a monster. But he only had a sack and a half last year. He was close. He just was a step late. I mean, Chop Robinson last year in Michigan had 4 sacks. And as a Miami Dolphin, I saw him doing that Chop. But he had 1 against us, I know, late in the year. So he figured it out. So
I will say, Chop Robinson, 16 tackles last year, 6 sacks.
Right.
So he could get to the quarterback. Can they get Shamar Stewart to figure it out? And I think the question with a guy with that low of production, the question is instincts, ability to find the ball, his eyes, his discipline. No way should a guy that talented be that unsuccessful from a production standpoint. And so can they figure it out and get him to produce at a high level? I think that's a risk.
All right, let's go ahead and take a quick timeout. We're going to get John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan coming up here momentarily as you listen to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, a Cumulus Media station. We continue on here from 49ers HQ, our 2025 NFL Draft Show on the Sports Leader.
49ers headquarters in Santa Clara, this is the 2025 NFL Draft Show on the Sports Leader.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson, Greg Papa, Todd Husak, as we're here at 49ers HQ. 49ers making the 11th overall pick, first round. Mykel Williams, the edge rusher from Georgia, joining us now to talk about it. And we got a little distracted because we were talking a little bit of Warriors there with John Lynch, but president of football operations.
Jimmy's fine.
General manager John Lynch and head coach Kyle Shanahan here as well. Guys, Mykel Williams. Well, John, we'll start with you. What did you like about the edge rusher from Georgia?
Everything. Mykel was the guy that our building got really the most convicted, and we talk a lot about consensus. And when we have that, we usually are cooking with gas. We hit at a high level, and that's exactly what we had with Mykel. I think he's exactly what we're looking for in an edge player. Got a great combination of physicality, length. We really believe the versatility to play both outside and then move down inside and rush the passer as well. So, and then just talking to people at Georgia, there's a toughness to this kid. He played through an ankle last year and only missed 2 games, but dealt with it the entire year. And I think he's just a tough guy. He's got a lot of passion for the game. And Kyle and I had an opportunity on his 30 visit to sit down, really get to know the kid. And only 20 years old, and I think his best football is to come, and he's been pretty darn productive already. So great fit for us.
Coach, your thoughts about Mykel?
Everything he just said, that was awesome. But no,
that's it. Drop it.
No, he's we start out with the D linemen's win games. So anytime you can add a good D lineman, a difference maker, that's usually where we want to start out. And we saw him as one. And when you just look at his length, how physical he can plays. I love how he uses his hands. He seems like a veteran in how he does it. And I think it's really cool when you watch a guy in college football play like a man. But you realize he's a 20-year-old. Wow. The difference in college football this year is you're going against mainly 25-year-olds with how long people stay. So when you watch a 20-year-old play like that versus NFL-aged people, I think it's pretty cool because can't wait to see him at 25.
Yeah, I read an article where you guys spent a lot of time with the players before the draft, just personally. Anything stand out about your time with him, interaction, anything that he said or did?
I would say, I won't speak for Kyle, but we tag team on a lot of these guys. We sit up in my office and talk to them. I think the thing with Mykel, other than he's massive, he was very comfortable in his own skin, and I think that's authentic to me. There's a realness that this guy loves it. He is who he is, and I felt like this isn't recruiting, but he really wanted to be here, and we really wanted him to be here, and. Like I said, when you go off history, we've done well, and it's not all off the 30 visits. I mean, most of it is the film, but I think that just left us even more convicted of really wanting him, and that probably is what stands out most.
How much more desirable is a player that obviously can play on the outside but also can have the ability to slide inside? How much does that make an impact week in, week out?
It gives you a ton of flexibility. I mean, just losing Malik this year and stuff, losing some inside guys, some good inside pass rushers. Also losing Leonard, who's a very good edge player, good edge setter, good at rushing from the edge, and Mykel can do both. And when you're like that, that's a great thing for Saleh. I mean, when you can match guys up, you can put them wherever you want. And similar, 2 different players, but 2 good players, comparing him to someone used like Eric Armstead. I mean, Eric was a problem on the edge, but he was also a huge problem over guards and could play either one depending on how our D-line panned out and what our roster was that year. But we got some really good guys here, but we lost a bunch, and we got to add a bunch more in here. And when you get a guy like this, we feel great at him at one spot and just as good at another.
His 40 time at the Pro Day was 4.77, John. His 10-yard split, 1.61. Do we have the GTFO for him, his first 3 steps? That's all we care about.
I'll let you explain GTFO, but just come to training camp and listen to Chris Kaceric's crazy. You know what? And that's what GTFO is.
Just getting off the ball.
Yeah, getting off the ball. He does it, and he does it well. And, it's I'm getting excited just thinking, the versatility Kyle's talking about. We got a guy in Yetur who also has that similar versatility. You throw him in there with Bosa, and like Kyle said, we still have 10 more picks, so we got a lot more work to do, lot of opportunity for these guys to come in and earn a spot. And really, this weekend's huge for us, and we got off to a great start.
Does he remind you of anybody you played with your time, all those great defenses?
Yeah, so on our defensive lines, we never had a guy really that big. I think kind of like the length of a Simeon Rice, but a different player. Simeon was kind of more of an edge, beat people around the corner. Mykel's different. Like Mykel's got kind of Trayvon Walker's a guy he's very similar to me, a former Georgia player. I didn't play with Trayvon, but I think they have a lot of similarities to their game. And he was a really, really impressive prospect.
How impressive was just the personality? You touched on it a little bit, Kyle. I guess I'll ask you for somebody that's so young. To be 20 and
that was the coolest part because we do. Not just, our scouts and John's whole group upstairs, they do homework on these guys for ever since they leave high school, and they go back to high school on it too. So they visit the school, they look into this stuff for 3 years, and some of them 4, some of them 6 right now. But the coolest thing when we're bringing them out on a 30 visit, I'm like, there's actually nothing I feel like I need to find out about this guy because he checks out in so many areas. And when you see that, you just wonder if it's too good to be true. So you enjoy the conversation. And when we hung out with him, you just get those exact same vibes. You can see exactly why his college program felt the way he did about him, how he checked out with every coach we talked to, former players who know him. And then just to get to know him, he held himself very well. He knew how to act, knew how to talk, and was really cool to be around, and I know our guys are going to love him.
Yeah, Kirby Smart said he's a great leader for us. He was a 4-game captain. So big day tomorrow, big day Saturday. You got 10 picks. Running back, 3rd or 4th round this year, Kyle. Where are we going with that?
Well, odds are 3rd. Especially with
Which one? Great. Which one you got? You got 75?
Well, probably both of them.
What'd you think of the draft? Wow, how about the trade Jacksonville made, John, to trade up from 5 to 2?
Yeah, Kyle and I, we get so zeroed in on our own stuff. Sometimes you're supposed to kind of be watching, and we are, but we're talking strategy, and all that. But Jacksonville was aggressive, and good for them. They got a great player in Travis Hunter, and Cleveland had their reasons, and Jim Schwartz loves D lineman as well, and got a really strong player in Mason Graham. So interesting to kick this thing off.
John, I know you can't necessarily get into specifics, but
yeah.
Generally speaking, how much of a back and forth were there maybe with teams calling or you guys calling around or different things about? I know you'd mentioned everybody kind of wanting to do the same thing maybe, and that can lead to inaction.
Yeah, I was real prophetic. I said everyone's trying to move that way, and Jacksonville goes up and gets the number 2 pick. So, but that was the pulse of what was going on. Most people were trying to get back. It turned out there were some people trying to get up, but once Mykel was there, that was going to be our pick, and it felt really good. I don't think we were very confident he was getting to us.
No, we weren't.
Yeah. So, the fact that he did, that was a blessing, and we pounced when it happened.
How do you feel about this draft and the depth? I think one of the things we've talked about, there's 7 or 8 edge rushers that are all big, strong, fast, and then there's a number of others, and then tight ends and receivers. It's a very deep class for a certain number of positions. How are you viewing that for the later rounds?
I think that's exactly how it's advertised, is that way. Even being at 11, we had our guys. There were some real specific targets. Hey, if this guy's there, we're taking him. And we got that guy. But, if we were all betting guys, we didn't think he was going to be there. So we had 2 other guys that we were hoping would be there. But if we were betting guys, we probably wouldn't have bet on if they were going to be there. So you start thinking, all right, if we miss these 3 or 4 guys, who are we taking at 11? Well, man, there's some people that say this should go at 11, but, man, I like this guy at 28 just as much. And that's how I almost see every team is. I haven't watched the draft since we picked. I've been doing this stuff, but I want to be surprised.
Just went to Tampa Bay at 19, Kyle.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's guys that go in the teens that people thought might have gone in the late 20s. And I don't think it's going to be much different in the second round. There's guys you would think, oh, you can for sure get this guy at 43 in the second round. But the more you look at the draft, you're like, man, this guy's not that much different than some of these 20 picks. So if someone wants him, this guy might go in the 20s. Yeah. So you think about that stuff, and you think of guys in years past, and I think this draft will be the strongest in that type of way.
Pick number 11 is the first of the weekend. You got 11 total. And what Kyle's talking about is playing poker. You got a valuation on all the players, and now you play the board. Do you think you'll make 11 picks? Will you move up to take less? What are your thoughts on how many picks at the end of the weekend? Do you have a feel?
I don't. You never know. But we'll use a lot of them. I know that. There may be one or two guys where we feel the need to move up. I don't think we're going to sit back and acquire more picks. We already got a lot of them. But you never know. I think Kyle said it just right. This draft, I think in the middle of it, it's real strong, and it goes for a while. And there's a lot of starting level candidates, and we're excited about that. We've done a good job of putting our work in throughout our organization, and it's going to be a fun weekend.
I think that's the hardest thing, because you want 11 guys to add to our team. 3 of those are 7th-round picks, and a lot of times that doesn't hit right. So you're like, maybe we should use one of those to go up, and then we think about, we got to. And it's like, wait, but that could be 3 Brock Purdy's. That could be one. That could be one JJ.
Jenny.
Yeah, like you don't. So you 7th-round pick, 6th-round picks. You want to move up, but that could be DJ Jones. Like 5th-round pick. Let's move up. Well, that could be George Kittle. That could be Dre Greenlaw. So yes, you want to move up but you know what? Those guys can still be good back there too, and the draft is pretty evened out more this year than usual, and that's the stress of it. You don't know exactly how it's going to fall, and when I talk about falling, like where people think people are going to go and stuff, but I told my wife his secret last night that we wanted Mykel if he was there, and she texted me at 7.
Good with secrets. She didn't tweet it out.
No, she knows better.
She didn't tell Kawakami.
No.
Oh, damn.
We don't know how to tweet. But then she texted me at 7 or calls me, and she's like, I just read mock drafts, and Mykel's not going until 28. and then
you blew it.
Why didn't you get straight back?
And then she starts going, are you sure you guys are right? Like, you're obviously wrong. And I'm like, you never know, honey, but we got to ignore that.
You guys have had so much success drafting starters, especially last year in that 2nd, 3rd, 4th, later in the draft. What do you attribute that to? The scouting department, your work with the guys pre-draft. How do you account for that?
I think the process. I think the fact that our guys work so well together, and that everyone's listened to. I think a lot of places, a couple people make, and ultimately somebody is charged with making those decisions, and that's Kyle and I. And but everybody is heard here, and I think when that's the case, everybody can contribute, and everyone feels ownership and part of it. And you end up doing a really solid job. And we've told the stories of Brock Purdy, and ultimately it gets to us. But before that, there's a lot of work between scouts and coaches. And so I think when that feeling of work is genuine, we spend that much time together, it translates into success, especially late.
So like a Dominic Pooney coming in and early in last offseason comes in and is plugged in as a starter. Was that something you saw during the draft process, and this guy, not a developmental guy, he can come in and play right away?
I think it's rare that we take a guy in that area that we don't believe has the capability of being a starter.
Yeah. I
mean, when you take an O-lineman there, you're not going to hit on a ton of starters, but there's not one. It's going to be hard for us to take a 4th-round O-lineman and just say, hey, we're getting a good backup. Yeah. If that's our argument on someone, that argument's probably going to lose to someone who sells this linebacker as a possible starter or this possible DB, and that's kind of how we all compare it. And if we see something in there that Pooney can be a starter for us, which starts with the scouts and bringing it to us and understanding how it fits in our schemes, and the coaches cross-checking it for these last 2 months, and then getting back with the scouts to compare and contrast and talk about the Zoom meetings, all the stuff that goes down, we always believe he has a chance to be a starter, and rarely take a guy any other way.
Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, thank you guys. We'll let you get back and wrap up the first round, and we'll be talking to you again soon.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we'll come back here, and we'll update everyone on the most recent picks. We'll also head back out to Jack's in San Jose, and more on Mykel Williams and the remaining 10 picks that the 49ers have tomorrow and Saturday. It's all straight ahead, the 2025 KNBR NFL Draft Show from 49ers HQ on the Sports Leader.
2025 NFL Draft Show on the Sports Leader.
Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher with you live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar here in San Jose.
Give it up for Jax, baby!
Give it up for Jax. Good crowd out here for the KNBR Draft Party here. We'll get you back to 49ers headquarters momentarily. Should let everybody know this Pittsburgh Steelers were just on the clock at number 21. They did not take Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders was potentially on their board as they just don't really have a quarterback at all. It was Derek Harmon, a defensive tackle, is who they select. The 49ers take Mykel Williams at number 11, a defensive end out of Georgia. A lot of reaction going on with that. I mean, you heard Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch there talking to the guys at 49ers HQ, and it's interesting what Kyle had to say about him still just being 20 years old. He says what's interesting when you watch a guy like that on tape is to see him play like a grown man, is what he said, against guys who oftentimes are like 24, 25 years old now based on how long guys were in college. Your reaction to what Kyle had to say and how the draft has played out to this point after the number 2 pick in the draft traded by the Cleveland Browns to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They then moved back to 5. They have 3 of the first 36 picks. Not a lot of movement elsewhere, though. Been sort of chalk, it feels like, to this point.
Yeah, real quick on Mykel Williams. We heard Kyle, we heard John. We know that John wanted an edge setter. They moved on from Leonard Floyd this offseason. They bring in a defensive end that's a bigger body, a guy that's better in the run game. We talked about the numbers at the start of the show. They allowed 124.6 yards per game, so they needed to get better in the trenches, and I think they did that with this pick here.
I think with Mykel Williams, the reaction is going to be that a lot of people prefer Jalen Walker, the other Georgia pass rusher, and he goes to the Atlanta Falcons. I think Mykel Williams will be a good pro. It's going to take some time. If you're looking for early returns next season, I don't know if it's going to be there. Probably Yatir Gross-Matos plays over him. So it's a pick for the long haul. I will say that Walter Nolan, for the longest time, was projected to go to the 49ers, and now the Niners are going to see him twice a year with the Arizona Cardinals. So that could come back to bite them in the ass. But I think in time, Mykel Williams will be a great pro. It's just, I don't know what to expect for the 2025 season.
Biggest surprise for you guys, I mean, I think the one that shocked everybody is the number 2 pick. The Cleveland Browns trading back to number 5. Jacksonville gives up their first rounder next season as well as multiple picks this year. Cleveland will also have the first pick tomorrow as they open the second round, the first pick on Friday. Again, 3 picks in the first 36 now for the Cleveland Browns. Any other surprises in your mind, guys?
To me, the biggest surprise was really the Chicago Bears going with Colston Loveland over Tyler Warren.
I'm with you.
That was the biggest head scratcher to me. I thought it was the consensus pick that Tyler Warren was the best overall tight end with his versatility in this draft. So that was a bit of a head scratcher to me, Derek.
Yeah, I mean, some people liked Colston Loveland's blocking a little bit more than Tyler Warren, but I'm with you. Everybody had him mocked way before Colston Loveland. The thing with the Cleveland Browns is interesting now, right now with Shedeur Sanders falling. I think the Giants would love to trade back into the first round and take a quarterback, but now that the Cleveland Browns have the first pick on day 2, I would not be the least bit surprised if they take Shedeur Sanders. Now, I know I said earlier Kirk Cousins could be their play. I just think right now, I mean, the Steelers, passing on a quarterback and taking Derek Harmon, who I thought was going to be a potential fit for the 49ers. They must know something about Aaron Rodgers that we don't know, but yeah, I think that Cleveland's pretty set up to take Shedeur Sanders maybe early day 2.
So the 49ers get an edge rush, an edge setter is what we were just talking about. Yep. John Lynch talked about that, wanting a bigger guy on the edge. We knew the 49ers were going to have a big focus on defensive line. We know they're going to have a big focus on offensive line. Still 10 picks to go in this draft. Do you anticipate they'll use all 10 of them, Marcus?
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of pieces not this year, not just for the depth, but overall they need impact players. They need starters within the trenches. Last year we saw a draft with a strategy of drafting 1 year, 2 years ahead down the road with some of the replacements that we saw leave this year in free agency. This year, it's what we talked about with the potential Tyler Warren pick with him on the board. They don't have those luxuries this year. We saw the key departures, and we know that the Brock Purdy contract is looming, so they need to pick instant impact players. And to me, I think they need to continue to focus on the trenches.
And judging by the reports, Diana Rossini, I was listening to Scoop City, it could be any day now that we could see a Brock Purdy contract completed. But as far as using all 10 picks that remain for the 49ers draft, I don't think they use all of them, but they have to use the majority of them because we saw this offseason that so many guys walk out the door. They're going to have to rebuild this team with a much younger group from this draft class.
Part of it to me is to your point exactly, Derek. They need to find 4 to 5 starters in this draft alone, and the more crap you throw against the wall, the more opportunities you have to try to hit on some of these players. How much, I mean, really, you're only going to be judged by the players that are successful, right? Otherwise, it's just going to be more of the same. The 49ers have not found success in this regime drafting on the defensive line, really really with the exception of Nick Bosa, and it's hard to give that credit to them because I think everybody, with the exception of the Arizona Cardinals, has taken Nick Bosa in that situation. How much is on John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan to get this one right?
I mean, this is a huge draft. Some people would say it's the most important draft of this regime. Now, I think they're also going to benefit this year because of the draft that they had last year, so you can almost throw that draft class into this conversation. But it's time for the 49ers to turn this thing around. They finished with a 6-10 schedule. They have a last place schedule this year. I think this is when you got to go all in. That's why they're so invested in this draft class, and that's why they didn't spend a lot of money in free agency, because this is all about retooling and looking forward to the future over the next 4 or 5 years with Brock Purdy.
I mean, Copes, you and I have been talking about it for weeks. Yeah. This is the most important draft in the history of the Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch era because they're trying to get back to the Super Bowl. They have all these expectations. When they initially became GM and head coach in 2017, they were rebuilding the franchise. Now it's, we got to pay Brock Purdy, and we got to let a lot of fan favorites go out the door. So, yes, they have to hit on a lot of starters in order for this team to be a Super Bowl contender for the future. I just don't know how much they'll hit on, but, yes, they have to get multiple starters on the defensive side of the football and definitely on the offensive line.
Adam Copeland, Marcus Awanaboy Boucher, Derek Papa with you. Tim Webb's here, too. Live from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose, where the Niners have made their 11th overall selection. Mykel Williams, a big edge rusher out of Georgia, an edge setter is what John Lynch calls him. Big dude, 6'5", 260 pounds, 240 pounds, I think is what he's listed at. Just 20 years old. Kyle Shanahan says he's playing like a grown man. If you're here at Jack's or you're still driving by, we'll be here till 9, hanging out with our draft party, getting you to the end of the first round. Let's throw it back to 49ers headquarters, where Greg Papa, John Dickinson, and Todd Husak will have more of the first round.
All right, back here at 49ers HQ, and the 49ers, great conversation, by the way, with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. Let's run through, guys, some of the most recent picks. We kind of got sidetracked there, obviously, with Kyle and John stopping by here. 49ers, of course, Mykel Williams from Georgia. We are planning on having him join the show at some point here between now and 9 o'clock as well, so we're certainly looking forward to that. We talked about Tyler Booker, who went 12 to the Cowboys from Alabama. We talked about Kenneth Grant, Tyler Warren, Jalen Walker, 13, 14, 15 to the Dolphins, Colts, and Falcons. Walter Nolan, we touched on him a little bit. He went to Arizona at number 16, Shamar Stewart at 17. Gray Zabel, the tackle who's going to play interior offensive line center guard from North Dakota State, he went to Seattle. And then Ibuka, the wide receiver.
Emeka Ibuka from Ohio State.
From Ohio State, goes number 19. Denver ends up with Jahdae Barron, the corner from Texas, and Derek Harmon, the defensive tackle, to the Steelers. The Chargers are picking at 22. That pick is in, but a lot of names that were highly mentioned going in these last 4 or 5
picks. I think we talked about Walter Nolan. I think there was some kind of a character issue with him where he got a flag, but he still went 16. Shamar Stewart, we talked about. Gray Zabel is a guy that Daniel Jeremiah actually mocked to the 49ers last night at number 11. He's an interesting guy, North Dakota State. He can play all over the line. He played just about everywhere in 2023. We do have Mykel Williams on the line, I think, now, right?
Yeah, joining us right now, and it's a pleasure to be joined by 49ers first-round pick, 11 overall here in the 2025 NFL Draft. Mykel Williams joins us here on KNBR. Mykel, John Dickinson, Greg Papa, Todd Husak, thanks for coming on, and what a night, man. Welcome to the Bay Area.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you, man. I'm glad to be here.
Take us through. I mean, it was an emotional. We saw the video of your selection. I mean, just take us through the emotion of getting the call and learning that you were going to be coming to the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, man, I was very emotional, man. It was like tears of joy. Like, I couldn't stop it. Like, I didn't want to cry, but I just couldn't stop it. Like, it's just a blessing to be here, and I realized that. So I think that's why I was crying so much.
Yeah, let it out, man. You're a first-round draft pick at number 11 overall. So we just had John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan in. They were glowing in their praise. They brought you in for an on-campus 30 visit. Just coming into the building and meeting John and Kyle, did you have a feeling going into the day-to-day? And Kyle actually admitted the Niners tried to trade up. They didn't think you would last to number 11. They were worried they were going to move up, maybe as high as Carolina's pick to get you. But did you feel like today and after your visit here that you would be a Niner, Mykel?
Yeah, man, I feel like we had a great visit, and I feel like we really connected well. But it was all up in the air, and I'm just blessed and glad and happy that I fell here.
What stood out from your visit to the Bay Area and the 49ers facility? They talked about their connection with you and how much they thought you loved football. Anything stand out from your visit with them in particular?
I can say the same, honestly, just how willing they was to coach and develop in that short period of time. We was watching tape, I was watching tape, and we was and coaches was instantly correcting and teaching from that point on. So that's something that I took note of that I really liked about my visit.
Mykel, you obviously could rush from the outside, but you can also move inside, which I think was something that really intrigued and impressed both John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. How do you envision yourself fitting into this 49ers defensive line?
Yeah, man, I'm so excited about that, man. I'm just ready to come in and learn from those vets and those big guys in that room. But I envision myself being used exactly how they want to use me, man. Like, if that's rushing on the outside, that's perfect. And if that's rushing on the inside, that's perfect. So however Coach Lynch, not Coach Lynch, I'm sorry, however Coach Shanahan and his staff wants to use me will be the best result for me.
Yeah, and you got Robert Saleh as your defensive coordinator, Chris Kasarik as your defensive line coach. They were glowing in their praise, and the analytics department is breaking down the numbers on your run defense. Obviously, getting to the quarterback and sacking the quarterback is a priority around here. But last year, the Niners, Mykel, really were leaky in their run defense, and your ability to set the edge and rush the quarterback, I think you made them feel like you had to be a 49er. So let's just talk about your ability. Give me your mindset when you're out there, and you're probably going to play, out at wide 9. They like that 9 technique in order to set the edge and make sure the back and everybody else gets pushed back inside.
Yes, that's exactly it. Honestly, Coach Saleh and Coach Kasarik, they really, when we went over, this stood out to them and did well at a high rate. So something that we made sure to emphasize when I was on my visit.
How did playing at Georgia, one of the premier colleges in the country, and playing in the SEC, how did that prepare you week in and week out, not just being around first-round draft picks pretty much every practice, but also playing against the top talent? How did that prepare you for the NFL?
Yeah, I feel like it prepared me just the way you said, playing against the top talent week in, week out, and being in those hard games and being in those tough environments where you're back against the wall and you got to fight and claw to get everything that you get. So that's something I feel like prepared me mentally with from that aspect, and physically of playing the size of the guys and those physical guys and being in those physical wars and those downhill run game wars that I was in. And I feel like that prepared me physically for the NFL. So I feel like being in the SEC, being at Georgia, and that program that I was in was great for me, and it got me ready to get the next step with the NFL.
How much are you looking forward to playing opposite Nick Bosa?
Man, oh my God, I can't wait. He getting a slide every time. I just can't wait to get in there. Hey, what I do right here? I can't wait to get in his ear and just question him about stuff. Yeah, I can't wait.
You're going to fit in well. You can tell by your energy. And I've never seen a guy work harder. McCaffrey on offense and Nick on defense. So you mentioned Chris Kasarik, who was well known around here. He is a madman on the practice field. Just coming in for your 30 visit, what was it like? That guy, was he spitting all over you when he was talking to you, Mykel?
Man, nah, man. He had a family issue going on, so I didn't have the opportunity to sit with Coach Kasarik. But, man, it was great just being able to talk to him and stuff like that. So that's really what I can say about Coach Kasarik.
All right, take us through the next few weeks. You've been drafted. What's the next few weeks look like?
Man, work. We want to work, and we getting ready to go be a 49er and come to the program and contribute.
Mykel, what do you know? I'm looking at Columbus, Georgia. Went to Georgia. What do you know about the Bay and California, and how excited are you to get out here and learn more about the Bay and California?
Man, I'm extremely excited, man. Yeah, I went to Georgia, but I was committed to USC. So they've been on my mind for a little minute. And just God decided to put me out here at this time, and I'm blessed to be here.
Yeah, welcome to Cali. One thing we always tell young guys when they come into the Bay Area, the real estate costs here. Just brace.
Don't scare them. Don't scare them.
No, but the one thing is, you're going to make money, your 11th overall pick. But I heard you talking at an interview. You actually want to be a real estate agent at some point, Mykel?
I do, man. I do.
See, whatever you're paying for the ridiculous housing cost here, you're going to make up selling homes. Are you going to try to get a real estate license when you're playing football, or wait as a post-career?
I am, 100%. No, I am.
Well, work the locker room, brother. You sell some houses to your new teammates, you're going to do well. So when are we going to see you in the Bay Area? You coming out tomorrow to meet the media? What's your schedule like?
Yes, sir. Hopefully, man. I'm still trying to figure out my schedule myself. So I feel like I'll probably be out there tomorrow to meet the media, and I can't wait to come out there and greet you guys.
Well, Mykel, we definitely appreciate you taking the time. I know it's a busy night, an emotional night, but also a great night for you. So thanks a lot, and we can't wait to see you out here and get a chance to talk to you again. Congratulations and welcome, Mykel.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mykel Williams joining us here, 49ers first-round draft pick, 11 overall on KNBR. It's John Dickinson, Greg Papa, Todd Husak. Wow, a lot of energy, Todd.
You got him with that Bosa question. He sounded excited. You got him with the Bosa question. He playing opposite Bosa and the ability to get to the quarterback, maybe not be double teamed. Although playing at Georgia, it's tough to double team any one of those front four. But he sounded excited about that one.
Well, and you can tell just how much he loves football. Which having John and Kyle here, I think that was a lot of the allure. The talent, of course, the traits, the ability. But he does seem to fit what they look for.
And the engine of this football team is the defensive line. And I've been with the Niners since 2019. That year they drafted Nick Bosa second overall. They gave a free agent contract after they made the trade to get him from Kansas City, D. Ford. We called him the Gold Rush right away. You had D. Ford on one side, Nick on the other, and you had Eric Armstead and DeForest Buckner inside. The heartbeat, the nerve center, the epicenter, the driving force, Kyle and the beautiful offense and all the bells and whistles and pre-snap. When this team is wrecking the NFL, the defensive line sets the tone. And that's why you have to have a guy like Mykel Williams. Frankly, you need more.
Well,
you need to get
Kyle
more
said as much.
The next couple of days. But the thing is, with Bosa, and when they go out and hit the sled and pre-practice practice, Bosa's on the field before anybody. So is McCaffrey. They work harder to get ready for practice than guys do in games. So when you come here, the best player on the team on defense, Fred Warner as well, but Nick sets the tone. He does not take snaps off. He works so damn hard. You come here, you're going to get the best of your ability. If you're idolizing, you can hear it in his voice, Nick Bosa, you're not going to come here and cut corners. You'll look bad because they will call you out, and they openly do. But, a guy like Nick Bosa sets the tone for this football team.
Well, without a doubt. We're going to go back to Lambeau and get the Packers selection since they are hosting the event. And what an atmosphere. What a scene at Lambeau Field. Here's Roger Goodell.
Green Bay, it's your time. To make this historic pick, please give it up for first-team All-Pro, Pro Bowler, two-time Super Bowl champion, and Packers president and CEO, Mark Murphy.
Thank you, Roger. How about this atmosphere? Isn't it unbelievable? Roger, thank you and the NFL for bringing the draft here to Green Bay for the best draft in the history of the NFL. Right here. On behalf of the Packers, Packer fans here in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and everywhere, because our fans are everywhere, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the NFL Draft at Lambeau Field. It is our honor and privilege to host this wonderful event in our community, particularly since we are the only community-owned team in the NFL. Just out of curiosity, how many of you are owners? Yes. We also have the best owners in the NFL. And we also want to celebrate the special connection we have with our fans that dates back to the early days of professional football.
They got to get this thing at Levi's.
With the 23rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the 13-time world champion Green Bay Packers, for the first time since 2002, draft a wide receiver.
Listen to this crowd. Oh, baby.
Matthew Golden, wide receiver, Texas.
And he's here.
All right, what a scene. Matthew Golden in the long run up there at Lambeau. They're enjoying themselves, Pop.
He's first of all, Mike Murphy, he's an outgoing president, great safety in the NFL for a number of years. This is last year being the president of the Green Bay Packers. And Carmen Policy's son, Ed Policy, will take over as the president of the Green Bay Packers, succeeding the great Mark Murphy. So Matthew Golden, I know how much you love him, Todd. Pure speed. Texas has produced some fast wide receivers. He's not quite as fast as Xavier Worthy, ran a 4.21, but this guy ran a 4.29. And I know Josh Jacobs, their running back, was very outspoken this offseason about we don't have a number one guy. They got a lot of guys that are 1Bs. They got a whole Romeo Dobbs is a really good route runner. They got a bunch of guys that can get it done. But Matthew Golden gives Jordan Love pure speed over the top.
And he's not small. He's 5'11", 190. He can be on the outside, take the top off of defense, but also run those routes on the outside, catch a hitch, break a tackle, and go the distance. That's a rare pick for the Packers, as he just said. First-round wide receiver. He's going to give Jordan Love a great target on the outside who can create separation, make a big play, great body control, good hands. He's going to be a guy that causes problems for them.
Yeah, first wide receiver in the first round since Javon Walker in 2000.
He was a great player.
And he was a
damn
good player.
Monster. A great route runner. This guy's not just pure speed, but he's like a Chris Olave as a route runner. While we were talking to Mykel Williams, Jim Harbaugh took a big running back, Omarion Hampton, from the University of North Carolina. So you know what Jim wants to do. He wants to run the rock. So good pick for the L.A. Chargers. So Green Bay, obviously a playoff team, 11-6 a year ago, did lose the wild card game to Philadelphia. Now the Minnesota Vikings are on the clock, 14-3. Great year. Went right down to the end, wound up losing to the Rams in that wild card game. They're on the clock next.
And some reports that they would be willing to trade back if they could accumulate only 4 picks, I believe, for Minnesota this year. So they're looking to add picks if they can. Does anybody want to come up? We'll see. We'll keep everybody updated on that. But it's going to go Texans, Rams at number 26, and then the Ravens, Lions, Commanders, Bills, Chiefs, and, of course, the Philadelphia
We've had
Eagles.
one quarterback taken so far, right? Cam Ward, number 1 overall.
Cam Ward, and that's been it.
If you want to go get Jackson Dart, you want to take him at number 24 right here, and Minnesota would trade back?
I am a big Jackson Dart fan. I like him. I think he's Baker Mayfield. I think he's got not just the skill set. He can throw. He hits his back foot, throws the ball, tight spiral. Has the moxie, too. I think he can be a difference maker for a team.
And one other quick report here from Ian Rappaport. Eagles looking to potentially move up. So why would the Eagles be looking to move up? We'll get into that coming up next. Here as it is, John Dickinson, Greg Pop, Todd Husak. We're here at 49ers HQ, our 2025 NFL Draft Special here on the Sports Leader.
Live from 49ers headquarters in Santa Clara, this is the 2025 NFL Draft Show on the Sports Leader.
We are live from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. 2025 NFL Draft. First round up to pick number 25 now, where the New York Giants have just traded back into the first round. They made the trade with the Houston Texans. They are on the clock right now, so we'll get you that pick as soon as it becomes available.
Oh, do you want to know it?
Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. The Giants are going to get the 25th pick. The Texans get pick number 34, pick number 99, and a 2026 third-round pick in exchange for the number 25 pick. They trade back into the first round. Lots of the reports are that they like Jackson Dart more than they like Shedeur Sanders.
Well,
Shedeur Sanders projected now to go in the second round tomorrow. What are you hearing about where the Giants could go at 25?
According to Jordan Schultz, who loves his Starbucks, it's Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart will be the second quarterback selected in the first round. It will not be Shedeur Sanders. I think the Giants have a lot of ties to Ole Miss with their coaching staff. So they're going with Jackson Dart as their not as their quarterback right now, but the draft pick they're taking at 25.
By the way, we're supposed to be getting a shot every time a trade happens in the first round. I wonder if we're getting
our guys coming around. Our guys coming around.
If they're coming back around. Any surprise to you here, Marcus?
Not that big of a surprise. I mean, we've kind of expected the Shedeur slide at this point. People are saying he was going to maybe make it down to the Pittsburgh Steelers at 21. Still rumors about maybe Aaron Rodgers signing with him. I thought maybe we'd see a team trade back into the first round like we're seeing with the Giants, but all reports this morning were the Giants are higher on Jackson Dart, and the Giants have had some success drafting quarterbacks out of Ole Miss. Shout out Eli Manning.
I got to tell you, I was so hopeful that they were going to take Shedeur Sanders because I thought it would be historically one of the funniest quarterback rooms in the history of the NFL. To have Shedeur Sanders, Jameis Winston, Russell Wilson, and then Tommy Cutlets in there would be your fourth guy.
Let me ask you guys this. The Los Angeles Rams are on the clock at 26. Could we see possibly Sean McVay want to get the heir apparent from Matthew Stafford to Shedeur Sanders?
Oh, boy. That would surprise me.
Yeah, that would be a shocker.
Yeah.
So you don't think so either?
Yeah.
You just asked
I would think that it would be crazy. I'm just throwing it out there. This is radio, whatever. Right. But there have been talks for a while that they're trying to find the next guy when Matthew Stafford ultimately retires. So I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't think it'll be the move at 26.
I don't think that's what's going to happen either. I mean, we're paying attention to what's gone on. We were mentioning earlier, who was it that the Arizona Cardinals took?
Walter Nolan.
They took Walter Nolan. Now the 49ers, who were tied to him, I mean, he dropped a little bit to 16. The Niners had ties to him, it seemed like, throughout this draft process, and now the Niners are going to see him twice a week. So the Giants have their pick in. They are on the clock right now. Rams are picking at 26. Baltimore comes up at 27. We talked earlier about whether or not the 49ers would use all 10 of their remaining picks. I don't anticipate they're trading back into the first round, but I wouldn't be shocked at all if they use a bevy of those picks later on in the draft to try to move up or even move back and acquire some in the future.
No, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. They also need to address the offensive line. They still need to address defensive tackle. So, yeah, I think they're going to use the majority of these picks, but considering that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan just talked to our guys at Levi's, I don't think they'll be making a move to go back in the first round.
Do you anticipate any movement from Pittsburgh getting back into the first round or trying to move up into the second round to maybe make a move for Shedeur Sanders?
What's tough with that situation is the Pittsburgh Steelers do not have a second-round draft pick.
Right.
So they would have to give up a lot of capital to move up. Pick, a future draft pick to get back into the second, let alone the top end of the second round. But we know that if you want to trade up and get a quarterback, it's so important to get that fifth-year option, and that's why the Giants made a move for Jackson Dart.
They must know something about Aaron Rodgers that he didn't say in the Pat McAfee interview, because I cannot believe that they would pass on a quarterback, even though they may not like Shedeur Sanders. They have Mason Rudolph on their roster. So unless they are trying to, work out a trade with Kirk Cousins or possibly Derek Carr, they must have some assurances that Aaron Rodgers will eventually come to them.
Why don't we get you back out to 49ers headquarters, as we're still live from Jack's Restaurant, the 49er draft party here until 9 o'clock tonight. The Niners take Mykel Williams with the number 11 pick. We'll get you back to John Dickinson, Greg Papa, and Todd Husak from 49ers headquarters, where the New York Giants are back on the clock at 25. They've traded back into the first round.
All right, it's going to be Jackson Dart, the quarterback that's going to go there, and then the Giants making the move. We talked about Donovan Jackson there. Falcons are going to pick the Ravens, Lions, Commanders, Bills, and the Chiefs. Do we want to hear the announcement?
Here's Roger Goodell, Jackson Dart to the Giants.
The New York Giants, with the 25th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart, quarterback, Mississippi.
All right, so Jackson Dart and Abdul Carter, the two picks for the Giants. pretty good day for the Giants, a team that obviously had a lot of work to do to improve, Todd.
Well, a great day, and I think at the very least it bought the GM and the head coach some time. I think Jackson Dart is a really good player. I think he's a guy that can come in, learn a little bit, but I watch his tape. He's a guy that hits his back foot, throws on the money, throws where the receivers can catch and run. He's got some moxie. Also a really good athlete, 1,500 yards rushing in his career at Ole Miss. He's a guy that can come in and not just learn necessarily early on, but a guy that can count on to come in and play.
And the quarterback that Brian Dable will try to save his job with.
And Joe Shane, and he's a big-time talent. So I don't watch college football that much. I went to the Combine this year. I had never heard of Jackson Dart at all. That Saturday when the quarterbacks came in, by far, the best natural thrower of the football on the field. The ball just popped out of his hand. He's not a big guy at 6'2", but his legs are thick. He's 223 pounds. They did, and Lane Kiffin was his head coach there. And, Charlie Weiss Jr. was the offensive coordinator there. They have a little bit of a different offense. They ran a lot of designed quarterback runs. He is powerful the way he runs through tackles. So I never heard the guy. I'm watching him throw, and I'm like, whoa, what an arm. Incredible. And then you watch the tape, and you're like, wow, what a player. He threw for 4,279 yards. He had 10.8 yards per attempt last year. 3 years at Ole Miss. He was at USC before that and played behind some, great quarterbacks. I don't know why people don't like him. He's kind of a different guy, but he has swag. So, to me, he's no doubt better than Shedeur. Now, the question is, does Shedeur get drafted at all today? I think it's more likely that it would be tomorrow, and he would fall completely out of the first round. The one thing, the advantage of taking a guy in the first round over the second round is you get a 5-year contract. There's a 5th-year rookie option. If you take him in the second round or later, like Brock Purdy in the 7th round, you only have him under contract for 4 years, so we'll see. There was talk that the Rams wanted to take Jackson Dart at 26, so the Giants just traded up with Houston and take him at 25, and the Rams have traded out of 26. They're not picking there. Atlanta Falcons and Thomas Dimitroff and Raheem Morris, who they know well, they are now picking at 26. So were the Rams looking to get Jackson Dart there, and the Giants jumped ahead and they stole Dart, and now they're saying we're not going to pick in the first round.
And Atlanta trading up, it sounds like, reportedly for Tennessee edge James Pierce Jr.
Pierce Jr., 250-pound guy that runs a 4.4. Impressive pick there late in the first round. But we talked about teams moving up to get need. Giants need a quarterback, and he's going to go in and sit behind, most likely, Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. Learn probably from Russell Wilson, but also learn from a great quarterback coach in Brian Dable.
So the Falcons get pick 26 and a third-round pick, and the Rams get an extra second-round pick. So the Rams are no longer in the first round today. They have the 46th overall pick tomorrow, plus they get 242. Don't give them 262. Let them have 242, and they get an extra pick there. So the Rams are out. So as far as James Pierce, he blew away at the Combine. The guy ran a 4.5.
Oh.
And you're like, whoa. And then he ran one more heat, and he hit 4.47. Now, the problem with him, he is not Mykel Williams. He is not going to set the edge in the run. He reminds me a lot of Leonard Floyd. And Leonard Floyd's had a good career. I don't mean to denigrate Leonard Floyd, but he's just got long, spindly legs. But he comes around the edge. He can heat up the quarterback. But I do wonder, is he a 3-down player, or is he simply in your sub-package? Here's the pick.
To the Atlanta Falcons. With the 26th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select James Pierce Jr., defensive end, Tennessee.
All right, so quick note here from Mike Garafolo. The Falcons, the trade, you had some of the details there. A first-rounder. The Falcons trade 46, 242, and a 2026 first-rounder.
Whoa.
For the 26th
I didn't see that. That was on the bottom of the page after pick 252.
Yeah.
They gave up a future first-round draft pick?
That is, unless that's a typo from Garofalo.
What year is that?
2026, next year.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yes,
that's a lot.
Yeah,
and
the Rams get a first rounder in 26. Yeah. So it was pick 46 this year, 242, and they gave up their first round pick. What are they thinking about there? Wow.
They clearly think
the
they just
Rams
drafted
are far
Hall of
away
Famer.
from F them picks. They just traded a first round pick today to get a first round pick. So we'll see if the Atlanta Falcons are good or not. But that is excessive.
Well, they must think a lot of James Pierce, who again, the athleticism, the guy in space who can make tackles, come off the edge. You're right. He's not the edge setter, the 260-pound guy, but he can make plays in space.
Why didn't they just take him with the 15th overall pick? They took Jalen Walker there. And Walker was that hybrid guy who could come down and retch the edge. They also got Leonard Floyd there. So they realize, and I think
they're revving it up.
I think they missed, frankly. Kyle Pitts is a nice player. He's not worthy of the 8th overall pick. Drake London is a nice player. He was the first wide receiver to go in that draft class. Like, what are you doing? Bijan's a hell of a player.
Yes.
But so, I mean, they need more pass rush. But I think they're going to pay for the sins of overdrafting the tight end and the wide receiver as high as they did.
Well, and are there enough wide receivers in the 3rd and 4th round that they feel like they can get somebody who can come in and contribute early with those later picks?
You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, a Cumulus Media station. John Dickinson, Greg Papa, Todd Husak. We're here at 49ers HQ 2025 Draft Show. Pop, you got a quick note?
Well, you would know more being around college football. The draft next year is supposed to be even better. There are some really good quarterbacks. This year's draft was thought to be okay, maybe some star players, Travis Hunter at the top, Abdul Carter. They didn't even know how good it was deeper, but really it's not overall as deep of a draft as what is next year. So Les Snead and the Rams are evaluating, and they also got a second-round pick, so that's okay to give up pick number 26, but they got an extra round 1. So they swapped their 1 right now for the 1 next year on a draft that most people think is better, the 26th draft, than this draft.
Yeah, they're planning for the next 5 years, not necessarily this next season.
Right.
Yeah, and the first thought I had was they're lining up to have a few shots at maybe getting a quarterback next year.
Well, it depends how Atlanta plays this year, right?
And when we'll see. I mean, Atlanta was, 8-9? 9-8. I mean, in that
but
range.
I mean, where are they looking? Atlanta picked 15 this year, so they have Atlanta's pick next year.
Right.
They figure that's going to be
maybe in the middle.
Is it going to be high enough to get a franchise quarterback? They did redo Stafford's deal. I never quite saw the numbers. I mean, he was offered 2 years, $100 million to go to the Raiders. The Giants offered him a lot of money. I don't know what he took on the discount to stay with the Rams, but I don't know if they're thinking quarterback in the future. They ride Stafford just this year and beyond, but next year's draft is thought to be stronger than this year.
Maybe it gives them more draft capital to move up and take the guy they want.
Right.
Yeah, no question. So we'll see what ends up shaking out there. Continuing on here, just kind of looking at the board, James Pierce Jr., we've been talking about Jackson Dart, the big trade there with the Giants moving to 25. The Ravens are about to pick here at 27, and then it's the Lions, Commanders, Bills, Chiefs, and
these are the best teams.
Philadelphia Eagles, right?
After this, you're talking Final Four. You're talking the best teams, the good teams that played in the championship game. As far as the Baltimore Ravens, they also have 11 picks this weekend. The Niners have 11, and the Baltimore Ravens have 11. They know what they're doing and how they draft, so we'll see where they go. But they're obviously a terrific football team. They went 12-5 last year, lost that divisional playoff game in Buffalo. It went right down to the end. We'll see what they do with Mark Andrews. The other part of this weekend that is also interesting is a lot of players are going to be traded. I think at some point this weekend, including Dallas Goedert. I think the Philadelphia Eagles are going to trade their tight end Dallas Goedert. I think they agreed in talking to his agent that they're not going to re-sign him, and they're going to move him. Mark Andrews could get traded at some point this weekend. We talked, and Cincinnati took a pass rusher, right? So they may trade Trey Hendrickson rather than draft him. Then they drafted Shamar Stewart, then pay him. Jalen Ramsey's been on the block for a long time. George Pickens in Pittsburgh may get traded. So as Baltimore's lining it up here, and I'm not saying they're going to take a tight end necessarily, I think they're going to trade Mark Andrews. That's the word on the street sometime this weekend.
Well, there's a couple good tight ends still on the board in Elijah Arroyo from Miami. He's coming off a knee injury, but he is a stud. And then Mason Taylor, Jason Taylor's son at LSU.
Right.
He's a guy
really
that can come in and be an impact player right away.
Yeah, a couple of tight ends on the board, and again, looking at the best overall, still a couple of corners right now. The best two on the ESPN board, Will Johnson and Maxwell Hairston from Kentucky. Those are the top two overall listed on ESPN's rankings.
And a safety in Malachi Starks.
Yeah, that was going to be the next one. Yeah, Malachi Starks has the potential to go there as well as the first round rounds out. And these are the teams, obviously, the 49ers want to get back to competing with in 2025 and beyond. Quick schedule note here. We were talking about all the front end of the draft, the 49ers schedule and playing the two South divisions and the Browns. Jackson Dart, the Giants the 49ers go to the Giants this coming season, so they'll get a look at Jackson Dart as well. But, yeah, you look at all of the top, Atlanta and Carolina, and I mean all over the board.
And the schedule, the commissioner announced, and they announced today, is coming out May the 14th. So I guess it'll depend what week we go to the Meadowlands, or East Rutherford, to play the Giants. I think I'm with you. I think that probably Russell Wilson starts the year at quarterback, but he's got to play better at some point. And they got famous Jameis, so at some point Dart will be the quarterback. Here's Baltimore's pick at number 27.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Malachi Starks, defensive back, Georgia.
I mean, Malachi Starks, you think
so Raven.
It's perfect Raven.
So Raven.
It's quintessential Raven.
Well, they got Harrison, the safety back there. I mean, they love their defensive backs. This guy is a really good player. Again, Larry Krueger, I can hear you out there. He wanted the Niners to take Booker, the big lineman from Alabama, and he wanted them to take this guy, Malachi Starks, the safety from Georgia, and he plays all over. He's a special player.
Well, he's a playmaker, and the Ravens know how to get playmakers in the secondary to play at their highest level. And Malachi Starks is going to be a guy in space. He can play the pass. He can come up and stuff the run. He's exceptional. A great athlete.
All right, John Dickinson, Greg Papa, Todd Husak. Let's take a timeout. We'll come back. Let's reset the beginning of the night tonight. We had the wild trade with the Jags and the Browns early. Also, get back to the 49ers pick, Mykel Williams, and look ahead a little bit at what is ahead for the Niners with 10 more picks between tomorrow and Saturday coming up. Biggest areas of need and some potential guys who could slip from the first round into the second round who could be in play as well. We'll do all that coming up right here. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
2025 NFL Draft Show on the Sports Leader.
Back here at 49ers HQ, the first round of the NFL Draft is coming to a close. The Lions pick is in and has been made. They took Mykel Williams, defensive tackle from Ohio State. So the Lions bolstering things up front on the defensive side. That is pick number 28. So we've got, 4 picks to go here to round out the first round. The 49ers earlier at number 11, Mykel Williams. Just kind of running through the early part of the draft. Cam Ward, as expected, guys, went to Tennessee, the quarterback from Miami. Then we had the trade with the Jags and the Browns and Travis Hunter. The Jags come up to get Travis Hunter from Colorado. The two-way threat. Giants took Abdul Carter. The Patriots, Will Campbell. And the Browns, via the Jags in that trade, end up with defensive tackle Mason Graham from Michigan. The Raiders got Ashton Genty, fell right to him, a guy that they were extremely high on. And so just kind of resetting things. We can talk a little bit more about Mykel Williams, but the first 5 picks of draft, we got a stunner there after Cam Ward went to Tennessee, number 1, between the Jags and the Browns.
I think it's an interesting decision from the Browns to trade out and pass on Travis Hunter, who I think is a generational elite athlete, a guy that can change a team pretty quickly because of his skill at both wide receiver and corner, to go down and pick up Mason Graham, who's a very good player, obviously top 5 pick in the NFL draft. But to pass on that type of talent is interesting. They must have a plan where they're going to pick up some other players, because I don't see that trade being beneficial to them immediately. And they need some players. Maybe Graham helps them on the defensive front and allows their other players to be better, but I don't get it. Personally, I don't get it. I think Travis Hunter is just so good. How can you pass on that guy?
Yeah, and they did, and ended up adding another pick early in the second round tomorrow, which I think is part of it. Cleveland is set up here to get a quarterback at some point. I think all things pointing toward that early tomorrow. And once we get through the first round, Pop, teams reset, and everybody gets that opportunity to look at who's been selected. Is there that 1 or 2 guys that you look up and go, whoa, how's that guy still on the board? And then you start to see teams maneuver within the early to mid part of the 30s to get in there and maybe take their guy.
So as we were talking to John and Kyle, you evaluate all the players, then you sit down and you play poker. So why would Andrew Berry, with the number 2 overall pick in the draft, trade back from number 2, we can just take Travis Hunter, transcendent player on both sides of the ball, and go back to 5 and take Mason Graham? Now, he may love Mason Graham. Jim Schwartz may love Mason Graham. But I think most people would say you got lesser value. So why would you do that? Because you got an extra draft pick at number 36 overall to do it, among others. So tomorrow, when day 2 starts, they have the 33rd pick in the draft, which is the most coveted selection on day 2. So that's the first pick of the second round. So there'll be overtures to trade that pick, or they could do what they want. The whole board resets now. And they have the 36th pick in the draft. So as you're looking at it now, we're getting towards the back end. And Detroit needs defensive line. I mean, that's the engine of their team that they got to fix. And Aiden Hutchinson should come back from his injury. Aleem McNeil, late in the year, got hurt. They got DJ Reader. So to go get Williams from Ohio State is a good selection. They need to fortify that line. Now we're getting in, and the Lions had the best record in the NFC, but they went out. They got shockingly upset by Washington, despite the 15-2. Now we're getting into the Final Fours. The 4 teams that played on Championship Sunday. Washington 29, Buffalo 30, Kansas City 31. We heard a rumor that Philadelphia wanted to trade up from 32. What is Howie Roseman up to? So, and going back last year, Kansas City made a trade with Buffalo at the very end of the draft, and they took Xavier Worthy, which a lot of people at Buffalo are not happy, because Xavier Worthy is the 4-2-1 guy, and that kind of flipped Kansas City, and they got their new Tyreek the Streak. So the question would be, Do teams want to make a deal? Like the Rams maybe they were trying to get Jackson Dart. With their pick at 26, the Giants jumped him, made a deal with the Texans, so Les Snead said, I'm not playing tonight. I'm out. Is Washington, and Adam Peters in Washington there, in Buffalo, and Brandon Bead and Brett Veach and Howie. Would the Niners make any thought about, taking what they have tomorrow? Tomorrow, they have the 11th pick overall in day 2, which is the 43rd pick. They have the 75th pick. They have the 100th pick as a compensatory pick for tomorrow on the 2nd and 3rd round of the draft. Let's see what the Commanders do at number 29 here.
The Washington Commanders select Josh Conerly Jr.
Here we go.
Tackle, Oregon.
All right, so there you go. They go offensive line.
He's a good player. He's got good feet. You've seen him in Oregon.
Yeah.
There was talk about the Niners being involved in him, and I think he does fit the scheme. But Washington just, they picked. But the point is here, with the Niners try to take some of this draft, if somebody's falling that you like Josh Conerly, maybe that's the guy you want. As you're looking at the offensive line now, you took a D lineman, an edge guy, and Mykel Williams earlier. If somebody you had evaluated, say, to go in the 20 or so, now all of a sudden they're still there and Buffalo's picking at 30, would you trade up and make a deal, whether the Niners do it or any team around the NFL now?
Well, a guy like Josh Simmons, offensive lineman from Ohio State, who a lot of people are saying might be the most talented.
Last year. Otherwise,
he's been hurt. But is he a guy that you move up and take, and a guy that will come in and likely either push for playing time or start on that offensive line? He's a guy that I think has fallen, that a lot of teams, I'm sure, are shocked that he's still on the board.
Yeah, what do you sense would be the 49ers' appetite to maybe
I mean, someone like that, maybe a lineman, maybe Conerly. But then, it's the cost of doing business. You debate. This is what we were talking to John and Kyle. You evaluate all your players and you have grades on everybody. Now we sit down and play poker.
Yep.
And your draft board is entirely different than mine. The way I play football is entirely different than the way you play. So we're going to evaluate players differently. Now you get into playing that game of what the value is and whether you want to move up or move down. I'm not saying they're going to do it, but this is the point where as you evaluate your day 1 picks, John said they had 20 players that they evaluated with first-round grades. Are all 20 of those players gone right now? Are there some that you had a first-round grade on that are still hanging around here at 30, 31, and 32? And maybe not the Niners. Maybe Andrew Berry makes his play right now. Maybe he takes 33. I don't know if you take 33 and 36 to go up. That wouldn't be smart. But if you wanted to trade up and get, take that first pick of day 2 away and trade it, if you do like a quarterback, and it doesn't have to be Shedeur, it could be Tyler Shuck, could be whomever you want, that extra year on the contract is important.
Yep.
If you're drafted in the first round, we have you under contract for 5 years to begin your career at very manageable money, especially when you get 30, 31, 32. If you take them tomorrow in the second round, you only have 4 years under contract. So now this is where the shell games. I'm not sure the Niners are involved in this, but as you evaluate players that you thought you have a higher grade on and they're still hanging around here and they're picking in the 30s, let's go get that guy.
Well, a guy like Jahad Campbell, who we just saw rated as a top 12 player.
Wow. Yeah, good
from
point.
A talent standpoint.
Good point.
A guy that can come in and wreak havoc from a speed and playmaking standpoint.
Another interesting name, and we mentioned Shedeur and Tyler Shuck, Jalen Milroe. Whoa.
Difference.
Whoa.
Like he
scored 20 rushing touchdowns last year.
Yeah.
I think he's a better thrower of the football right now than when Lamar was drafted. And you remember when Lamar Jackson was drafted? He was drafted with the very last pick of the first round. He went 32 overall. A lot of people like the great Bill Polian, the Hall of Famer, thought he can't play quarterback in the NFL and moved him to running back. So you want to go get Jalen Milroe before day 1 is over? You got to go get him right now.
Quick note, we were talking about Jackson Dart and Russell Wilson. This via multiple reporters. Brian Daboll come out in his press conference and says Russell Wilson's going to be the starting quarterback there, at least.
Let's go to training camp.
At least for now.
Yeah.
At least for
now.
now.
The other element to that is, the wind in that stadium And it's not
It's
like
real.
the old place, but it's still bad. You got to have a special arm to cut through that wind. Jackson Dart. What a great name. First of all, he spells Jackson with an X. I love that. And he's so perfectly named for his position and the way he throws. He darts the football. The way Josh Allen throws the ball through the wind in Buffalo, maybe not to that degree, but Jackson Dart throws a tight spiral. The ball will not flutter in those winds in Jersey.
I played in that stadium when I was with the Jets. We warmed up. Vinny Testaverde, he threw a ball that cut through the wind like nobody's business. And so I'm warming up with Chad Pennington. He's
the opposite.
Vinny looked a lot better than Chad and I did in warm-ups. There's no doubt about it.
He great ball fake. And nobody had ball handling like Chad Pennington.
He was great.
But he could not throw the football with velocity. But he had a good career, Chad.
Long career. Yeah, he put up some numbers.
Yeah, the wind. When he threw the ball in the middle lane, the wind just took the ball.
Absolutely.
Like
But I tell you what, Vinny Testaverde, that guy threw a dart.
Now, sometimes he threw the ball to the wrong team. He did that a little bit.
Every now and then.
Quick little one-liner also from Sean McVay tonight.
Rams head coach?
Asked during his post-draft, all these post-draft press conferences coming out. McVay
Why they traded out?
Asked, you went 7 years between first-round picks. Now you have 2, and meaning 2 next year. And McVay says, for now.
Oh, wow. Right.
So there you go.
So was there any thought, I wonder, were they trying to get Jackson Dart at 26, and once the Giants jumped ahead and got Houston's pick at 25, they just said, we're out? I wonder if the Rams had just stayed, if the Giants did not trade up and take Jackson Dart, would the Rams have taken Jackson Dart at 26? They asking that?
I'll do some looking. I'll do some research here.
He won't answer
during a timeout. Do you want to get the Bills pick here? Let's get the Bills pick.
The announcement for his beloved Bills. Go ahead, Tommy.
Here we go.
Let's go, Buffalo! With the 30th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Mykel Harrison. Let's go!
Cornerback.
One of the corners off the board. The top 2 players on the board overall, again, in the ESPN power rankings of all of it, were Will Johnson and Maxwell Hairston. Hairston from Kentucky, he goes before Will Johnson here to Buffalo at number 30.
The fastest 40 time at the Combine at 4.28 this year. He's a playmaker, too. He's a ball hawk. He can come in and be a guy that a defensive coordinator is going to love on the outside. Big, strong guy,
and
too.
And again, the Bills in their never-ending quest to beat Kansas City. I mean, they add a DB.
Yep. He needs speed.
And they need one. You know, they've got Taron Johnson as one of the best nickelbacks in football. They brought Tre'Davious White back, and I thought he was kind of done. The Rams had him and got rid of him, and he wound up going to Baltimore. Tre'Davious White, in back-to-back years, tore an Achilles and an ACL. And they got Christian Benford as well. That's a good player. So, obviously, they beef up on cornerback.
And we have a trade. And how about this?
Chiefs traded out?
The Eagles and Chiefs.
Flipped?
Have flipped.
Oh, wow.
The Eagles and Chiefs have flipped. Met in the Super Bowl.
Who are we rooting for? Both of them to expire
the Eagles
their 10 minutes and not get a pick?
The Eagles trade 32 and 164 to the Chiefs, and the Chiefs trade 31 to the Eagles. So
this is like Buffalo doing a deal with Kansas City last year and giving up Xavier Worthy.
They're going to take.
I wouldn't trade
Talk
with
about
either
two
guy.
teams securing
Would you
their own
trust
skin.
Brett Veach and Fat Andy? I'm not trading with him. And what is Howie Roseman up to?
Get the.
Why does he want to go from 32 to 31? What's he up to?
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, there's somebody he definitely
Couldn't
wants.
he just ask Andy? He used to work here. Who you taking at 31?
Somebody he definitely wants that he thinks Andy would have taken, and so he's going to pay the price to not have Andy take him. Right?
Who's that going to be?
And we're going to find out. So we'll do that coming back. Greg Papa, Todd Husek, John Dickinson back here. We'll hear more from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. We'll re-rack maybe some of the interview we had earlier with them on Mykel Williams. And we'll continue on here. Close it up on this NFL Draft Night 1 on the Sports Leader.
Live from 49ers headquarters in Santa Clara, this is the 2025 NFL Draft Show on the Sports Leader.
Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Marcus the Waterboy Boucher still live here from Jack's Restaurant and Bar here in San Jose as we're wrapping up the KNBR Draft Party. The Niners had the number 11th pick, and they've gotten their first defensive lineman of the draft. Still 10 picks to go for the Niners over the next 2 days. Draft gets going again with round 2 tomorrow. Stay tuned, by the way, 9 o'clock tonight, Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger, a special draft edition of the show. Sure, Larry will go through each and every pick. Gotta tell you, I like this Mykel Williams guy. Anyway, we'll get a little Larry Krueger later on tonight at 9 o'clock, and we'll throw you back to 49ers headquarters in just a bit. Guys, just in general, we'll get to Marcus first. Reaction to the draft. I mean, a lot of aggressive moves, it looks like, at the bottom of the draft after Jacksonville traded up to number 2, and they selected Travis Hunter, the two-way player, and Adam Schefter reports that the Jacksonville Jaguars do plan to play Travis Hunter at both defensive back and at wide receiver. Liam Cohen, the new head coach there, an offensive-minded guy. They're going to put him in. No trades until we got to pick number 25, where the New York Giants trade back into the first round, and they select their quarterback out of Ole Miss. Jackson Dart becomes the second quarterback after Cam Ward was taken number 1 overall. You guys both Raider fans. Ashton Janty's drafted number 6 overall by the Raiders, and Pete Carroll was getting loose on Twitter today with all the gifs that he was shooting out.
A little too much.
A lot of clues. A lot of clues
for
what is this? What is this? Blues clues
for Pete Carroll and Ashton Janty, and then maybe one of the most interesting picks is, or trades at the end of the draft is, or near the end of the first round here, is that the Rams traded away their first round pick. They got a first rounder next year, so the Rams will go to next year's draft knowing everybody knows they're going to need a quarterback at some point to replace Matthew Stafford. So they are going to have 2 first rounders in the 2026 NFL draft, presumably with the ability to trade up and maybe grab a quarterback if they'd like to get one at some point. Just in general, Marcus, your reaction to the draft at this point?
Well, I'm reacting right now to seeing a trade between the Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh.
Like, that seems like a weird combination to make a draft trade with, since they just faced off in the Super Bowl.
Yes.
But real quick, I would say some of the bigger trades that we saw earlier, you mentioned the Travis Hunter move with Jacksonville moving up. We heard rumors all day about how Jacksonville wanted to make a splash. They went out and made a splash. We also heard earlier today that the New York Giants were more interested in Jackson Dart over Shedeur Sanders. Here at Jack's Restaurant and Bar, we got a big, loud, kind of shocking news when that move was made. They go with Jackson Dart. But I'm with you. I was confused about with the Rams moving down, more about the Falcons moving up for James Pierce Jr.
Well, the Falcons,
was a bit of a head scratcher there.
It's a bit of a head scratcher, except that the Falcons, for years now, we'd have to go back, I don't know how many years to find out when they last drafted a defensive player in the first round.
It's been a while.
I mean, they're Drake London and Bijan Robinson and Kyle Pitts and Michael Penix Jr. after signing Kirk Cousins. They've just gone offensive player after offensive player after offensive player. So they've now decided, hey, you're going to have some defense if you want to win football games. They get 2 defensive linemen in the first round. So I'd say good on the Falcons there. But the 49ers going to play a lot of the teams who picked ahead of them in this draft, and what we look at is one of the weakest schedules in the NFL this year. And a lot of these teams appear to have gotten better, at least on paper, early in the draft. We'll see how what the impact is of some of these moves. But Derek, your reaction after almost an entire first round?
Well, I mean, as far as the NFC opponents that the Niners could possibly face, I really love what the Green Bay Packers did. They haven't drafted a wide receiver in the first round in a long time, and Aaron Rodgers always pined for that. They get Matthew Golden from Texas, and I'm not being biased here just because I went to Texas, love Texas football. Matthew Golden, in my opinion, was the best wide receiver in this draft. You could play him on the slot, you could play him outside. And Christian Watson tore his ACL at the end of the season, and they have a lot of young guys, so I think Jordan Love and Matthew Golden will be a good combination. What the Eagles just did in drafting Jahad Campbell from Alabama.
Linebacker at Alabama.
Yeah, he played middle linebacker, and they already have Nakobe Dean and Jeremiah Trotter Jr. I wouldn't be surprised if they line up Jahad Campbell as an outside pass rusher. But you got to look what the NFC's doing right now. And I know a lot of people are going to react to what the Niners did, and I wasn't a fan of Mykel Williams. I know Larry Krueger wasn't. We'll see what he says tonight. I think that this will be a good pick in the future. I just think that I was surprised the Niners did it. I did not expect him to do that at 11, but this guy could be special down the line. To expect him to have an impact immediately next season, I don't know about that. They definitely got a talented player.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to Larry Krueger's show later on tonight because we had him on just 2 days ago, and I asked him between Mason Graham versus a guy like Walter Nolan.
Yeah.
And he actually preferred Walter Nolan. Yep. Now, Mason Graham goes number 5 overall. Walter Nolan slides down to number 16 to the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
So that's something to keep an eye on in the same division, obviously, as the 49ers. Also, Gray Zabel is a name we heard linked to the 49ers. He's not going to be lining up for the Seattle Seahawks. So 2 guys that were linked to the 49ers now playing in the NFC West.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Marcus Boucher with you here from Jack's Restaurant. We'll be signing off here momentarily. How about Baby Huey just rolling in? Baby Huey in the house.
The star of the show.
We're just coming to help clean up, Baby Huey. We're all done
Prepping
now.
the San Jose Giants. I love it, Baby Huey.
Anyway, Baby Huey in the house.
So how many people from the KNBR promo video actually showed up to this thing?
Everybody but Rusty and Keenan Thompson.
Damn it.
And the Bushman.
And the Bushman didn't show up. We did get the KNBR draft chime, though. This is the first time we've done the draft show here. An awesome event. Really great turnout. One big thanks to all the 49er fans who showed up, everybody who came to hang out. It's filtered out a little bit now once the Niners made the pick, but it was jumping in here earlier. We had a really nice crowd, a really big crowd, and I think it took a lot to make this happen. So a big thanks to all the staff here at Jack's, everybody who worked behind the scenes to make this thing happen, especially to Chris and John who helped us out individually here at the table. I mean, John was like bringing the shots. We were just like waiting for the trades to go down. Thanks to the Dirty Work Filth, everybody who came early in the show and hung out. Gotta love our guys, the Pat H's and your AJ Cruzes, your Rockin' New Eras, your Tackies, all of them who were here hanging out.
Rosenbag.
The KNBR sales team, Michael Skolt was here.
Filth.
Scotty Bastable, Aaron Jones, Maria Lopez did a great job helping all this stuff get going. Jack Loader and Mr. KNBR. We wouldn't be on video, wouldn't be set up between 2 locations to keep this thing going, to give you guys the best draft coverage in the Bay Area. Josh Shepard, who did our engineering today. Big thanks to Josh Shepard. Thanks to the KNBR promotions team as well, to Andrea and to Cesar, who was here. Love seeing my guy Cesar just manning the table over there. You don't want to mess with him. Everybody gets 1 ticket in the booth, right, Cesar? Nobody gets to see it. He doesn't even know what I'm talking about. He's over there hanging out. And then, of course, Raph back at the KNBR headquarters,
What's up, bro?
our studios, who told me before the draft, you can't spell draft without Raph. So big props to Raph, who was dealing with a lot back there, bouncing between 2 different locations, 2 shows, dealing with producers. Good work by Mike Holler and everybody over there on that side as well. We will throw you back to the Oh, and of course, Tim Webb, who, by the way, produced and engineered the show for us all day long. We'll be back doing it tomorrow at the Giants game.
Timmy the Horn Man Webb.
Tim, they don't call him Tim the Horn Man because he doesn't like horns. You better be playing him tomorrow when he's producing the show.
Yeah,
all right,
They call you the Horn Man?
First round of the draft is wrapping up. Kansas City has their pick in. We'll throw it back to the 49ers headquarters as we sign off here. Back to John Dickinson, Greg Papa, and Todd Husak from 49ers headquarters. That's going to do it for our 2025 draft coverage.
All right, thanks, Copes. Appreciate it. Back here at 49ers HQ, the Chiefs pick is, in fact, in. Let's quickly run down again this flip-flop where Philadelphia moved up from 32 to 31, traded with the Chiefs, sent a 5th rounder to Kansas City to make it happen.
Pick number 164.
They ended up taking Alabama linebacker Jahad Campbell, and now the Chiefs are making the last pick of the night.
2025 NFL Draft. The Kansas City Chiefs select Josh Simmons, tackle, Ohio State.
All right, Josh Simmons goes to the Chiefs as they bolster what was a problem for them in the Super Bowl, the offensive line there. Thoughts on both of those? Jahad Campbell and Philadelphia wanting to get in front of Kansas City to make that happen, and then Josh Simmons going to the Chiefs.
Well, Philadelphia getting what was considered a top 15 talent in Jahad. Like, he is a playmaker who can run and find the ball.
Rich get richer.
And then the Chiefs get their guy Josh Simmons from Ohio State, left tackle, who a lot of people are saying might be the most talented tackle athletically. Young guy who is only going to get better. So he was injured, but a guy that can come in. And the Chiefs, you look at their last 5 or 6 years, they have the quarterback, they have the offensive line every single year. They can plug and play on the outside in the backfield, but when they have that offensive line and that quarterback, they can make teams hurt.
Yeah, the 2 years they didn't, they lost the Super Bowl.
Yep.
And the other years
Tampa
they
Bay.
did, and
COVID
Philadelphia did to them what Tampa did in the COVID year.
So
really,
it's
in the
interesting
Super
the
Bowl.
way Philadelphia builds their team with their D-line and their secondary. They don't put a lot of money in linebacker play. They let linebackers go. They did get one of the greatest free agent signings ever. He was a special teams player in New Orleans, Zach Bond, and became an instrumental player for them all year, huge pick in the Super Bowl. And they paid him. Jahad Campbell, That's just a value pick to get him so late in the draft at pick 31. It's not going to cost him a lot of money. So the linebacker play should be pretty good, with Zach Bond and Jahad Campbell. For Kansas City, our guy Jalen Moore, who the Niners had, and he played well last year when Trent went down to the ankle injury, but are they going to trust the blind side to and they gave him a lot of money, it was shocking, to Patrick Mahomes. So I think most people thought they needed to upgrade at offensive tackle. I mean, as you say, when they have lost Super Bowls, and they've lost 2, they've won a few as well, as we well know, they haven't been able to block. So I think that's an interesting combination and competition to have Jalen Moore, good player. But Josh Simmons, what a player. 2 years at San Diego State, Ohio State, to 2023, he had 13 starts. Then last year, he first 6 starts, and then he missed the final 10 games. Bad injury with a torn patella tendon in the left knee. But a lot of people thought, when you looked at his tape, and there were some good, we had high draft picks going. Membu went high and Will Campbell went high, but Josh Simmons was right there. So it's a weird trade. Like, why would you trade for a team that just beat you in the Super Bowl? I would have asked for one of Howie Roseman's Super Bowl rings, actually. And then Howie gave him a tackle. Indirect. Now, he wasn't going to take Josh Simmons, so they would have, they probably would have just taken him at, wherever they took him at 31, I guess, and they get an extra pick. But both those trades do make some degree of sense. Philadelphia upgrades the linebacking core, and they do it cheaply like they like to, and then Josh Simmons could easily be their new starting left tackle.
Well, you got a team.
City.
You got a team that focuses on a guy. They like Jahad Campbell, so they're not gonna risk Kansas City taking him. And then Josh Simmons, you said it, only started 6 games this past year after coming over from San Diego State, but supremely talented. I made a note, explosive lateral quickness. I mean, he is one of the better athletes up front that I scouted this year, and he's got a chance to come in and start right away.
Who won the draft? Who? I like to overreact
I like
on
what the
these
Giants
things.
did. I like what the Giants did.
Well,
would
you just say Jacksonville though, trading up from 5 to 2 to get Travis
Hunter's the best player in the draft. I think whoever got him won the draft. But I agree with you, JD. Getting Abdul Carter, who is a outstanding athlete and a quarterback in the first round.
Jackson Dart.
Yeah. I think they at least Brian Dable. Now the pressure's going to be on.
You need to have the quarterback, and now they've got a few pass rushers.
Yeah, exactly.
And that gives you a start. And look, we see it every year. Teams go from worst to in the mix. And, I mean, I'm not saying the Giants are going to do that, but they at least have a direction,
Yep.
I think, at this point.
And then Cleveland, they went the other way. They traded back from 2 to 5. They took Mason Graham. We'll see what kind of player he is. So they have the first pick tomorrow, pick 33, and they have 36. That 33rd pick is highly coveted. Teams reset their boards. They'll probably get some offers to trade for that pick. If Cleveland does stick and pick at 33, what do? Do they take a quarterback tomorrow? And you know what the constant talk will be the rest of the night and the morning shows will be about Shedeur. Tyler Shuck is out there. Jalen Milroe is out there. Does Cleveland have to take a quarterback tomorrow at 33? Or
one of those two? Yeah. I think 33 or 36.
I think you take a position player and then get the quarterback, whether it's Shedeur or Shuck, at 36.
And you can, if somebody wants to come up for 33 and you can move back and get a quarterback either at 36 or if you accumulate another asset by giving somebody 33, I think you can do it that way also.
Maybe they'll take Kyle McCord from Syracuse. Same helmet. Syracuse is the same helmet as the Cleveland Browns. Keep your hands off that guy.
Syracuse
Who
homer.
do you like the best, Tyler Shuck?
I like Tyler Shuck.
Jalen Milroe or Shedeur Sanders?
I like Tyler Shuck.
You like
those
Shuck
three,
the best?
Milroe is an outstanding athlete. I mean, he ran a 4.3 at the Combine. He is a special playmaker. He can throw a great deep ball, but less than 50% on passes between 15 and 25 yards. You got to throw the ball better than that. I think Tyler Shuck is a guy, you watch him at the Combine, he's got balance and size and speed and throws a good ball. That ball comes out of his hand really well. I'd take him over Jalen Milroe.
I know you're not a fan, but if the Browns don't take Shedeur Sanders, where does Shedeur Sanders end up? How far does he fall?
I don't
when
know.
his Pittsburgh pick.
Milroe can't throw, but I think he throws the ball better than Lamar when Lamar came into the league. He throws a good deep ball, but when you run like Jalen Milroe had 20 rushing touchdowns last year. He runs like a running back. Watch him run a quarterback sweep. The way he sets up the blockers, he looks like a running back. When you run that way, you don't need to be uber accurate. Guys have to come up to play your run. All of a sudden, they drop the secondary. You can fit it in there. Milroe can really run.
Who coaches quarterbacks and offensive coordinator for Cleveland? Tommy Rees.
Tommy Rees, sure.
Who coached him at Alabama 2 years ago and knows him well. Wouldn't be shocked to see him go there. I think that's a reach early in the second round.
All right, let's go ahead and hear our conversation earlier. 49ers, they end up making the pick at number 11 overall. Mykel Williams, the edge rusher from Georgia. He joined us, but before he joined us, we had a chance to speak to 49ers President of Football Operations, General Manager John Lynch, and head coach Kyle Shanahan. They sat down with us here at 49ers HQ to discuss the selection of Mykel Williams. John Dickinson, Greg Papa, Todd Husak, as we're here at 49ers HQ. 49ers making the 11th overall pick, first round. Mykel Williams, the edge rusher from Georgia, joining us now to talk about it. And we got a little distracted, so we were talking a little bit of Warriors there with John Lynch, but President of Football Operations.
Jimmy's fine.
General Manager John Lynch and head coach Kyle Shanahan here as well. Guys, Mykel Williams. Well, John, we'll start with you. What did you like about the edge rusher from Georgia?
Everything. Mykel was the guy that our building got really the most convicted, and we talk a lot about consensus. And when we have that, we usually are cooking with gas. We hit at a high level, and that's exactly what we had with Mykel. I think he's exactly what we're looking for in an edge player. Got a great combination of physicality, length. We really believe the versatility to play both outside and then move down inside and rush the passer as well. So, and then just talking to people at Georgia, there's a toughness to this kid. He played through an ankle last year and only missed 2 games, but dealt with it the entire year. And I think he's just a tough guy. He's got a lot of passion for the game. And Kyle and I had an opportunity on his 30 visit to sit down, really get to know the kid. And only 20 years old, and I think his best football is to come, and he's been pretty darn productive already. So great fit for us.
Coach, your thoughts about Mykel?
Everything he just said, that was awesome. But no,
that's it. Drop it.
No, he's we start out with the D linemen win games. So anytime you can add a good D lineman, a difference maker, that's usually where we want to start out. And we saw him as one. And when you just look at his length, how physical he can plays. I love how he uses his hands. He seems like a veteran in how he does it. And I think it's really cool when you watch a guy in college football play like a man. But you realize he's a 20-year-old. Wow. The difference in college football this year is you're going against mainly 25-year-olds with how long people stay. So when you watch a 20-year-old play like that versus NFL-aged people, I think it's pretty cool because can't wait to see him at 25.
Yeah, I read an article where you guys spent a lot of time with the players before the draft, just personally. Anything stand out about your time with him, interaction, anything that he said or did?
I would say, I won't speak for Kyle, but we tag team on a lot of these guys. We sit up in my office and talk to them. I think the thing with Mykel, other than that he's massive, he was very comfortable in his own skin, and I think that's authentic to me. There's a realness that this guy loves it. He is who he is, and I felt like this isn't recruiting, but he really wanted to be here, and we really wanted him to be here, and. Like I said, when you go off history, we've done well, and it's not all off the 30 visits. I mean, most of it is the film, but I think that just left us even more convicted of really wanting him, and that probably is what stands out most.
How much more desirable is a player that obviously can play on the outside but also can have the ability to slide inside? How much does that make an impact week in, week out?
It gives you a ton of flexibility. I mean, just losing Malik this year and stuff, losing some inside guys, some good inside pass rushers. Also losing Leonard, who's a very good edge player, good edge setter, good at rushing from the edge, and Mykel can do both. And when you're like that, that's a great thing for Saleh. I mean, when you can match guys up, you can put them wherever you want. And similar, 2 different players, but 2 good players, compare him to someone used like Eric Armstead. I mean, Eric was a problem on the edge, but he was also a huge problem over guards and could play either one depending on how our D-line panned out and what our roster was that year. But we got some really good guys here, but we lost a bunch, and we got to add a bunch more in here. And when you get a guy like this, we feel great at him at one spot and just as good at another.
His 40 time at the Pro Day was 4.77, John. His 10-yard split, 1.61. Do we have the GTFO for him, his first 3 steps? That's all we care about.
I'll let you explain GTFO, but just come to training camp and listen to Chris Kaceric's crazy, you know what? And that's what GTFO is.
Just getting off the ball.
Yeah, getting off the ball. He does it, and he does it well. And, you know, it's I'm getting excited just thinking, you know, the versatility Kyle's talking about. We got a guy in Yetur who also has that similar versatility. You throw him in there with Bosa, and like Kyle said, we still have 10 more picks, so we got a lot more work to do. A lot of opportunity for these guys to come in and earn a spot. And really, this weekend's huge for us, and we got off to a great start.
Does he remind you of anybody you played with your time, all those great defenses?
Yeah, so on our defensive lines, we never had a guy really that big. I think kind of like the length of a Simeon Rice, but a different player. Simeon was kind of more of an edge, you know, beat people around the corner. Mykel's different. Like Mykel's got kind of Trayvon Walker's a guy he's very similar to me, a former Georgia player. I didn't play with Trayvon, but I think they have a lot of similarities to their game. And he was a really, really impressive prospect.
How impressive was just the personality? You touched on it a little bit, Kyle. I guess I'll ask you for somebody that's so young. I mean, to be 20 and
that was the coolest part because we do. Not just, our scouts and John's whole group upstairs, they do homework on these guys for ever since they leave high school, and they go back to high school on it too. So they visit the school, they look into this stuff for 3 years, and some of them 4, some of them 6 right now. But the coolest thing when we're bringing them out on a 30 visit, I'm like, there's actually nothing I feel like I need to find out about this guy because he checks out in so many areas. And when you see that, you just wonder if it's too good to be true. So you enjoy the conversation. And when we hung out with him, you just get those exact same vibes. You can see exactly why his college program felt the way he did about him, how he checked out with every coach we talked to, former players who know him. And then just to get to know him, he held himself very well. He knew how to act, knew how to talk, and was really cool to be around, and I know our guys are going to love him.
Yeah, Kirby Smart said he's a great leader for us. He was a 4-game captain. So big day tomorrow, big day Saturday. You got 10 picks. Running back, 3rd or 4th round this year, Kyle. Where are we going with that?
Well, odds are 3rd. Especially with
Which one? Great. Which one you got? You got 75?
Well, probably both of them.
What'd you think of the draft? I mean, wow, how about the trade Jacksonville made, John, to trade up from 5 to 2?
Yeah, you know, Kyle and I, we get so zeroed in on our own stuff. Sometimes you're supposed to kind of be watching, and we are, but we're talking strategy, you know, and all that. But Jacksonville was aggressive, and good for them. They got a great player in Travis Hunter, and you know, Cleveland had their reasons, and Jim Schwartz loves D lineman as well, and got a really strong player in Mason Graham. So interesting to kick this thing off.
John, I know you can't necessarily get into specifics, but yeah. I mean, generally speaking, how much of a back and forth were there maybe with teams calling or you guys calling around or different things about? I know you had mentioned everybody kind of wanting to do the same thing maybe, and that can lead to inaction.
Yeah, I was real prophetic. I said everyone's trying to move that way, and Jacksonville goes up and gets the number 2 pick. So, but that was the pulse of what was going on. Most people were trying to get back. It turned out there were some people trying to get up, but once Mykel was there, that was going to be our pick, and it felt really good. I don't think we were very confident he was getting to us.
No, we weren't.
Yeah. So, you know, the fact that he did, that was a blessing, and we pounced when it happened.
All right, so that was a great conversation there with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. Let's go ahead and wrap it up here from 49ers headquarters. Just some thank yous, but a quick final thought to both of you guys, Pop.
Good day. Always great to work with you, JD. When my scoop and score when I got you from the airport, do I have to drive you home now and tuck you into bed?
No, you're all good. No, you're
milk and cookies
all
before
good there.
Bedtime. We're all good. I'll take care.
We're all good. I appreciate it. A lot of people, like I said, lost money on that. They didn't think you were going to do it.
Why did they think I wouldn't do that?
I don't know.
So tomorrow, there's some good players still available. Emanwari, the big safety from South Carolina. Will Johnson has not been drafted yet. The corner, Green, the edge rusher from Marshall. Azaraka, the edge rusher from BC. Niners picked 43rd tomorrow, 11th in the second round. Any of these guys going to be available tomorrow at 43?
Well, I think that's the big, that was going in, you're going to see some top 15, top 20 ranked players fall into the middle of the second round. And I think that's where teams not only pick for need, but the depth of this draft is, I think, deep at certain positions. Edge rushers, running backs, wide receivers. We only saw 2 wide receivers taken. We saw 2 running backs taken. There's going to be some NFL starters picked tomorrow that'll come out of this draft.
Todd, great stuff, man. Really fun getting the opportunity to work with you, Greg. As always, it's a pleasure. A lot of thank yous here out at Jax with Copes and D-Pop and Marcus Boucher, Tim Webb producing out there, Josh Shepard engineering there. Here, Andrew Stern, Michael Connell. On the digital side, our 49ers Director of Broadcast Partnerships, Bob Sargent. Sarge. Back at our San Francisco studios, Raf Corral and Ryan McCarthy. And, of course, thank you to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and the 49ers Media Relations team. For Todd Husak and Greg Papa, Larry Krueger is coming up next for a post-draft edition of Niners Nightly, 808 KNBR. He's taking your calls for the next couple of hours. I'm John Dickinson. Keep it locked right here. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM San Francisco, a Cumulus media station.
With the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Mykel Williams, defensive end, Georgia.
And like that, the NFL Draft is underway for the 49ers. Larry Krueger with you afterwards, taking your calls at 808 KNBR. What did you think of the Niners draft choice? Do you love it? Do you hate it? Do you think it's the best pick they've ever made? Is it another swing and a miss in the first round? How do you see the 49ers drafting of Mykel Williams? We'll get into that. We definitely want to hear from you. The first round is complete from Green Bay, Wisconsin, and it was an entertaining first round. Absolutely an entertaining first round. And now we're going to take your calls. And 808 KNBR is the phone number. What did you think of the pick? What'd you think? The Niners went with Mykel Williams, a defensive end from Georgia at number 11. We can talk about what you think of him, if you like him, if you don't like him, and what do you want to see the Niners do now that they've gone defensive end in round one? What do you want them to do tomorrow? They got 3 picks on Friday. They picked 43 overall in round 2. They also have the 75th and 100th pick in round 3. So they got 3 picks on Friday. And you heard John Lynch kind of say it. He's like, we're not done drafting defensive linemen. What do you put the over-under on Niner defensive linemen drafted this weekend? I'll put it at 5, which is a big number considering they have 11 picks. I would basically say almost half their picks are going to be defensive linemen. They got to have at least 2 defensive tackles. I would say at least 2 rushers, and maybe even one kind of, odd-shaped rusher. Could be an inside guy, could be an outside guy, could be a combo guy. They kind of got a combo guy tonight in Mykel Williams, who's one of the bigger, more physical defensive ends, and we'll get into his whole profile. But 808 KNBR is the phone number. What did you think of the pick? Who do you want tomorrow? Who's your big winner or loser from tonight? And I definitely have some winners and losers that I want to throw out from tonight. And then, of course, obviously, we want to get into the Niners pick and what they did. This guy is interesting. I'll say this. I didn't love it. I'm not going to try to pretend I loved it. I didn't love it. I didn't love it. Why? Because I watched Georgia, and I thought Jalen Walker was quite a bit better. I thought Malachi Starks was quite a bit more impactful. I mean, the Ravens got Malachi Starks at the end of the first round. He was probably Georgia's best defensive player. Jalen Walker, I heard an interview that Guy Haberman did with a guy who basically is dogs 24/7, and he's like, man, I'm surprised that Jalen Walker didn't go in front of Mykel Williams. But the Niners loved Mykel Williams. You heard it. We're going to let you hear. If you missed Shanahan and Lynch, we'll replay that before you get out of here. If you missed Mykel Williams sitting down with the press, we'll get you that as well. So you're not going to miss anything. If you have not heard anything about the Niner draft, we got you right here for the next couple hours. And 808 KNBR is the phone number. But as far as you could say, hey, the Niners it was a great win. Some people think it's a very safe pick. I didn't love it. Okay, I mean, here's what I don't love: 21 tackles on the season is what Mykel Williams had this year. 21 tackles. That's not a lot of tackles. That's not a lot of production. And that's the one thing that I didn't like, is that the traits are awesome. This is the guy that would be, that old saying, first guy off the bus. That's Mykel Williams. First guy off the bus. Absolutely the most impressive. I would say one of the 5 or 6 most impressive looking athletes in this entire draft, regardless of position. This guy's 6'5", 260. Heck, Lynch just compared him to Trayvon Walker, who was the first pick in the draft. And I think that's a good comparison. He's a big, studly defensive end who's rocked up. This is not your Mike Green. This is not James Pierce. This is not one of these guys that's, 245. I love Ezeraku from BC. Those guys are 240 pounds, 250 pounds. Those guys are just going to get engulfed by offensive linemen. It's a big difference playing as an edge rusher, standing up, as opposed to hand in the dirt, first and second down, offensive tackle is on the other side of the line of scrimmage. He outweighs you by 40 pounds, and you got to go up against him. I mean, that's what a 4-3 defensive end does. He goes up against a bigger man a lot of the time. So you got to be, the Niners want, when I heard John the other day say, hey, we want a defensive end that sets the edge. Well, you could put a line through Pierce, put a line through Green, put a line through Ezeraku, put a line through all those guys because they can't stand up on first and second down. They get kicked out of the club. They just get some offensive tackle is just going to eject them 5 yards downfield. So they can't stand it. And the Niners don't want to invest the 11th pick in the draft on a situational guy. They don't want a guy who can just come in on third down. So I think they probably looked heavily at Shamar Stewart and heavily at Mykel Williams, and they both have that edge-setting presence. And you heard John Lynch say it. He thought they feel like they got the best edge-setting presence among all the defensive ends in this draft. So I didn't love it because of the lack of production. This guy, though, on the hoof was just, first glance, you absolutely would take this guy. 5-star high school recruit. He's an interesting story. He's a Columbus, Georgia kid who was on his way to go play for Clay Helton at USC. And then SC fired Helton, and he decommitted. And he said, I'm going to stay close to home. So he went to Georgia. And he was awesome as a freshman. As a freshman, he played huge snaps and was a major impact guy for the Dogs freshman year. This last year, as I said, 21 tackles. People are like, oh, you can't take Shamar Stewart. He's not productive. He had 31 tackles. This guy had 21 tackles. So if tackles is your thing, you're not necessarily loving what this guy did in 2024. He had a couple forced fumbles this year. He did 5 sacks. He had a couple passes defensed. He's 6'5", roughly 270. He's 20 years old. Never had over 28 tackles in any of the seasons there. He had 14 career sacks. I think 5 was the most he ever had. 40 career games, 41 solo tackles, 67 total tackles in 40 career games. Okay, so what do you love about him? You love the body. The body and the makeup. I mean, they had a chance to meet this guy. Supposedly they love him. You heard Lynch and Shanahan. If you heard any of their presser, and we're going to play it for you if you missed it, but they love this kid. I mean, they love him. They love the visit. Hey, we were surprised he was there. His film is super impressive. The one thing that the film will never tell a guy like myself or any of you or really anybody who doesn't get a chance to meet these guys, we don't find out what does football mean to these guys. Some guys are good at football, but doesn't mean a whole lot. Some guys, football means everything. And it sounds like this is a guy that really loves the game. So that's important. So he loves football. The film, his film is impressive, especially against the run. As John said, he's a big, good-looking kid. He said Robert Saleh and Chris Kasarik are really happy about this pick. John described Mykel as tough, smart, versatile. Guy could play outside or inside. The one thing the Niners do a lot of, and I don't think they did it as much this year, I think they'd like to do more of it, is they like to have those linemen that are in the in-between stage or the in-between size, and you line up some guys inside and have them stunt outside, line up guys outside, have them twist inside. They like to move their linemen, and this guy's really good at that. That is the one thing that when I did watch the film, I said, wow, okay, this guy looks good there. You can line up Mykel Williams as a 3 technique and use him on a stunt where he shoots around the outside. They can play those games inside. I mean, think Arden Key, think Charles Omenihu, think some of those kind of bigger, a little bit bigger defensive ends that can play some snaps at defensive tackle and can help you in that, in their 4 defensive end kind of NASCAR alignment where they're just going after the quarterback in obvious passing downs. I think you're going to see that. I think you're going to see Mykel Williams lined up as a 3 technique and obvious passing downs, hunting the quarterback from inside. So I think that's one area where Pierce ain't doing that. Ezeraku ain't doing that. Mike Green's not doing that. Those undersized guys aren't doing that. They're not lining up inside and being able to play all those games. So that's a real positive. They also feel like that he didn't play his best ball this year, maybe because of the high ankle sprain. Now, I hate I hate guys who use injuries as an excuse, and I don't know that he is, but this guy had a high ankle sprain, and I guess it burned him most of the year. You heard Lynch say Will Muschamp, their defensive coach, said the kid was tough as hell and battled on this high ankle sprain all year. So he missed a couple games. He said he suffered it in the first game of the year, and it probably derailed him a little bit. Niners love the 30 visit. In fact, Lynch compared it to Fred Warner's 30 visit. So they were wowed by the kid. And he said, John and Kyle were like, hey, man, this is a guy who fits our culture. Lynch admitted they tried to trade up to get him, which I think would have been a huge mistake. But they've got what they want here. They got a guy who can set the edge, who's probably the best edge setter in the draft class, who's a very good power rusher and a high character kid. I mean, that's the other thing, too. With some of the defensive ends, you got a whole level of character concerns that you got to sift through as well. The fact that you got a high character individual is a good thing. It's not going to mean anything if the guy can't play, but it's always nice to have a high character player. And you heard Lynch talk about this kid's character. I mean, he's tough. He's smart. They think he's got a lot of upside potential. And then Lynch said, hey, look, this is not the only defensive lineman we're going to add. So in a lot of ways, it's a good first defensive lineman because he can play. He's an edge guy, but he's an edge guy that has a big enough body to play inside. He's versatile. You can line this guy up a bunch of different spots on your line. And so you can mix and match. And I think it's going to be interesting to see in the next couple of days what body types and what type of players the Niners had on that defensive line. Because they'll probably add, my guess is 5 or 6 or 7 players on that defensive line. So 808 KNBR, what do you think? Let's go to the phone lines. Let's see what people have to say. And I'll get into some of the winners and losers from the draft. And I definitely think there were some clear winners and some clear losers tonight. But I would definitely first want to hear from you. Oh, I know what I was going to throw in here before we jump to the lines. So my kid put out there some of the numbers on Mykel Williams. 6'5", freakish length, 34-inch arms, almost 35-inch arms. 70th percentile in 10-yard split. So even though he's 6'5", 270, the dude gets out of his stance and his GTOF or whatever that, he get off the ball. He gets off the ball. That's a good 10-yard split. He's got a great ability to shed blocks because he's a big, strong guy. He's got great anchor, maybe the best of anybody in the edge class. So that is cool. But then also there was some other stats that I think are also pretty revealing that don't necessarily paint the picture that I'm sure the Niners want to paint. His metrics, according to PFF, I think metrics are pretty reliable, by the way, for looking at future success and trying to predict the future. His pass rush grade in true pass sets was only 9th percentile. This guy does not have a lot of moves. He doesn't. He relies on just winning initially with quickness and usually mostly with strength. So this is not Mike Green. Mike Green's got a twist and a turn and a club and a swim and a rip and dip and rip, and he's got an array of moves. This guy doesn't. This guy does not have an array of moves. So his pass rush grade in true pass rush sets is 9th percentile. That's not good. His pass rush win percentage was only 30th percentile. So this guy is a raw pass rusher. He's got the tools, but Chris is better get ready to coach this kid up because he right now he got nothing. He's got no moves right now. Go watch it. You'll see for yourself. Not a lot of moves there. 30th percentile pass rush win rate in the country. 9th percentile pass rush grade in true pass sets. These are PFF stats. Now, when you look at run stop percentage, 66th percentile, much better. When you look at run defense grade in PFF, 97th percentile. This guy is a monster against the run, and he's got no moves. So we're going to see, can they coach him up? Can they teach him a few moves? Can he develop? But day one, he's going to walk in. He's going to be really good against the run. And that's going to help the Niners because they weren't very good against the run last year. All right, let's go to the phone lines. Let's see what people have to say. I definitely want to paint a fair and balanced picture of Mykel Williams. We're not here to just be like rah-rah Niners, but at the same time, you know what? 49ers had a really good draft last year, and I think that to some degree they deserve the benefit of the doubt. Let's go to the lines, though. 808 KNBR, the number. Peter's in San Jose on the Sports Leader to lead us off. Peter, welcome. You're on KNBR.
Hey, how you doing, Larry?
Good, Peter. What's going on, man?
Hey, I think this is a pretty awful pick. Like, I always try to give them the benefit of the doubt, but it just goes to show you. Well, there's too much weight put on what school they went to because they went to Georgia. I'm watching a guy. I'm a San Jose State alum, Nick Nash. He was a Triple Crown in the FBS. And it's like, oh, he might go 4th round. And it's like, I just don't get it. I get the conference isn't that good, but that same conference had Ashton Genting. So, and San Jose State is a pretty good team. And this guy is going to fall into somebody's lap, and I think he's going to be a stud. I'm talking about Nick Nash, who should have won.
Yeah, I talked to him a couple weeks ago. I don't know if you saw my interview with him on my YouTube channel from Niners Local Pro Day. Great kid, and I'm with you. I'm with you, man. Nick Nash is going to go on day 3. Somebody's going to sit there and be like, 3 weeks into training camp, somebody's going to be like, who was the guy who pounded the table for Nick Nash? Because let's give that guy a promotion because Nick Nash does nothing but run routes, catch passes, and produce. I love him on day 3 or maybe after the draft.
Yeah, no, I think
hell of a player.
Like, honestly, I have not been a huge college football fan. I had nothing against it, but I just didn't really get into it until I got into my senior year. And watching this guy is one of our, I think he's probably maybe the best wide receiver San Jose State's ever produced, which isn't saying a ton. But, I see a guy like that, and then I see a guy like the one we drafted, and it's like if we signed a free agent, and I know they're not paying that much money right now for Mykel for our first rounder.
Yeah.
But if you told me you had a guy that's supposed to be an edge rusher, like, I know it's not a fair comparison, but you got Bosa with 20 sacks in a year. This guy's got 14 sacks in 3 years. And like you said, the tackles are down. And it's like I don't see even a great ceiling for the guy. Like, I get the run percentile. We are good. That is one of our weaknesses. But I think this is the kind of guy you could have gotten in the 3rd round, like 2nd round even. Maybe 3rd round is too
Well,
far.
I don't know if I won't go there because I think he's too good of an athlete. He's too good of an athlete. 6'5", 260, gigantic hands, ridiculously long arms. I mean, this is a blue chip body. There's no question. This guy looks the part, walking through the door. Ridiculous arms. This is one of the great athletes in the draft, right? This is one. So this guy is and he's got strong character. So he's a great athlete. He's high character. There's no perfect prospects, right? So like Mike Green had 17.5 career sacks and an array of pass rush moves, but he also has multiple arrests that have to be investigated, and there's character issues. And he's 6'2", and he's 250 pounds, and he probably can't stand up on 1st and 2nd down. Then he's a 3rd down specialist. So I mean, it's like it's a tough position to fill, this wide 9 defensive end, and they don't want to take on bad guys. They don't want to take on character risks and that kind of thing. So you're going to have to give, and what they're giving here is they're getting the prototypical athlete with the length and the character, the body, the school, the blue chip, traits, going back to being a 5-star high school recruit coming out of Columbus, Georgia. For high school, but you got to trade something. And in this case, what you're trading is he doesn't have a lot of moves, and he doesn't have a lot of production, and you're a little bit. He's a little bit of projection. I mean, I'll read to you the line from Dane Brugler's draft guide: low end tackle production, stats don't match his traits. That's Dane Brugler. So, but there's a lot of people. But Dane still liked him. and still has him mocked in the first round. It's just, that's the downside for Mykel Williams. He didn't play a ton of snaps at Georgia. He played in a rotation. He only played 33 snaps, defensive snaps per game this year. So that's partially why his stats are down. His ankle injuries, partially why his stats were down. But he definitely didn't put up big stats. He's got traits. So it's a matter of gambling on the traits and seeing if you can get it out of him. And obviously, Saleh and Kasarik have told Lynch that they feel like they can, and they pounded the table for this kid. So hopefully it works out. Peter, have a great night, man. Appreciate your thoughts, and give it some time. Bruce is in San Jose. We'll stay down in the South Bay on KNBR. Hey, Bruce.
Yeah. Hey. Good evening. Thanks for taking the call, Larry. Don't sleep on the great Swerve and Mervin Fernandez from San Jose State.
It's funny. When he said, there's not a lot of good receivers from San Jose State, I thought to myself, you know what? I went to Sac State, but my buddy Chris Townsend, who went to San Jose State, is probably driving around going, I can name this guy and that guy and this guy, and you just named one, Mervin Fernandez, the former Raider. Great player in the Canadian League.
For sure. So just a couple quick things. I'll be honest, I watch more NFL, so sure. So I wouldn't have been mad if the Niners went offensive line, because I felt last year we could have used some help when, the age. But this regime was defensive line. I felt maybe Harbaugh drafted more linemen like Upati. I don't know where they're drafted, but neither here nor there. I just hope this gentleman does not turn into a Solomon Thomas. I know Solomon Thomas is still playing and, has a career, but I'm hoping this guy can exceed those expectations. And I guess my real question why I called in, I know you're not high on this guy, and I'm sure you haven't been high on several draft picks in years past. Has there ever been a draft pick that you were down on that exceeded your expectations, that, man, I was really wrong on this guy?
Oh, God. Are you kidding me? I'm wrong all the time.
But I guess the biggest name, or, because I know you're opinionated. I've listened to you throughout the years.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I love.
I'll give you one. There's probably people right now typing it into the chat. You said. No, I did not. I watched Fred Warner at BYU, and at BYU, he didn't even really play linebacker. He was like this rover safety guy. He was not as strong, didn't look like the same athlete he is right now. He was kind of a grab and drag tackler. I just saw him as a very underwhelming pick. And what I didn't see was that this was a guy who was kind of growing into his body, that was getting stronger, that football was really important to him. And Fred, I thought Fred was just an ordinary third-round pick, and he's been extraordinary. So that one, I'll give you another one, too. I could do this all night. But Carlos Hyde, I thought Carlos Hyde. I was convinced Carlos Hyde was going to be really good, and he wasn't very good. So I've got probably more of I was convinced they were good, and then they weren't good. We're going way back for some of you old Niner fans. J.J. Stokes and Rashawn Woods. I really thought those guys were great young receivers that were going to hugely impact the Niners. Woods did absolutely nothing. J.J. had a nice career, but he never really fulfilled, I think he was the 10th pick in the draft. He didn't fulfill those expectations. The one thing I will say about this pick that I love, I love, if you're going to err one way or another, I would and I've really believed this, I would much rather err with the guy who's a little bit of a freaky athlete and the production is a little bit of a projection at the pro level than the guy who's got awesome production, but I'm not sure if it's a pro body. You know what I'm saying? It's like, he was great at his school, but I don't know if it really is going to translate, because I see a lot of productive players who, they just get to the pro level and they just don't, it doesn't translate. They're not big enough, strong enough, fast enough, explosive enough. I'd rather take an exceptional athlete who you're getting just a premier athlete. Why? Because you know what? By the time training camp rolls around, mini camp rolls around, once you roll these guys out on the field, if you take premier athletes, all of a sudden mini camp is great. Training camp is great. You're like, look at this guy. This guy's even better than we thought. If you take a guy who's a really good player as far as but he's just an underwhelming athlete, not quite NFL, you get to camp and you're like, he's all right. He's okay. I mean, he knows what he's doing. He's productive. He's not going to make mistakes, but he's not a pro athlete. And when you really have it going, and I remember talking to Trent Baalke about this, is if you can wed, the great athlete, like the Mykel Williams athlete, with a guy who also has incredible production. That's when you really have something. And that's kind of what I thought the Niners were going for with Jalen Walker. I really kind of thought Jalen Walker would have been their pick. I thought he kind of was that guy who was the great athlete and great producer. But, he also is not an edge rusher. There's no doubt. He's more of a stack linebacker. It's less of a need. It's less of a priority. And the Niners felt like they needed that guy opposite Bosa. And they got him tonight in Mykel Williams. Let's see if they can get him in their system and get him to start and produce. We'll see. Appreciate the call, Bruce. Big Al is up in Sacramento on KNBR. What's up, Big Al?
Hey, K-Man, how you doing?
Hey,
I'm
man.
not a 49er fan. I like football. You hear me okay? Everything good?
Yep.
Yeah,
we got you.
And, but I thought the Niner pick was good. I'm going to disagree with your other caller, only because I watch a ton of college football, and I love the Ohio State. I was so happy to see a guy I thought highly of, the tackle, Simmons, got hurt, went to San Diego State where I went to. I like him. The problem is, this is why it was great. I turn on the coverage with Saban. I don't care what anybody might say. When you got that guy in on your coverage, that's A+.
They had Nick Saban. They had Nick Saban today and the entire College Game Day crew. I think that's one of ESPN's best shows, and I really enjoyed the afternoon. I don't know what I was watching, ESPN2, but they had the entire College Game Day crew, and it was just a real easy listen. We've heard a lot of draft talk from NFL people, and draft Nick type people. It was cool to hear kind of college people kind of break it down a little bit.
That's right. I just watch them as the picks are being made because I think, Desmond, whatever, he's fine, but they all have that. They should have a deeper understanding. I mean, no offense, Mel Kiper is the expert. They get all that, but it was just outstanding. And again, your caller, listen, the SEC is the SEC for a reason. You're getting 5-star blue chips. Do they always pan out? Oh, heck no. But let's take a look at some of the guys in the last 2, 3, 4 years that have come out. The Eagles drafted, just tremendous players. So, I think I think the 49ers will be happy. It's a question, as you said correctly, it's a question of, you want to say, his motivation, motor, and all that. He's got all the physical tools. And the tackles, I wouldn't worry about that because Georgia had just a bunch of guys. They were playing 6, 7 guys on that line. And they shipped them through in games. I watched their games. So the numbers can be misleading. You said that. Numbers can be misleading. So you were happy. Now, did you think, let's just talk today, did you think the Raiders, did you really get that Genty? I'll go off radio now. I just want to hear you talk about the Raiders and Genty.
Appreciate the call and have a great night. Opens up a line at 808 KNBR. I thought the Raiders were one of the losers. Now, Genty's a tremendous back. Don't get me wrong. I watch Boise a bunch. The guy's awesome. But, somebody was, I think it was, who was it that was comparing him to Emmitt Smith in the broadcast? But I love Genty. He's really powerful. I don't, in this draft with as many great running backs as there are, I didn't see the value there. I think he's good, but he's, he looked like absolutely like he's on a totally different level because he's going up against, not the greatest teams in college football. When he went up against Penn State late in the year, he still had 100 yards, but it was like 109 yards, not like 85 yards or something like that. So you got to factor in quality of competition or lack thereof. Not that Boise plays some joke schedule. They're legit, but, it's not playing in the SEC. So there's that. Also, you had a super loaded running back class. I think there's amazing running backs all throughout this draft and even after the draft. So, you're the Raiders. Going for a running back would be like if you had your entire team set up, you're good on both sides of the line of scrimmage, you're ready, you're inside your Super Bowl window. For whatever reason, you lost your back, and you're, just need to plug in a young stud back and win more games. But that's not them. They got holes everywhere. holes in the secondary, holes on the O-line, holes on the D-line, holes at linebacker. I mean, the whole team is a gigantic hole. So to go for a running back, I mean, it's just like, who are you kidding? Who are you kidding? I mean, that's just like, it's like, somebody who doesn't have a roof on their house and they just spent $5,000 on their mailbox. It's like, bro, go get a roof. Go get some windows. Go get some flooring. You got a $5,000 mailbox with, gold trim. And what's that doing for you? He's the equivalent of the $5,000 mailbox. Are they going to win with him? No. By the time they get good, he'll be beat up. They got an old coach who's thinking win now. Win now's fine if you got the talent to win now, but if you don't have the infrastructure to win now, you're just kidding yourself. And I think that's them. I think they're totally kidding themselves. I love Genty. He's going to be good. I'll say this. If you've screwed up the draft a ton, why not go for a Genty? Because he's going to be good. Almost the most for sure guys are almost always the running backs or the inside linebackers. Their skills translate quite easily. If you do it in college, you're probably going to do it in the pros. Show me all the most productive inside linebackers, all the most productive running backs. They're basically, foolproof. They're basically going to step into the pros and do what they do. Genty's going to be very good. But are the Raiders going to, win a championship with him? No. Are they even going to go to the playoffs with him? I would say no. So, I don't know. For me, I had the Raiders as one of the losers tonight. And it wasn't like they were overwhelming losers, but the losers to me were the Raiders, who went running back despite the fact they've got a million other needs. I thought Green Bay was a big loser. To go with the Texas receiver, Golden, he's super fast, but I mean, is he better? Is he worlds better? They're looking for a true number one receiver. I don't think he's a better receiver than the guys they got there. So, I mean, they're going to try to hand Matthew Golden and be like, oh, you're our true number one guy. He's not as good as Watson or Dobbs or Reed or the guys they have. I kind of like the guys they have, Wicks. So, I mean, Golden's a burner. And if you're just looking for somebody to take the top off, he'll do that for you. But, I mean, they're looking for a true number one receiver, and I don't think he's it. I mean, he's a one-year guy this year at Texas. I'm not a believer. I think Golden's smooth. I like Golden, don't get me wrong. But I don't see this dominant number one receiver. I really don't. So I thought they were kind of one of the losers. I thought Cleveland was a big loser. I mean, Travis Hunter is right there in your lap, and you trade away to go move down a couple spots and take Mason Graham, who's got kind of a bad body, and who knows how he's going to play in the NFL. Short arms, bad body, and you just passed up a generational player in Travis Hunter, and you got him. You have the second pick in the draft. You get the best player in the draft, falls in your lap, and instead you trade out. Good move by James Gladstone, the former Ram exec, who's the youngest GM in the NFL at 34. I mean, he was aggressive. He said, hey, Travis Hunter's a once-in-a-lifetime player. He can play both ways. Let's trade up. Let's give Trevor Lawrence a big-time weapon. And they got Brian Thomas and Travis Hunter now. Those are two pretty electric receivers for Trevor Lawrence. So I thought it was a great move by Gladstone, terrible move by the Browns. So, the Browns keep browning. So the Browns trading back from Hunter for Mason Graham, I thought that was like, what? What are you doing? To me, the Bears overthought it. I mean, the Bears were going to trade up for Genty, which I thought dubious call if they actually did it, but they didn't do it. They stayed at 10, and they took Colston Loveland over Tyler Warren. And I didn't get that at all. Colston Loveland's got multiple injuries to the shoulder. Anybody who's ever had shoulder injuries knows those are recurring type injuries. It has to be investigated. He's a real linear type player. I mean, some people saying he's Travis Kelce. I don't see that. I mean, he's a Travis Kelce type. In other words, he's not an inline blocker. He's a flexed out, almost like a jumbo wide receiver. But I think there's durability issues, and you got that comp to Tyler Warren, who was on the board, big hulking guy. You're playing there in the cold weather Chicago, and you went for this kind of finesse tight end while the other bigger, studlier, better blocking tight end was there. I thought the Bears blew it. Didn't like what the Bears did, didn't like what the Raiders did. I'll tell you who did great. The teams at the end did great. The teams at the end of the first round, I thought really, it's a great spot to be in at the end of the first round. But the teams at the end of the first round did amazing. Kansas City got Josh Simmons with the last pick of the first round. Jihad Campbell went to the Eagles, gives them a stud linebacker. Buffalo got Maxwell Hairston, who ran in 4.28, one of the fastest, most electric corners in the entire draft. Washington got Josh Connerly Jr., who was a big 5-star kid from recruit from Rainier Beach up in Seattle suburbs, and he's the future left tackle for the Commanders now. And Jaden Daniels, blindside protector. I mean, last year they got Daniels. This year they came back with Connerly. I thought that was a tremendous pick. And then Baltimore at 27, getting Malachi Starks. I mean, it's like Eric DeCosta is just toying with the rest of the league. I mean, they just do an amazing job. Malachi Starks is one of the most dominant players in all of college football. He was an awesome free safety. His workout times were pedestrian, ordinary. What an amazing pick. This guy's a superstar. He's a leader. He's going to play next to Hamilton. They're going to have Starks and Hamilton in the middle of that defense. I mean, the Ravens, Eric DeCosta. I mean, Ozzie Newsome before him, and then Eric DeCosta. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. All right, let's do this. Let's take a timeout. We got Cam's hanging in Gilroy, Tyler's in Tracy, JR's in Minneapolis. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Who do you want on day 2? We'll talk about some of the options on day 2. If you want to weigh in on Mykel Williams, good, bad, do you like the pick? Do you not like the pick? Who's your biggest winner tonight? Who's your biggest loser tonight? 808 KNBR, the phone number. We're here till 11 on the Sports Leader.
we'll use a lot of them. I know that. There may be one or two guys where we feel the need to move up. I don't think we're going to sit back and acquire more picks. We already got a lot of them. But you never know. I think Kyle said it just right. This draft, I think in the middle of it, it's real strong, and it goes for a while. And there's a lot of starting level candidates, and we're excited about that. We've done a good job of putting our work in throughout our organization. It's going to be a fun weekend.
This is where you get your faithful fix. Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger keeps rolling on KNBR, the sports leader.
Niners Nightly Draft Edition, as we come to you live after round 1 of the 2025 NFL Draft. The 49ers with the 11th pick overall, took Mykel Williams, an edge rusher from the University of Georgia. And if you haven't seen this guy, when you do see him, you're going to be like, wow, look at this guy. 6'5", 260, and just ripped. Just absolutely ripped. Maybe the body beautiful guy in this entire draft. And a guy that they fell in love with on the 30 visit. Really, really clear that they loved him on the 30 visit, compared him to Fred Warner. The Georgia people loved him. This is a big guy who can, this is not a situational rusher who's going to be, sitting on the sidelines on first and second down and then trots on the field on third down. This is a first and second. This is a 3-down defensive end who is a big, hulking 6'5", 260 opposite Nick Bosa. Should be an every down guy. And there's a lot of talent there. Now, as I said, and as we read to you from the Dane Brugler draft guide, low-end tackle production. If you go back to Georgia, the stats don't match the traits. Part of it is that they didn't play him that many snaps. He played in a really deep rotation at Georgia. He averaged just 33.5 defensive snaps per game this year. He only averaged 29.3 last year and only 27.1 in 2022. So, that's like playing less than half the game. I mean, in a college game, you might have 80, 90 snaps. I mean, it's these games go on. There's like 13 series in a college football game. So to play that, he played in a rotation. That probably kept his numbers down a little bit. Had an ankle injury in week 1 and kind of played throughout the year with it and kept re-aggravating it, it sounds like. He also had a foot injury, which required surgery. He had surgery on his foot in April of 2023. He was a 2-year starter at Georgia, and he was a 5-star recruit coming out of high school. He played the jack edge linebacker in Kirby Smart's scheme. They aligned him all over the front, and that's probably another positive for the Niners because, the Niners like to go with the 4D end alignment and line up their best defensive ends inside if they have the size to do it. This guy's got the size to do it, so... exciting first piece. There's going to need to be, probably a defensive tackle or 3. There's probably going to need to be a linebacker in this mix. Probably a corner has to be in this mix. Maybe some skill position guys, maybe an O-lineman or 2, maybe a running back. Who knows? Sounds like the Niners don't want to trade back for more picks, but it'll be interesting to see exactly how many picks they wind up with coming out of this draft. Anyway, we're taking your calls at 808 KNBR. Raph is producing tonight. Raph, we had the full trio of stuff going on tonight. We had Giants baseball in the daytime. Giants with the nice win at home. Then you had the draft party with Copes and Marcus and Depop, right, down at Jack's in the South Bay. Then you had JD, Todd Husak, and Pop in the conference room across from the war room in Santa Clara. Now you've got me doing the post game, chopping it up, taking calls. Pretty much, how did it all go tonight? Everything come off without a hitch today on one of the busiest sports days of the year for KNBR?
It's probably my most favorite part of the year is draft, around draft time. But yeah, everything went swimmingly. Everyone at Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose. And, we had, like you said, JD, Papa over there at Levi Stadium. Yeah, everything went well.
Good. Well, yeah, and it was we had it covered start to finish, and of course Murph will be on just a mere hours from now, breaking it down with Marcus on the KNBR Morning Show. All right, let's go back to the phone lines. 808 KNBR, the number. What do you think of the pick? Who's your winner? Who's your loser? Who do you want tomorrow? Cam's in Gilroy. We get out to the garlic capital on these sports leader. Hey, Cam.
Hey, Larry, how's it going?
Good, man.
What's up?
It was definitely a surprise pick. I thought I really wanted Walter Nolan or Stewart, but I think if we can get like a pass rush D tackle, because Williams he's gonna play inside and out, so it was a nice pickup. But other than that, I think a nice rushing D tackle would be nice. Or even, I mean,
is there anybody you like? I mean, just as far as who's off the board, Kenneth Grant and Tyleik Williams are off the board for the one technique guys. Then if you go to the three technique group, Mason Graham obviously is off the board. Derek Harmon's off the board. And Walter Nolan went to Arizona. The rest of the guys are there, though. Darius Alexander, TJ Sanders, Shamar Turner, Joshua Farmer, Sacramento's Omar Norman Lott, Ty Robinson. They're all there. And I would imagine John Lynch is going to be shopping at defensive tackles to go tomorrow.
Yeah, I like Alexander and Norman Lott. I think their pass rush skills would definitely help with the inside.
I agree. In fact, Mason Graham, I don't know, Barrows had this last week in an article. Mason Graham had like a 13% pass rush win rate. Obviously, he went in the top 10. But some of these other guys, like Omar Norman Lott and I forget who the other guy was. I'm not sure if it might have been Alexander. Had more. Oh, no, it was Peebles. It was Aeneas Peebles. Omar Norman Lott and Aeneas Peebles have a pass rush win rate that was like in the 18%. So they're quite a bit higher than Mason Graham. So, if you're looking for those pass rushing tackles, you know what? Round 3 might just be the perfect spot. I'd be fine if they picked off 2 of them in round 3. Pick somebody else in round 2, and then when you get to round 3, I'd be happy with Omar Norman Lott, Joshua Farmer, Shamar Turner, any of those guys, really.
Yeah, big time. I think round 2 is a little hard because you still got a bunch of guys up there. I just want to know what's going on with Will Johnson, if the injury is really bad, and why he hasn't gotten taken. But I think they have to go third round as offensive tackle, maybe early 4th.
I'll tell you that my 2 favorite tackles in this draft are Ursery from Minnesota and Belton from NC State. Belton, his nickname's Escalade. It's a great nickname, and he also played tackle in an outside zone system that's quite similar to what Kyle Shanahan utilizes with the Niners. So I like that. And Belton is, I think it's time for the Niners to kind of get with the program of getting some of the bigger bodied guys. I mean, it was nice to see them go bigger up front with Williams, and it would be nice if they went with a guy like Belton at tackle because Belton's 335 pounds and still has great feet. So I'd like to see them get the one thing the Niners didn't do last year, they didn't get any pop in the run game. They could not run the ball on the goal line. They could not run the ball in short yardage, and I'd like to see them upgrade that left guard spot, possibly with somebody who can punch somebody in the mouth and create a little room in the run game. I haven't seen a Niner running back run up the middle without getting absolutely smoked, probably for 2.5 years, 3 years. They got to upgrade definitely the middle somehow.
I think Willie Lampkin, can do that.
There you go. That's my guy, Willie Lampkin, 5'10", 290. I'll say this. At first I was embarrassed and kind of sheepish about pimping that guy, but you know what? Then Kuiper loves him, and Matt Miller loves him. They both said that they were their draft crushes. So now I'm all in on Willie Lampkin. He's a 5'10", 5'11", 290-pound guy. My buddy Rick Mueller, who used to be the recruiting or is the recruiting coordinator at Coastal Carolina, recruited this kid out of high school. And then he played there at Coastal for 3 years. He left and he went to North Carolina and finished up for Mac Brown this year. But he's got arm length of like a 6'5" guy. So I'd love to see Willie Lampkin on day 3. Even if he couldn't play center or guard. I mean, I'd be interested in him as a fullback. I think that guy would just be a ridiculous fullback. He's a wrestler. He's like 66-0 career. That was the other thing I really loved about Mykel Williams. He's got the wrestling background. Almost every scout I know, if you have that wrestling background in a game on the line of scrimmage where it's always low man wins and it's a big leverage game, man, that matters. I used to talk to my buddy Pecan about, the wrestling background on some of these prospects, and I'm a believer in it. I really am. If you have that wrestling background, you're going to play the game on your feet, and that's where it all starts. I mean, you can't make plays on the ground on either side of the ball, so you got to play the game on your feet, and wrestlers are able to keep their feet in tight quarters with all those big bodies falling around their legs, and it's a skill. It's absolutely a skill. All right, man, appreciate the phone call. Opens up a line at 808 KNBR. Give us Tyler, who's in Tracy on the Sports Leader. Hey, Tyler.
Hey, Larry. How you doing? Thanks for having me.
Good. Yeah, absolutely. Glad to have you.
Hey, if I can address our draft pick first, I'm going to be a little more on the opposite of what one of our earlier guys said when he was emphatically against this. I'm good with it. When I first saw it, I thought to myself, okay, if I had to rate it, maybe high B. And then the more and more I hear people talking now, the more I hear Kyle and John get on and talk to you guys, I keep hearing a key word, and I love it, and that's culture. He's a culture guy. He fits the Niner culture. And I just think of other guys who can relate to that and how they've thrived in our system. And I think this kid's a physical specimen. I think he's incredibly athletic. I was going to bring up the fact that you just brought up, because I wrestled back in my day, that he was a wrestler too. And I just think that,
I mean, you know, as a guy who wrestled, it's all about leverage, and it's all about balance, and also the thing about wrestling is you're in there, and there is no ambiguity about who wins and who loses. You know what I mean? So I really like that aspect of it as well. It's like it's very personal. It's very personal, and those guys take it very personally.
It is, and in the NFL, you have your one-on-one matchup per play, and wrestlers hate losing. So there's that aspect to it as well. I just think that this kid's upside is just he could be special.
You never want to fight a wrestler, by the way. If you're ever in a bar and some guy wants to take you on and you find out he's a wrestler, just get out of there. Just get out of there. Seriously, because once you go to the ground, have you ever seen these? When you watch in MMA, these you get a fight of boxer against a grappler. As soon as the grappler gets the boxer on the ground, it's good night, Eileen. It's over. Thanks for coming. You know what I mean? So it's like never. First of all, don't fight in bars, ladies and gentlemen. But if you do, don't fight wrestlers in bars, because they'll take you down. They'll box you up.
What I could see this kid doing is, if let's say he has a great camp with us and he thrives, the season starts off, he's doing really well. I just think this is going to elevate Bosa's game even more too. I think he's going to be motivated to just. He's got to show the kid, for one, that I'm our leader, I'm our pass rusher, and he's got to elevate his game even more. And I think it's going to be a great fit. I really do.
The kid sounds great. I mean, I love the interview that he did today, and we're going to play it for you guys if you guys missed it. But it was pretty clear that he connected well with everybody when he came to town. And that 30 visit, this is the other thing too. It's like the one, we talk with such, definitive terms about these players. I mean, I watch tons of college football. So what? I'm not meeting Mykel Williams. You know what I'm saying? It's like we're both going to pick people for our company, and I'm going to just read resumes, and you're going to get to interview all the people. Who do you think is going to do a better job of hiring? You. Because you're going to meet all the people. You're going to find out this person was a half hour late. This person was constantly cussing. This person was whatever. This person stole something out of the lobby. And all I got is, hey, they graduated magna cum laude from Cal. This person went to Williams College. I'm looking at it. It's very two-dimensional. So these 30 visits are valuable, and they get a chance to not just, watch the player on the film, but then they actually, they know what. I mean, John Lynch has been around a long time. He knows what the players are supposed to look like. He knows what a good football player looks like. He knows what a bad football player looks like. He knows what a fraud looks like. He's got a real keen eye for this because he's lived his whole life doing this. So the 30 visits, and the fact that the Niners usually draft somebody, it seems like that they've visited with, they get a much better feel, for the guy and the fit. But I love the interview that Mykel did, because when he started talking about Bosa, he's like, man, I'm so looking forward to just getting a chance to play opposite Nick. He's like, I got so many questions. And it's true because, it's such a technique-rich position, and it's like I talked to Sam Aquinu last year, and he was like, "Yeah, man, I try to sit next to Nick in every meeting and try to ask him as many questions as I can, and I try to soak it up." Why? Because he knows, Nick Bosa is an instructional video on how to play the position, and if you want to be good, man, you better gain his wisdom. So, yeah, I'll say this. That's another thing I like. I like when you draft a player high with a high pick and you put him in a room with somebody who's great. You know what I mean? Because if you go into a room with Ronnie Lott, it's only going to benefit you. You go into a room with Nick Bosa, it's only going to benefit you. You're a quarterback and you go into a room with a Brock Purdy, it's only going to benefit you. You know what I mean? So I'm a believer that if you have a guy or a position coach, in this case, like Nick, or a Chris Kasarik and a player like Nick Bosa, yeah, go get that player and put him in there and watch him thrive because of Bosa's standard, Chris's standard, and how serious they take the craft. So, no doubt. I think it's a good fit, and it's a little bit of a projection on production, but so many of these things are. You're projecting a little bit, and there are no perfect prospects. Let's just say that. Appreciate the phone call and opens up a line at 808 KNBR. JR's in Minneapolis, and he wants to weigh in here on the Sports Leader. Hey, JR.
Hey, man, it's an honor to be talking with the Krug Show. Hey,
thank you, man.
Man, I think you're all over it with Williams. I know ahead of the draft he was not your dream prospect, but like you said, This is a balance between production and traits. And I also like the fact you just brought it up. I mean, we're turning over a 20-year-old kid who is already a physical beast, a man among men physically, and we're turning him over to a room that includes Bosa, is going to get coached up by Kasarik, and obviously Robert Salah coming back. So that part of this I love. I love that mix. I wanted to ask you, Larry, about tomorrow. Now, I think we're all in agreement that the Niners need to be rebuilt on the trenches, both sides. But it's really interesting if you look at some of these players that are probably going to be available when they pick in the second. You've got some perimeter players like Will Johnson, Nick Amenwari, and Luther Burden III. I'd like to see if any of those guys are available, do you go with them? Or let me throw another bulldog at you.
What do you got?
You mentioned getting mean at the guard position. How about Tate Ratledge? 6'6", 320, powerful dude, team leader, came back from tightrope surgery in the middle of the season to play for Georgia.
Plus, he's got one of the nastiest mullets of all time.
He does, and they,
Ratledge, and business up front, party in the rear. I mean, it's a ridiculous mullet. You like him? He's a pretty good athlete.
He just lights up the room. Yeah, and they say he lights up the locker room. He's someone that the players gravitate to. I think building the leadership back on this team, obviously we had a lot of that walk out the door this offseason, so I think that's huge. But how do you play it if some of those perimeter athletes are available versus going with the big guy on the line early in the second round?
Yeah, it's a good question, man. And we appreciate the call. Let me answer this one off. You can take your answer off the air here, but appreciate you dialing in. Round two's interesting because you're on one hand you got needs right now. What are the Niners' absolute needs, pure needs, like the most pressing needs on the team? Okay, let's just go through it. I think they need a running back because they are a running football team that goes through running backs like four every year, and they have CMC and they lost, but it's a deep draft for running backs. Okay, I think they need a receiver because they don't have Ayuk or Debo. Probably they're not going to have Debo for the whole year, and they're not going to have Ayuk until my guess is November. So I think they need a receiver. They need a left guard. Are you going to start Ben Barch at left guard? That's the question. Who do they have? Is there a starter? Is there a left guard starter? My guy Jackson Slater from my alma mater, Sac State. I think he's going to be there on day 3. I'll be interested to see if the Niners go for him. My guy Marcus Ware from Montana State, who played right tackle for Montana State, blocked for Tommy Malott, who's a underrated quarterback prospect who runs in the 4.3s. But Marcus Ware is, I think, a great center. He could be a replacement for Brendel. He's 6'4", 300 pounds, redshirt senior. Really, really love him. Marcus Ware, I think, is really, really good. So those, Jackson Slater and Marcus Ware are late day 3 offensive linemen. Miles Frazier, I think, is an offensive lineman the Niners really like. He played at LSU. He played both offensive tackle and offensive guard, both on the right side and on the left side. So outside of center, this guy can play 4/5 of your spots, and he's 6'5", 325 with long arms, and he's a good guy, Miles Frazier. So there's a number of interesting guys. Charles Grant, they had an individual meeting with Charles Grant, who's stepping up from William and Mary, but he's 6'5", 309 pounds, 35.5-inch arms, and he's a real great prospect on paper. I've already mentioned to you guys I really love Anthony Belton and Ariante Ursary from Minnesota. Those are probably probably third-round offensive linemen. The question I would have is, the other day Brock Purdy did an interview with Daniel Jeremiah, and he was talking up Jalen Knoll. And guys, if there's one guy that you ought to take 10 or 15 minutes and just go down the YouTube rabbit hole checking out highlights, go watch this guy, Jalen Knoll, the slot receiver for Iowa State. I asked Lynch about him the other day at the presser. I'm like, hey, they were talking about Brock this, Brock that. We love Brock. Brock's deal's going to get done. I'm like, yeah, you guys love Brock so much, you're going to let him pick his weapons? He kind of likes these Iowa State guys. And John kind of smiled. He knew what I was talking about. He saw the quote. Brock Purdy came out and said, Jalen Knoll's the kind of receiver that you need if you're going to win and this and that. He's 5'10", 195. But the guy had 23 reps at 225. To put that in perspective, Kenneth Grant, who weighs like 350, 360 or whatever he weighs, 330, did 26 reps of 225, and Jalen Knoll did 23. So he's an enormously strong 5'10", 195. Then he ran 4.39. He scored 8 or 9 touchdowns, and he caught 80 balls this year. So, I know Lynch probably likes Ayamanor from Stanford, and he's probably a third-round receiver. And I know a lot of people would say, don't take a receiver in round 2, especially a small one. But Jalen Knoll is a star. He is a star. This guy's going to be an absolute star in the NFL. Sometimes you just got to go, you know what? Screw it. If the guy's a star, go get him. I think he's a star. He's small. He's 5'10", 195, but I think he's a star. I think he separates. He's got home run hitting capability. He can play outside. He can play in the slot. He can run the gadget stuff. So he's really intriguing. And then, the caller also brought up, he's not the only receiver. Luther Burden III is an East St. Louis kid. East St. Louis, a rough part of St. Louis, really rough. And this is where this kid's from. And you can't intimidate this guy. You just can't. You can hit him. He doesn't get intimidated. You can rough him up. He doesn't get intimidated. Luther Burden III. He was the #1 wide receiver recruit in the nation. He chose Missouri over Bama and Georgia. And Greg Cosell said it about a month ago. He said, man, this is my favorite deep ball receiver. So if he's there at 43, I'd have a hard time passing on him. Trey Harris from Ole Miss, Kyle Williams from Wazoo, and Jalen Knoll. So do you go receiver? That's the question. You need a corner. On defense, I think you need, obviously you need a couple defensive tackles. You need a corner. You could go Will Johnson. He's had some injuries. Then there's Trey Amos. There's Benjamin Morrison from Notre Dame, who I love. There's Darian Porter, big corner from Iowa State. They showed interest in him. My favorite corner is Cal's guy, Noel Williams. Noel Williams kills people. 6 feet, 200 pounds, and he just comes up and just destroys. Absolute hitter. Noel Williams is one of the most violent run defender corners I've seen in years. I love that kid. He had a great year. Bunch of picks, hits like a truck. Noel Williams could play for me any day. Love that guy. So they list him in round pick number 95. So that's a round 3 guy. So do you go corner? That's the question. What do you do tomorrow? Do you go corner? Do you go D-line? You could go Darius Alexander or Josh Farmer from Florida State, Omar Norman Lott. Those guys go defensive tackle. I would say you got the edge rusher. instead of playing it to needs, I would play to what I think are special players. I just described that I think Jalen Noel's super special. I'd go after him. I wouldn't, even though that need is not necessarily wide receiver, is not necessarily my primary need, but man, I'd go after him. Why? Because he's a difference maker. He's a super special player. The other thinking is when you're at, when all the good corners are gone, you're kind of screwed. So you probably got to go if you think you need a corner, and they do, because right now they're starting Trey Brown, and he's probably not worthy of starting. I mean, I'm nothing against him, but they could definitely use an outside corner, and because they got Demo in the slot. The guy that's super intriguing to me is Nick Emanwari from South Carolina. I mean, 6'3", 220, 4.3 speed, 220 pounds. I mean, he's just a horse, and he's smart, and he's athletic, and he gets into the passing lanes, and he's this huge, fast, gigantic safety. So I'm sure they like him. I'm sure they like Xavier Watts from Notre Dame, who's just a ball hawk. All that guy does is come away with interception after interception. I'll say this. I like Craig Woodson quite a bit from Cal as well. I saw him at the local pro day. Very impressive. Very impressive. No question about that. So, they've got some decisions tomorrow. It'll be interesting to see how they play their board. Do they, I think their primary need is probably defensive tackle. So if you said, give me a couple names that you think that could come their way tomorrow, I guess I would probably say Omar Norman-Lott and Aeneas Peebles. They're both pass rushers and are versatile. I could see both those guys. And, maybe a safety, but, there's also, John Lynch played safety, so I'm sure he's got a pretty good eye for safeties, and there's some day 3 safeties. There's a safety on day 3 in this draft named, what's his name? Robert McDaniel from Jackson State, who's just absolute. I think he led the nation this year in personal foul penalties. The guy just absolutely seeks and destroys, and he sometimes plays, beyond the echo of the whistle, as they say. But he is really, really special player for sure. Robert McDaniel from Jackson State. All right, let's do this. Let's take a timeout. Let's come back. We haven't played you. For some of you guys who are just tuning in, you haven't heard Shanahan, you haven't heard Lynch, and you haven't heard Mykel Williams. So we're going to let you hear the 3 key figures from 49er draft day and what they had to say to the media. And then we'll finish up with a couple final thoughts. It's Niners Nightly NFL Draft Edition. The Niners, if you're just tuning in with the 11th pick in the first round, took Mykel Williams, a big defensive end from the University of Georgia, and they will be on the clock unless they trade up tomorrow at pick number 43 in round 2. Their second of their 11 picks this weekend in the NFL Draft. All right, we got more straight ahead on the Sports Leader.
Faithful, time to make some Niners noise on Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger on your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader.
Welcome back. It's Niners Nightly NFL Draft Edition. After round one of the NFL Draft has come and gone. Tomorrow will be rounds 2 and 3, I believe, starting at 4 o'clock or 4:30, and then Saturday morning rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7. And welcome back to KNBR. We're talking a little Niner Draft, and if you missed it, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, as they always do, sat down with the media after they selected Mykel Williams and answered a bunch of questions and talked about the newest 49er, Mykel Williams. And we're going to let you hear a little bit of that dialogue right here.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson, Greg Papa, Todd Husak, as we're here at 49ers HQ. 49ers making the 11th overall pick, first round, Mykel Williams, the edge rusher from Georgia, joining us now to talk about it. And we got a little distracted because we were talking a little bit of Warriors there with John Lynch, but president of football operations.
Jimmy's fine.
General manager John Lynch and head coach Kyle Shanahan here as well. Guys, Mykel Williams. Well, John, I guess we'll start with you. What did you like about the edge rusher from Georgia?
Everything. Mykel was the guy that our building got really the most convicted, and we talk a lot about consensus. And when we have that, we usually are cooking with gas. We hit at a high level, and that's exactly what we had with Mykel. I think he's exactly what we're looking for in an edge player. Got a great combination of physicality, length. We really believe the versatility to play both outside and then move down inside and rush the passer as well. So, and then just talking to people at Georgia, there's a toughness to this kid. He played through an ankle last year and only missed 2 games, but dealt with it the entire year. And I think he's just a tough guy. He's got a lot of passion for the game. And Kyle and I had an opportunity on his 30 visit to sit down, really get to know the kid. And only 20 years old, and I think his best football is to come, and he's been pretty darn productive already. So great fit for us.
Coach, your thoughts about Mykel?
Everything he just said, that was awesome. But no,
that's it. Drop it.
No, he's we start out with the D linemen win games. So anytime you can add a good D lineman, a difference maker, that's usually where we want to start out. And we saw him as one. And when you just look at his length, how physical he can plays. I love how he uses his hands. He seems like a veteran in how he does it. And I think it's really cool when you watch a guy in college football play like a man. But you realize he's a 20-year-old. Wow. And the difference in college football this year is you're going against mainly 25-year-olds with how long people stay. So when you watch a 20-year-old play like that versus NFL-aged people, I think it's pretty cool because can't wait to see him at 25.
Yeah, I read an article where you guys spent a lot of time with the players before the draft, just personally. Anything stand out about your time with him, interaction, anything that he said or did?
I would say, I won't speak for Kyle, but we tag team on a lot of these guys. We sit up in my office and talk to him. I think the thing with Mykel, other than he's massive, he was very comfortable in his own skin, and I think that's authentic to me. There's a realness that this guy loves it. He is who he is, and I felt like this isn't recruiting, but he really wanted to be here, and we really wanted him to be here, and. Like I said, when you go off history, we've done well, and it's not all off the 30 visits. I mean, most of it is the film, but I think that just left us even more convicted of really wanting him, and that probably is what stands out most.
How much more desirable is a player that obviously can play on the outside but also can have the ability to slide inside? How much does that make an impact week in, week out?
It gives you a ton of flexibility. I mean, just losing Malik this year and stuff, losing some inside guys, some good inside pass rushers. Also losing Leonard, who's a very good edge player, good edge setter, good at rushing from the edge, and Mykel can do both. And when you're like that, that's a great thing for Saleh. I mean, when you can match guys up, you can put them wherever you want. And similar, 2 different players, but 2 good players, comparing him to someone used like Eric Armstead. I mean, Eric was a problem on the edge, but he was also a huge problem over guards and could play either one depending on how our D-line panned out and what our roster was that year. But we got some really good guys here, but we lost a bunch, and we got to add a bunch more in here. And when you get a guy like this, we feel great at him at one spot and just as good at another.
His 40 time at the Pro Day was 4.77, John. His 10-yard split, 1.61. Do we have the GTFO for him, his first 3 steps? That's all we care about.
I'll let you explain GTFO, but just come to training camp and listen to Chris Kaceric's crazy. You know what? And that's what GTFO is.
Just getting off the ball.
Yeah, getting off the ball. He does it, and he does it well. And, it's I'm getting excited just thinking, the versatility Kyle's talking about. We got a guy in Yetur who also has that similar versatility. You throw him in there with Bosa, and like Kyle said, we still have 10 more picks, so we got a lot more work to do. A lot of opportunity for these guys to come in and earn a spot, and really this weekend's huge for us, and we got off to a great start.
Does he remind you of anybody you played with your time, all those great defenses?
Yeah, so on our defensive lines, we never we never had a guy really that big. I think kind of like the length of a Simeon Rice, but a different player. Simeon was kind of more of an edge, beat people around the corner. Mykel's different. Like Mykel's got kind of Trayvon Walker's a guy he's very similar to me, a former Georgia player. I didn't play with Trayvon, but I think they have a lot of similarities to their game. And he was a really, really impressive prospect.
How impressive was just the personality? You touched on it a little bit, Kyle. I guess I'll ask you for somebody that's so young. To be 20 and
that was the coolest part because we do. Not just, our scouts and John's whole group upstairs, they do homework on these guys for ever since they leave high school, and they go back to high school on it too. So they visit the school, they look into this stuff for 3 years, and some of them 4, some of them 6 right now. But the coolest thing when we're bringing them out on a 30 visit, I'm like, there's actually nothing I feel like I need to find out about this guy because he checks out in so many areas. And when you see that, you just wonder if it's too good to be true. So you enjoy the conversation. And when we hung out with him, you just get those exact same vibes. You can see exactly why his college program felt the way he did about him, how he checked out with every coach we talked to, former players who know him. And then just to get to know him, he held himself very well. He knew how to act, knew how to talk, and was really cool to be around, and I know our guys are going to love him.
Yeah, Kirby Smart said he's a great leader for us. He was a 4-game captain. So big day tomorrow, big day Saturday. You got 10 picks. Running back, 3rd or 4th round this year, Kyle. Where are we going with that?
Well, odds are 3rd. Especially with
Which one? Great. Which one you got? You got 75 and
well, probably both of them.
What'd you think of the draft? Wow, how about the trade Jacksonville made, John, to trade up from 5 to 2?
Yeah, Kyle and I, we get so zeroed in on our own stuff. Sometimes you're supposed to kind of be watching, and we are, but we're talking strategy, and all that. But Jacksonville was aggressive, and good for them. They got a great player in Travis Hunter, and Cleveland had their reasons, and Jim Schwartz loves D lineman as well, and got a really strong player in Mason Graham. So interesting to kick this thing off.
John, I know you can't necessarily get into specifics, but
yeah.
Generally speaking, how much of a back and forth were there maybe with teams calling or you guys calling around or different things about? I know you'd mentioned everybody kind of wanting to do the same thing maybe, and that can lead to inaction.
Yeah, I was real prophetic. I said everyone's trying to move that way, and Jacksonville goes up and gets the number 2 pick. So, but that was the pulse of what was going on. Most people were trying to get back. It turned out there were some people trying to get up, but once Mykel was there, that was going to be our pick, and it felt really good. I don't think we were very confident he was getting to us.
No, we weren't.
Yeah. So, the fact that he did, that was a blessing, and we pounced when it happened.
How do you feel about this draft and the depth? I think one of the things we've talked about, there's 7 or 8 edge rushers that are all big, strong, fast, and then there's a number of others, and then tight ends and receivers. It's a very deep class for a certain number of positions. How are you viewing that for the later rounds?
I think that's exactly how it's advertised, is that way. Even being at 11, we had our guys. There were some real specific targets. Hey, if this guy's there, we're taking him. And we got that guy. But, if we were all betting guys, we didn't think he was going to be there. So we had 2 other guys that we were hoping would be there. But if we were betting guys, we probably wouldn't have bet on if they were going to be there. So you start thinking, all right, if we miss these 3 or 4 guys, who are we taking at 11? Well, man, there's some people that say this should go at 11, but, man, I like this guy at 28 just as much. And that's how I almost see every team is. I haven't watched the draft since we picked. I've been doing this stuff, but I want to be surprised.
Just went to Tampa Bay at 19, Kyle.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's guys that go in the teens that people thought might have gone in the late 20s. And I don't think it's going to be much different in the second round. There's guys you would think, oh, you can for sure get this guy at 43 in the second round. But the more you look at the draft, you're like, man, this guy's not that much different than some of these 20 picks. So if someone wants him, this guy might go in the 20s. Yeah. So you think about that stuff, and you think of guys in years past, and I think this draft will be the strongest in that type of way.
Pick number 11 is the first of the weekend. You got 11 total. And what Kyle's talking about is playing poker. You got a valuation on all the players, and now you play the board. Do you think you'll make 11 picks? Will you move up to take less? What are your thoughts on how many picks at the end of the weekend? Do you have a feel?
I don't. You never know. But we'll use a lot of them. I know that. There may be one or 2 guys where we feel the need to move up. I don't think we're going to sit back and acquire more picks. We already got a lot of them. But you never know. I think Kyle said it just right. This draft, I think in the middle of it, it's real strong, and it goes for a while. And there's a lot of starting level candidates, and we're excited about that. We've done a good job of putting our work in throughout our organization, and it's going to be a fun weekend.
I think that's the hardest thing, because you want 11 guys to add to our team. 3 of those are 7th-round picks, and a lot of times that doesn't hit right. So you're like, maybe we should use one of those to go up, and then we think about, yeah, we got to. It's like, wait, but that could be 3 Brock Purdy's. That could be one. That could be one JJ.
Jenny.
Yeah, like you don't. So you 7th-round pick, 6th-round picks. You want to move up, but that could be DJ Jones. Like 5th-round pick. Let's move up. Well, that could be George Kittle. That could be Dre Greenlaw. So yes, you want to move up but you know what? Those guys can still be good back there too, and the draft is pretty evened out more this year than usual, and that's the stress of it. You don't know exactly how it's going to fall, and when I talk about falling, like where people think people are going to go and stuff, but I told my wife a secret last night that we wanted Mykel if he was there, and she texted me at 7.
Good with secrets. She didn't tweet it out.
No, she knows better.
She didn't tell Kawakami.
No.
Oh, damn.
We don't know how to tweet at the house. But then she texted me at 7 or calls me, and she's like, I just read mock drafts, and Mykel's not going until 28. and then
you blew it.
Why didn't you get straight back?
And then she starts going, are you sure you guys are right? Like, you're obviously wrong. And I'm like, you never know, honey, but we got to ignore that.
You guys have had so much success drafting starters, especially last year in that 2nd, 3rd, 4th, later in the draft. What do you attribute that to? The scouting department, your work with the guys pre-draft. How do you account for that?
I think the process. I think the fact that our guys work so well together, and that everyone's listened to. I think a lot of places, a couple people make, and ultimately somebody is charged with making those decisions, and that's Kyle and I. And but everybody is heard here, and I think when that's the case, everybody can contribute, and everyone feels ownership and part of it. And you end up doing a really solid job. And we've told the stories of Brock Purdy, and ultimately it gets to us. But before that, there's a lot of work between scouts and coaches. And so I think when that feeling of work is genuine, we spend that much time together, it translates into success, especially late.
So like a Dominic Pooney coming in and early in last offseason comes in and is plugged in as a starter. Was that something you saw during the draft process? And hey, this guy, not a developmental guy, he can come in and play right away.
I think it's rare that we take a guy in that area that we don't believe has the capability of being a starter.
Yeah.
I mean, when you take an old lineman there, you're not going to hit on a ton of starters, but there's not one. It's going to be hard for us to take a 4th-round old lineman and just say, hey, we're getting a good backup. Yeah. If that's our argument on someone, that argument's probably going to lose to someone who sells this linebacker as a possible starter or this possible DB, and that's kind of how we all compare it. And if we see something in there that Pooney can be a starter for us, which starts with the scouts and bringing it to us and understanding how it fits in our schemes, and the coaches cross-checking it for these last 2 months, and then getting back with the scouts to compare and contrast and talk about the Zoom meetings, all the stuff that goes down. We always believe he has a chance to be a starter, and rarely take a guy any other way.
Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, thank you guys. We'll let you get back and wrap up the first round, and we'll be talking to you again soon.
Yeah, thank you
guys.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
All right, we'll come back here, and we'll update everyone on the most recent.
There you go. A little bit of JD and Todd Husak and Greg Papa sitting down with the Niner brass, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. And there was a number of interesting things I thought in that conversation. Just to recap a couple. Right out of the chute, I mean, John was like, hey, our building had consensus. We're really good when we build consensus, and we had a consensus opinion going on Mykel Williams. So they feel good about their process, and they feel good about the prospect they got, which is obviously the way you want them to feel. But I thought that was interesting, the fact that he feels like there was that consensus that they haven't always had at times, but they feel like they had it tonight. As far as, what he has that they were looking for, I mean, John talked about the physicality, the length, just the versatility. This guy can play inside, the guy can play outside, the toughness, the fact that he's passionate about the game, that he's only 20, that he's been a productive player, in college. And this is a guy who, they think they've got a difference maker. They think he's got veteran hand use and that he's going to be a real good fit for what they do. And they were asking him, I thought a couple things stood out. One, when they asked him, who does he remind you of? And John's like, well, he's got kind of the length of Simeon Rice, but he's not really Simeon Rice. Simeon Rice was a true edge rusher. And John said Trayvon Walker. And Trayvon Walker, always gets panned because he's not Aiden Hutchinson, but he's really good. He's really good. And I can see that comp. This is a bigger bodied defensive end with some strength. And it makes you wonder, if they didn't get him, who was on their list? Because you wanted a guy who could set the edge and really be strong. That's a bigger bodied guy. Like Mike Green, probably too small. Ezeraku, 6'2", 248, probably too small. James Pierce at 240 some odd pounds, probably too small. So who's on their list? Probably Mykel. My guess is Shamar Stewart was probably the next on the list. Maybe Nick Scorton from A&M, who's also kind of a bigger bodied guy. Maybe a Landon Jackson could have been on their list, but he probably would have been more like a round 2 guy. It'll be interesting to see if they add another edge rusher this weekend, because you can, it's like baseball starting pitching. You can never have enough. Never have enough starting pitching. You can never have enough edge rush. And there's some damn good ones. Landon Jackson, JT Tuamolo from Ohio State is a bigger bodied guy, about 270 pounds. I could see him being popular with them. We know they like Oladejo from UCLA, who's probably 265. Jordan Birch, they went up to Oregon's Pro Day. He's 280 pounds. David Walker from Central Arkansas, 6'1", but he's 270 pounds. There's some bigger guys, too. Jared Ivey from Ole Miss, I think, is really intriguing. He's 6'6", almost 280, but he moves like a much smaller man. He's got a basketball background. Probably my favorite guy, if they could add one more edge rusher, would be this Ashton Gelati from Louisville, 6'3", 270, and he's just really powerful. He's got great hand use. Fantastic natural rusher. But there's other guys. On day 3 of this draft, Tyler Batty from BYU, Kamon Rucker from North Carolina. My kid just graduated Cal Poly. Elijah Ponder from Cal Poly is absolutely intriguing. Roman Oben's kid from Notre Dame, R.J. Oben, really good player. B.J. Green, who played for Colorado, is a really good player. So a lot of good players. Johnny Walker, which is a great name. Johnny Walker Jr. from Mizzou. Aiden Huntington from Tulane. These guys can get after the passer, and they're bigger guys. So I think the Niners may add another defensive end of note and of some significant size before the end of the weekend. The other thing I thought was kind of interesting is, Greg was like kind of joking with Kyle, what round are you going to take a running back in? But let's be honest, the Niners are going to take a running back. And I think it probably is on day 2 and probably in the 3rd round. Why? Well, Ashton Genty and Omarion Hampton went tonight. Okay. Travion Henderson. I don't even need to ask Bobby T. I know Bobby T loves Travion Henderson. Why? Because Travion Henderson is one of the best blocking backs in the draft. Bobby T loves guys who block. And Bobby T loves guys who don't dance and hit the hole hard. And this guy absolutely has got speed to get to the edge. I think Travion Henderson would be almost a near perfect back. But do you take him in round 2? That's the question. That might be a little too high. Quinshon Judkins from Ohio State, 225-pound running back who runs in the 4.4s. He would be a game changer if you got him. He's going to be a day 2 back. Do you go for the Arizona State kid, Cam Skattebo? I don't like him as much, but a lot of people love him. Dylan Sampson from Tennessee. My buddy Doug Hendrickson reps him. Sampson was nothing but productive at Tennessee, just electric. R.J. Harvey from Central Florida, 5'8", 210, hard to tackle, super explosive, 4.4 flat speed, hardly any negative plays, can catch the ball in the backfield. He's damn good. This is a great running back draft. DJ Giddens from K-State's a monster. Devin Neal from Kansas, really good. Bashul Tootin from Vatech runs 4.32. He's really explosive. Damian Martinez from Miami's a hell of a back. There's just a bunch of guys. Trevor Etienne, Brashard Smith, Jaquavius Marks from SC, Kyle Monungai, from Rutgers, Taj Brooks, one of my favorite players, Taj Brooks from Texas Tech. So a lot of good players, All right, let's do this. Let's take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll let you hear the conversation with Mykel Williams, the Niners' first-round draft choice, as we continue. It's Niners Nightly NFL Draft Edition after round 1. And, of course, Murph will be talking about this bright and early tomorrow morning on the KNBR Morning Show. But up next, Mykel Williams is going to stop by. We'll let you hear some of that dialogue next.
back to Niners Nightly with your host, Larry Krueger, on KNBR, the sports leader.
You got to love those moments, man. The draft, it's the ultimate reality television. And we got a couple more days of it tomorrow, day 2. And then Saturday, day 3. Tomorrow, rounds 2 and 3. Of course, Saturday, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And keep it locked on KNBR for all your updates. In fact, the NFL discussion continues tomorrow morning, and you're not going to want to miss any of it because you got 2 really top-tier guests tomorrow talking about the Niners draft, including David Lombardi. So Lombardi's going to be by around in the 8 o'clock hour, so listen for that. And then Cole Kubelic. You know, there might not be a better guy. I don't know who's booking the morning show these days, but Cole, there might not be a better guest, in my opinion, the day after the NFL draft. John Curley's doing it? John Curley's dominant. That's a great guest. Cole Kubelic. I've known Cole for years. He does sidelines. He's probably one of the most knowledgeable college football guys in the entire country, and he knows these guys personally. He'll have anecdotes on Mykel Williams tomorrow morning that nobody has. I mean, it's just really, really good stuff. So listen tomorrow morning for Murph and Marcus, Cole Kubelic, and David Lombardi stopping by to keep the Niner conversation going. And, of course, they'll talk about the Red Hot Giants and the Warrior playoff game and playoff series with the Rockets and everything else tomorrow morning. So listen for those guys bright and early tomorrow morning. In fact, don't even change the channel. Just turn off the radio tonight. Leave it on KNBR when you get in the car next morning. You'll just have it locked right there on Murph and Marcus, and you won't have to miss a minute. Let's hear from Mykel Williams. Really seems like a guy that the Niners love him physically, but they love the character. They brought him in on a 30 visit. They fell in love with the kid. They had consensus in their building. And here's a little Mykel Williams with the Bay Area media contingent throwing him questions after it was announced that he is the latest 49er.
We do have Mykel Williams on the line, I think, now, right?
Yeah, joining us right now, and it's a pleasure to be joined by 49ers first-round pick, 11 overall here in the 2025 NFL Draft. Mykel Williams joins us here on KNBR. Mykel, John Dickinson, Greg Papa, Todd Husak, thanks for coming on, and what a night, man. Welcome to the Bay Area.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you, man. I'm glad to be here.
Take us through. I mean, it was an emotional. We saw the video of your selection. I mean, just take us through the emotion of getting the call and learning that you were going to be coming to the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, man, I was very emotional, man. It was like tears of joy. Like, I couldn't stop it. Like, I didn't want to cry, but I just couldn't stop it. Like, it's just a blessing to be here, and I realized that. So I think that's why I was crying so much.
Yeah, let it out, man. You're a first-round draft pick at number 11 overall. So we just had John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan in. They were glowing in their praise. They brought you in for an on-campus 30 visit. Just coming into the building and meeting John and Kyle, did you have a feeling going into the day today? And Kyle actually admitted the Niners tried to trade up. They didn't think you would last to number 11. They were worried they were going to move up, maybe as high as Carolina's pick to get you. But did you feel like today and after your visit here that you would be a Niner, Mykel?
Yeah, man, I felt like we had a great visit, and I felt like we really connected well. But it was all up in the air, and I'm just blessed and glad and happy that I fell here.
What stood out from your visit to the Bay Area and the 49ers facility? They talked about their connection with you and how much they thought you loved football. Anything stand out from your visit with them in particular?
I could say the same, honestly, just how willing they was to coach and develop in that short period of time. We was watching tape. I was watching tape, and we was and coaches was instantly correcting and teaching from that point on. So that's something that I took note of that I really liked about my visit.
Mykel, you obviously could rush from the outside, but you can also move inside, which I think was something that really intrigued and impressed both John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. How do you envision yourself fitting into this 49ers defensive line?
Yeah, man, I'm so excited about that, man. I'm just ready to come in and learn from those vets and those great guys in that room. But I envision myself being used exactly how they want to use me, man. Like, if that's rushing on the outside, that's perfect. And if that's rushing on the inside, that's perfect. So however Coach Shanahan and his staff wants to use me will be the best result for me.
Yeah, and you got Robert Saleh as your defensive coordinator, Chris Kasarik as your defensive line coach. They were glowing in their praise, and the analytics department is breaking down the numbers on your run defense. Obviously, getting to the quarterback and sacking the quarterback is a priority around here. But last year, the Niners, Mykel, really were leaky in their run defense, and your ability to set the edge and rush the quarterback, I think you made them feel like you had to be a 49er. So let's just talk about your ability. Give me your mindset when you're out there, and you're probably going to play, out at wide 9. They like that 9 technique in order to set the edge and make sure the back and everybody else gets pushed back inside.
Yes, that's exactly it. Honestly, Coach Saleh and Coach Kasarik, they really, when we went over, just stood out to them and did well at a high rate. So something that we made sure to emphasize when I was on my visit.
How did playing at Georgia, one of the premier colleges in the country, and playing in the SEC, how did that prepare you week in and week out, not just being around first-round draft picks pretty much every practice, but also playing against the top talent? How did that prepare you for the NFL?
Yeah, I feel like it prepared me just the way as you said, playing against the top talent week in, week out, and being in those hard games and being in those tough environments where you're back against the wall and you got to fight and claw to get everything that you get. So that's how I feel like it prepared me mentally with from that aspect, and physically of playing the size of the guys in those physical guys and being in those physical wars and those downhill run game wars that I was in. And I feel like that prepared me physically for the NFL. So I feel like being in the SEC, being at Georgia in that program that I was in was great for me, and it got me ready to get the next step with the NFL.
How much are you looking forward to playing opposite Nick Bosa?
Man, oh my God, I can't wait. He getting a slide every time. I just can't wait to get in there. Hey, what I do right here? I can't wait to get in his ear and just question him about stuff. Yeah, I can't wait.
You're going to fit in well. You can tell by your energy. And I've never seen a guy work harder. McCaffrey on offense and Nick on defense. So you mentioned Chris Kasarik, who was well known around here. He is a madman on the practice field. Just coming in for your 30 visit, what was it like? That guy, was he spitting all over you when he was talking to you, Mykel?
Man, man. He had a family issue going on, so I didn't have the opportunity to sit with Coach Kasarik. But, man, it was great just being able to talk to him and stuff like that. So that's really what I can say about Coach Kasarik.
All right, take us through the next few weeks. You've been drafted. What's the next few weeks look like?
Man, work. We want to work, and we getting ready to go be a 49er and come to the program and contribute.
Mykel, what do you know? I'm looking at Columbus, Georgia. Went to Georgia. What do you know about the Bay and California, and how excited are you to get out here and learn more about the Bay and California?
Man, I'm extremely excited, man. Yeah, I went to Georgia, but I was committed to USC. So they've been on my mind for a little minute. And God decided to put me out here at this time, and I'm blessed to be here.
Yeah, welcome to Cali. One thing we always tell young guys when they come into the Bay Area, the real estate costs here. Just brace.
Don't scare them. Don't scare them.
No, but the one thing is you're going to make money. You're 11th overall pick. But I heard you talking at an interview. You actually want to be a real estate agent at some point, Mykel?
I do, man. I do.
See, whatever you're paying for the ridiculous housing cost here, you're going to make up selling homes. Are you going to try to get a real estate license when you're playing football, or wait as a post-career?
I am, 100%. No, I am.
Well, work the locker room, brother. You sell some houses to your new teammates, you're going to do well. So when are we going to see you in the Bay Area? You coming out tomorrow to meet the media? What's your schedule like?
Yes, sir. Hopefully, man. I'm still trying to figure out my schedule myself. So I feel like I'll probably be out there tomorrow to meet the media, and I can't wait to come out there and greet you guys.
Well, Mykel, we definitely appreciate you taking the time. I know it's a busy night, an emotional night, but also a great night for you. So thanks a lot, and we can't wait to see you out here and get a chance to talk to you again. Congratulations and welcome, Mykel.
Yes, sir.
There you go. Great stuff, man. What a personality. And, it's a fun day. It's a fun day. I've been covering these drafts for years. I can remember me, John Lund, and John Middlecoff interviewing DJ Reed at his draft party. And I remember thinking how cocky he was. I remember interviewing Demo Lenore down in L.A. at his draft party when the Niners took him in the 5th round a few years ago. It's a life-changing moment for a lot of these young fellas, and wish this kid nothing but success. Talented guy, huge body. He's going to have to. He's got traits. Right now, he's got traits. The Niners love him, and they're going to have to coach him up and get him going. But it's a good way to start the draft. You got a big, physical defensive end opposite Nick Bosa. So now you lost 3/4 of your D line. So now you got Bosa and you got Mykel on the outside. You got Evan Anderson inside, and I'm sure some defensive tackles are going to be added to this mix probably before Saturday. That would be my guess. This time tomorrow night, we'll probably be talking about a couple defensive tackles. Niners have 3 picks on day 2, 43, 75, and 100. All right, that's going to do it for us. Man, quick 2 hours in the books. Thanks to Raph for being the best producer there is. Thanks to all of our guys. I mean, Copes and Marcus and Depop and the party they were at today down in the South Bay did a nice job with the broadcast. And then, of course, JD and Todd Husak, Greg Papa, and all the coverage from Levi's. And then thanks to all of you guys who jumped in on the phone calls. And we're glad that we could bring you some of that sound and let you hear it if you missed it with John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, and Mykel Williams. So that's going to do it. As I said, Murph and Marcus in the morning will get it rolling with Cole Kubelik and David Lombardi talking more about the Niners draft. So don't miss that tomorrow. And then of course there'll be probably a lot of Niner discussion throughout the day on the later and day 2 of the draft tomorrow, right around 4:30. And the Niners, as I said, pick number 43. Do they go receiver, running back? Do they go defensive tackle, offensive tackle? It's going to be interesting. Sounds like, they don't want to trade back for more picks. They may trade up. One of the things that I am expecting is I'm expecting that the 49ers very well could be active on the trade market for veterans before the end of the weekend. There was a report this morning off CBS saying that, Robert Saleh and Gus Bradley have experience coaching up Jalen Ramsey, and the Dolphins' corner is very much available. Now he has a big contract, and they're hugged up against the cap and trying to be in a fiscal prudent mode. But that'll be interesting. Do they get a corner? Does Gus Bradley's presence and Robert Saleh's presence, do they dance the dance with Jalen Ramsey, who played a full season last year with the Dolphins and still has something left in the tank? So I do believe there'll be a veteran acquired. I don't know if it'll be Bryce Huff, Michael Mayer, Jamison Williams. I don't know who it's going to be, if it'll be somebody of that ilk or maybe somebody lesser. But I do expect the Niners to possibly add a veteran via a trade before the end of the weekend. And then, of course, I think the Niners are going to be huge players in the undrafted free agent market, which will be, percolating as soon as the draft ends Saturday in the early afternoon. The Niners have been really, really good at finding undrafted free agents. I mean, probably as good as any team in pro football, to be honest. So we'll see what they can pull out of that as well. All right, that's going to do it for us. Have a great night. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Listen to Murph and Marcus first thing in the morning, and we'll see you later on The Sports Leader.